An uncomfortable silence settled into the car, each man alone with his thoughts. Fortunately, the ride ended soon after. Once again Marshall insisted that Scott be blindfolded before they reached the destination. He could feel the car making several turns before it finally stopped. "We're here," announced Marshall, shutting off the engine. "You can take that off now," he said, referring to the blindfold. Scott did so, and saw that they were in the middle of a densely wooded area. "Let's go," Marshall said, getting out of the car. Scott retrieved the suitcase from the back seat and followed suit. Soon he was tramping through the thick undergrowth. Marshall had a small, dim flashlight, but it did little to light the way. Scott was continuously tripping over dead branches and protruding roots. The tennis shoes he was wearing did little to stop his ankles from being scratched and bruised. Time seemed to drag on. Scott lost track of how long they walked. Once, they were challenged. A loud male voice sounded from the darkness, causing Scott's heart to miss a beat. Marshall answered the challenge with a verse, which was in turn answered with the proper following verse. They were allowed to continue. "Not much further," said Marshall over his shoulder, a few minutes later. Scott did not reply, as he was concentrating on finding his way. The only other illumination came from the full moon overhead. It shone through the branches of the tall, dark trees, casting pale pools of light that glimmered mysteriously. Without warning, the trees and undergrowth suddenly disappeared and Scott found himself in the middle of a small clearing, no bigger than a large house. In the exact center sat a small cabin that looked as if it would be more at home in an earlier century. There was no light coming through the two windows that adorned the front, and no smoke was rising from the chimney. The porch that ran the length of the front seemed like some ominous mouth that could swallow up the innocent passerby. Nevertheless, this seemed to be the destination. Marshall extinguished his light and continued forward, the moon illuminating his way. Scott fell in close behind. "This is a hunter's shack," he explained in a low voice as they neared the cabin. "There's hundreds of them around here. During the season, they're constantly in use. Right now, though, they're deserted, and perfect for us." They reached the wooden door, and Marshall gave a complicated knock. There was a moment of silence, then there was an answering rap. The door opened slightly. "A fool always loses his temper, but a wise man holds it back," came a spectral voice. Marshall was ready. If a ruler pays attention to falsehood, all his ministers become wicked. Again there was a pause. Scott could not help it. Suddenly he was back in the basement of that dilapidated furniture store, Beth by his side. He could feel her pressing up against him, her body alive and warm. He remembered the passionate kiss they had shared in that cellar, and the promise of more to come. Something wrenched his gut 180 degrees around inside of him. He hurt so bad he felt as if he were going to die. At that moment, part of him wished he would, so the pain would stop. Marshall, unaware of his agony, stepped forward and disappeared into the darkness. Scott was left standing there on the porch, reliving the pain and hurt. "Scott, are you coming?" Marshall's voice came out of the darkness. Still Scott stood there, as if rooted to that spot. He wanted to go home. He wanted to go back to his house, and find Beth there, waiting. He wanted to feel her in his arms again, or just hear her voice. He ached to have just a few minutes alone with her, to tell her the things he should have said years ago. "Let's take it all back, God," he pleaded silently. "Just give me the last 2 weeks back. Just say that they didn't count." It was irrational, and somewhere deep inside he knew it, but the wave of emotion that washed over him left him helpless in its wake. He wanted his wife back. He knew that she was gone from him, just as he knew that someday she would be restored. She was more alive now than she had ever been, and she was with God. He would see her again. He told himself all of this, and more, but it did not stop the hurt. "Scott." A gentle hand touched his arm. "Scott, are you all right?" The physical touch of another human being jolted him out of his memory. He blinked his eyes, and saw the concerned visage of Marshall Kane in the moonlight. "What? Are you all right? Aren't you coming in? The rest are waiting." Scott took a deep breath, returning to the present. He couldn't change the past, he realized. Regrets were useless, and in his new line of work, dangerous. As much as it hurt, the past was unchangeable, etched in stone. The only thing that mattered was the present, the here and now. He would deal with the pain later, when he had the time. Right now, there were people waiting on him. He had made a commitment, both to God and to his friends, and he was going to do everything he could to honor it. He reached down to where Marshall's hand rested lightly on his arm and gripped it tightly. "Sorry," he said softly. "My mind was somewhere else for a minute. Let's go." He allowed Marshall to lead him into the darkness. He could sense, rather than see others there with him. Marshall closed the door behind them. There was a scuffling, then the sound of a match striking. In the near-total darkness, the blaze of the single match was dazzling. In its half-light he could see several dark shapes standing around the perimeter of the cabin. The person holding the match was a young woman. Her dark eyes sparkled in the matchlight as she lifted the glass chimney off an oil lamp that sat on a round wooden table in the center of the room and lit the wick. The level of light in the room increased significantly. Scott could now see the faces of at least 15 worshippers of all ages scattered about the room, sitting on the floor. There were no chairs. Each of the group was staring at him, waiting expectantly. Scott worried for a moment that the light might be visible from outside, but then saw that the windows were covered with heavy black cloth. From behind him came Marshall's voice. "The Lord is risen," he said softly. "The Lord is risen indeed," replied the people in unison. A small smile wormed its way to Scott's lips. But for the different faces and different location, he felt as if he was indeed back in the furniture store. The memories this time, though, were good ones. He remembered the wonderful time that he had experienced, and the special way that God had touched him. He would never be the same again. The small group was still watching him, as if waiting. He felt he should say something, but before he could speak, Marshall strode past him and moved to stand beside the light. All eyes shifted from Scott to him. Scott expected to be introduced, but Marshall surprised him. Without a word, the big man dropped to his knees. The rest of the group followed his lead, as did Scott. For the second time in his life, he experienced the pure power of prayer. Marshall led, but others joined in at times. It was like a choral concert. There were many parts, and what could have been total confusion became perfect harmony. God was the conductor, leading them, cueing each part with precision and perfection. One voice was raised, interceding for a lost son, while another prayed for a Christian brother whose fear prevented him from being a part of the group. Through it all Scott remained silent, allowing himself to experience the movement of the Holy Spirit. After all he had been through, it was like a balm on his troubled soul. In time, as needs were met and petitions were given, the praying ceased. The worshippers did not stop gradually, dying away one by one. Rather they stopped all at once, as if on cue. The conductor simply ended it, as if laying down his baton. The sweet fragrance of the afterglow permeated the room, filling each participant with contentment. The tiny church was happy. God was there. All could feel his presence. They had accomplished much in that time. Prayers were spoken that would be answered. Scott was surprised to find he was sweating. With the windows closed and so many people crammed into the small space, it was getting rather stuffy. Marshall evidently felt the same. While he covered the lamp with a bushel basket, he motioned for one of the men to open the door. A wave of cool, summer night air swept inside, causing the group to breathe a collective sigh of relief. Scott took a deep breath, feeling the sweat cool his forehead. Everyone simply sat there for a while, enjoying the fresh scent of nature and the closeness of each other. When the cabin had aired out, Marshall signaled for the door to be closed. He lifted the bushel basket off the lamp, restoring the light completely. He stood by the table, looking at each member before he spoke. "We have all been thankful for the relative freedom we have had here in the country," he began. "Compared to our brothers and sisters in the larger metropolitan areas, we've had it easy." "I hear the chief of police is being bribed by the underground church," quipped someone from the back of the room. There was a soft chuckle as the group enjoyed the joke. Marshall laughed along with the rest. "Of course he is," he said jauntily. "Haven't you seen his new Mercedes?" Again everyone laughed. Marshall held up a hand for silence. "Seriously, we have been pretty blessed. I have a bad feeling that is about to change, though. Now that the cities are more or less under control, officials are spreading their operations into smaller towns like ours. For those of you who don't know it yet, the Bureau of Religious Affairs is opening an office in City Hall. We are going to have to be very, very careful." Somber silence greeted this announcement. Looks on people's faces ran the gauntlet from outright fear to grim determination. Marshall motioned for Scott to come and stand next to him. "This is Scott," he said, putting an arm around Scott's shoulders. He's here from Cincinnati. Scott was startled. He thought his identity would remain a secret. He looked at Marshall in surprise. I know, Scott, he said, squeezing his shoulders reassuringly, but it's important that these people understand what might be in store for them. The persecution hasn't really reached us here, but it's coming. Scott nodded, giving Marshall his permission to go on. You won't recognize our friend here, he continued, but you all know him. His picture has been in the news quite a bit. This is Scott Sampson, the man accused of bombing that plane that exploded. Muted gasps of astonishment met this announcement. Scott shifted uncomfortably, aware of the new scrutiny he was now under. I want Scott to tell you exactly what happened to him, said Marshall. He nodded to Scott, and sat down cross-legged on the floor. Haltingly at first, then with growing assurance, he related his experiences. He started with going to the meeting at the furniture store, and ended with his rescue by members of the Shepherd's Path. Although he did not name names, he left nothing else out. He spoke of his fear, of losing Beth, and of his unreasoning rage. When he finished, there were many who were openly weeping. Marshall stood again. Thanks, Scott, he said gently. That's not easy to hear, and I know it's not easy to tell. Scott was about to sit back down, but Marshall restrained him. What you heard was the bad news for tonight, he told the church. However, he continued, a mischievous smile playing at the corner of his mouth, there is some good news. Some of you know about it. Most of you don't. He turned to Scott. I think it's time, now. Don't you? In telling his story, Scott had actually forgotten his primary purpose for being there. A thrill of excitement ran through him. If these people truly hadn't seen a Bible in a while, this was going to be a pleasure. He picked the suitcase up off the floor where he had set it, and laid it on the table. As the church watched curiously, he opened it and released the catch on the false bottom. With a flourish, he lifted the small Bible out, holding it up for all to see. There was a stunned silence. Here, said Marshall, taking the Bible reverently out of Scott's hands. He held it carefully for a moment, as if he was holding a dream that could be taken from him at any moment. Then, gently, he opened it, thumbing through the pages. He found a place, and quietly began to read. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. All things were made by him, and apart from him nothing came into being that has come into being. He would have continued, but his eyes became blurred. 2 large tears rolled down his cheeks, falling onto the open pages. With the tenderness of a loving father holding his infant child, he brushed them off. Still not speaking, he handed the Bible to the person nearest him. The young lady, the one who had lit the lamp, took it and continued to read. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. And the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness did not comprehend it. She turned, and passed the word of God on to the next believer, an older man with graying hair. He had to move close to the light in order to see, and even then had to squint. There was a man, sent from God, whose name was John, he read in a high unsteady voice. He came for a witness, that he might bear witness of the light. One by one, the members of that small underground church held their new treasure. Each one read a verse from the first chapter of John. Scott watched in silence. He had felt gratification before in giving a gift, but nothing compared to the incredible, soul-satisfying feeling that was engulfing him. To see these brave people so overwhelmed by this, it was indescribable. He wanted it to last forever. At last, each member had held the Bible and read a few verses. The last one to read handed it back to Marshall, who put it in his jacket pocket. He turned to Scott, and smiled. No other words are necessary, right? Scott could only nod. Marshall looked back at the group. It's time to go. A soft groan of disappointment met this announcement, causing Scott to smile. He didn't want to end it either. We'll arrange another meeting soon, continued the sheriff. Stay in touch with your contacts for when and where. Until then, be careful. He opened the door and looked out. Coast is clear, everyone. We'll go in twos, just like always. Gradually the members left. Each one stopped on his or her way out to thank Scott for his sacrifice. It warmed him, but also made him slightly uncomfortable. These precious folks were treating him like some sort of hero, and he was anything but. He exchanged hugs and handshakes with them, all the time wishing they would stop looking at him as if he was something special. Finally, The last one was gone, and he was left alone with Marshall. "It's been a great night for us," said the sheriff, standing at the door with Scott and looking out at the moon-drenched forest. "Humph," Scott mumbled, not having anything to say. "These people will always remember what you have done for them," said Marshall. "You saw how much having this Bible meant to them." He patted his jacket pocket. "And you," replied Scott softly. "Yes," agreed Marshall. "After the big Bible drive a few years ago, it became next to impossible to find one. I'm glad that someone had the foresight to hide a few. It still amazes me that they became so scarce," remarked Scott, staring out into the night. "The bureau was thorough," said Marshall. "People's houses were broken into, supplies were confiscated, it was quite a major operation. We should have seen it coming." "Some did," reminded Scott. "Yeah, they did. Thank God." They lapsed into silence for a moment. As they watched the night, a tiny pinpoint of light flared for a moment, then was gone. "That's our signal," said Marshall. "Let's go." Once again, Scott found himself fighting through dense undergrowth. This time though, he didn't mind the scratches on his ankles or the mosquito bites on his neck. His purpose here was accomplished, and his heart was light. Tomorrow would bring another leg of his journey to safety, complete with new hazards and dangers. Tonight, though, he would enjoy his feeling of accomplishment. He would give thanks to God for the privilege of being allowed to be a part of this. As they made their way back to the car, Scott realized something. Tonight had made him feel better than he had ever felt before. He would look forward to doing this again, and again. He wouldn't mind at all if God allowed him to work at this for a while longer. In fact, he wouldn't mind a bit if he did this for the rest of his life. Less than page asterisk MERGEFORMAT greater than 148. Less than page asterisk MERGEFORMAT greater than 148. Interlude. Beth Sampson existed in an acid fog. She wandered alone and helpless in a black and white limbo that allowed no color or life. It surrounded and burned her, causing pain that was not pain. Trapped inside her mind, she struggled in vain to find a way out. No sound penetrated her tiny world. No thought or dream was permitted to exist. She was utterly isolated and alone. Surely hell could be no worse than this. The dreams and thoughts were there, she knew. She could sense them, just beyond the skewed horizon, always out of her reach. In her mind she would wander back and forth, seeking a way out. She had no sense of direction, no idea of which way to turn. When she tried to call out, to attract attention, her voice died in her throat. Somewhere deep in her subconscious, a warning light was flashing frantically. Part of her knew that she must escape from her mental prison soon, or go insane. If only she could dream. If only this horrible void could be filled with something, anything. Even a tormentor would be welcome company. She had to have something to latch on to. She needed an anchor, a rock. If she could not find it, she would never regain control of her mind. "Beth." The gentle voice pierced the glowing fog, as if it were not there. It seemed to come from every direction. "Where are you?" shouted Beth, surprised that she could now hear her own voice as well. "Where I have been since you were 8 years old," replied the voice. "Here with you. I made you a promise, remember. I will never leave you nor forsake you. Don't you believe me?" The voice held a gentle hint of reproof. It didn't matter to Beth. She recognized the voice now. Suddenly, the prison of her mind was no longer terrifying. The fog disappeared. Less than page asterisk MERGEFORMAT greater than 91. Less than page asterisk MERGEFORMAT greater than 91. Replaced with a soothing light that seemed to enfold and hug her. She was no longer alone. "My Lord and my God," she cried out, falling to her knees. "I am with you, dear heart. Do not despair. You must go through a test now, but you will not go through it alone. Here, take my hand. I can't see it, Lord," Beth said to the light. "When have you had to see me to know that I am there?" asked her Saviour. "Reach out with your faith." Beth did so, and felt a strong, firm hand take hers. Gently it lifted her to her feet. As she stood, the brightness disappeared, to be replaced with a beautiful garden. After the harsh nothingness of limbo, the vivid colors were breathtaking. Greens and blues, accented with every other color of the rainbow, met her eyes. She felt her tortured mind heal as she beheld the beauty. She turned to see the smiling face of her Lord, Jesus Christ, looking down at her. Tears welled up in her eyes at the love that was shining out of his eyes. My Lord and my God, she repeated, whispering it this time. No trial or temptation will come upon you that I will not give you the strength to bear, said the Lord. Be strong and of good courage, and you will prevail. Others are also being put through the fire. Some will wither and bum, and some will be refined like pure gold. In but a little while, you will be with me forever. Until then, rest here. So saying, he led her into the garden. Beth walked beside her best friend, feeling very much like a little girl with her father. In perfect peace, she chatted with her Saviour as they strolled through the beautiful garden. Anderson, just what the heck do you think you're doing? Jeff ground his teeth involuntarily at the tone of voice his boss was using. Janet Wilder, a fair-skinned woman in her late 30s, stared at him from the screen of his office video phone, waiting for an answer. Her dark eyes snapped angrily at him, and her thin mouth was set in a grim frown. I'm trying to do my job, he replied as evenly as he could. Inside he was seething at being called directly from main headquarters in Washington. It amounted to nothing more than a reprimand. Your job, said Wilder sternly, is to follow procedure. Were you not instructed that the bombing of Flight 407, in fact any activities of the Christian Liberation Front, were to be handled solely by the Bureau of Religious Affairs? I was merely assisting them in their investigation, he answered formally. He was still amazed at the speed that his boss had heard about his actions, even though he had tried to keep things quiet. They do not need your assistance, snapped Wilder. If they did, they would ask. May I remind you, said Jeff, his anger beginning to show, that it has been over 2 weeks since the bombing. What have they accomplished since then? That is not your concern, Anderson. The two glared at each other for a moment longer. Look, Jeff said, attempting to put some friendliness into his voice, all I did was to try to requisition some logs from the airport. I wasn't even able to get them, so what's the big deal? The big deal, answered Wilder, is that the head of the Bureau's local office has registered a formal complaint against you. Do you realize just what that means? Do you realize how much influence the Bureau of Religious Affairs has now? They want your head, and to tell the truth, I'm inclined to give it to them. Jeff held his silence and his temper. He had never gotten along with his supervisor, and she did not care for him. It had been dislike at first sight, although he had made several sincere efforts at first to smooth things over. She had rejected each of his attempts, and had become more and more belligerent as the months had passed. He had heard rumors from friends in Washington that she wanted him out. He did not want to believe that it was because of the color of his skin, but things pointed in that direction. What do you want, then? He asked, keeping himself under tight control. A formal apology. No problem. I'll call the guy right now. Forget it, she snapped back. It's already been done, for all the good it will do. I made it myself, both to the local chief, and to one of their people here. I don't like having to do that, Anderson. Then what? They weren't satisfied with just an apology, continued Wilder, ignoring his half-asked question. They are sending a special agent to interview you. What? Why? A hollow feeling began to form in the pit of his stomach. If he was going to be the subject of an investigation, things could get bad. Why? Repeated Wilder. I'll tell you why. You've been running an unauthorized investigation into the Christian Liberation Front. Even worse, you've kept it a secret, like you're trying to hide something. The Bureau of Religious Affairs takes a very dim view of that. To tell you the truth, I think they may suspect you of conspiracy. That's ridiculous, Jeff said heatedly. All I did was try to get a few computer records. Since when does that make me a conspirator? And since when can the Bureau of Religious Affairs dictate policy to the FBI? He could tell by the way Wilder glared at him that he had struck a nerve. Look, Anderson, she snapped, I've got better things to do than argue with you. Ask the agent they're sending. His name is Lynch, and he should be there within 24 hours. Wilder out. With that, she broke the connection. Jeff sat and stared at the blank screen. Things are getting tight, he thought. Much tighter than he had realized. It might be time to grab one of the network's ready-made identifications and run. He could be out of the country within hours. No, he said aloud, rejecting the idea. The time to run might come, but it wasn't here yet. The shepherd's path still functioned, and he was still a part of it. He would continue to do his job. He knew where his loyalties were. Even though Wilder had expressly forbidden it, he would continue to build a file on the Christian Liberation Front. The Bureau of Religious Affairs was using them as an excuse to gain more and more control. If his office could destroy their threat, he could force the Bureau to back off. It might cost him his job, and possibly much more, but he would worry about the consequences later. He activated the computer terminal that sat on his desk next to the video phone and went to work. Airport security had flatly refused to hand over copies of the boarding logs, but he still had other leads to try. When electronics failed, people often supplied answers. He had to work quickly. If his efforts were detected, the plug would be pulled. He had to accomplish as much as he could before this Agent Lynch arrived to complicate matters. The first thing to do would be to track down each and every attendant that had been on duty the night Flight 407 had exploded. Gaining access to the airport personnel files wasn't hard. The FBI system had a direct line to all public transportation facilities. He called up the work schedules of the proper night and area, noting the names of each employee listed. There were 4 of them, 3 men and 1 woman. He wrote down each name on a small pad, then started to call up the personal files of each individual. He tried one of the men first. The name listed was Steve Delmont, age 27. Jeff found his file with no problem but was surprised to see that Mr. Delmont no longer worked for the Greater Cincinnati Airport. He had been terminated due to unsatisfactory work habits, the file said. There was no hint of where he might have gone. Frowning quietly to himself, Jeff keyed up the next name on his list, a young woman named Cheryl Lynn. Again he found the same thing, employment terminated, with no other explanation. The last 2 on his list simply had left, giving no indication of where they were going. Sitting back in his desk chair, Jeff mulled over this new information. Each of the attendants working the particular gate on that night were gone. Going back to the first name on the list, he jotted down Mr. Delmont's home address and phone number. He saw that it was a non-video line, and so used his conventional phone to make the call. He was not too surprised to hear a recording at the other end, stating that this particular number was no longer in service. Going to Ms. Lynn's file, he saw that she lived alone in a small apartment complex. He got the number to the office and called. Royal Oaks, answered the feminine voice. This is Angela speaking. Yes, said Jeff. I'm trying to reach one of your boarders, a Miss Cheryl Lynn, but the number has been disconnected. Can you tell me if she's still there? There was a moment's silence, then Angela said, I'm sorry, but Miss Lynn is no longer with us. Can you tell me how to get in touch with her? He asked. It's a matter of some importance. I'm afraid that Cheryl didn't leave a forwarding address, replied Angela. In fact, she didn't even let us know she was leaving. Her brother stopped by and said there was some sort of family emergency and she had to return home to Toledo. He paid her rent and took care of moving her things. I see, said Jeff slowly. He did not like what he was hearing. He knew from her personnel file that Cheryl Lynn was an only child. Thank you anyway, he said, and broke the connection. This was getting him nowhere, he realized. He knew without checking that each former employee would have a similar story. Things were taking on sinister proportions. Why would it be necessary for these people to disappear? There was only one answer, he knew. They had seen something that night that could not be made public. Someone wanted them out of the picture. It was vital that Jeff somehow uncover just what they had seen. He debated bringing in help, but rejected the idea. The small core of Christians that worked in his office took enough risks. He would handle this alone. His only recourse was to somehow lay his hands on the elusive computer logs. A formal request to the Bureau had only gotten him in trouble with his Washington superiors. Perhaps he could try an end run around them. If he talked directly to airport security, he might have more success. His decision made, he headed out of his office. This would have to be a personal visit, he knew. No phone call would work. Exactly 2 hours later, Jeff sat in a small security office, waiting for a meeting with the assistant security chief. It was getting on in the afternoon, and he was becoming impatient. For the past hour and a half, he had been busy hacking his way through red tape. This was his third stop in the long line of people he had had to deal with. Things were not going the way he had planned. He had hoped for a friendly little chat with the security chief, and instead was being given the runaround. His hopes of maintaining a low profile were dwindling. As it turned out, the head of airport security had resigned just a few days ago, and the department was in the middle of a massive reorganization effort. The office in which he was waiting was a mess. File folders were stacked in two huge piles on top of the small desk. The wicker trash can next to it was overflowing with litter, and most of the drawers of the 3 squat filing cabinets that sat behind the desk were left open. Jeff wondered how they got any work done. He had almost decided to give up when the door opened and a short, aging man with grey hair and a slight stoop entered the office. He was wearing a rather rumpled blue security uniform that looked as if it had been slept in. "Mr. Anderson." His voice was a nondescript tenor. "Yes," answered Jeff, rising. He stood a good 6 inches taller than the old man. "I'm Hiram Bryn, senior guard on staff here." "Excuse me," said Jeff, irritation beginning to creep into his voice, "but I'm waiting to see Mr. Carey. I was told he was in charge here." "Oh, he is," agreed Bryn. "He sent me to tell you that he would be unable to meet with you today. Seems he had a last-minute call he had to see to." "Great. Just great." The frustration that had been building inside all day finally exploded. First Wilder was on his case, now this. He turned away from Bryn, his arms folded in anger. He always did this when he was about to lose his temper. If he didn't, he was liable to hit something. He turned back around to see Bryn studying him carefully. "I've just wasted 2 hours here, getting nowhere," he explained tightly. "All I wanted was a few minutes of your boss's time." "Was that too much to ask?" The old man scratched his cheek thoughtfully. "Probably was, the way things are now," he replied. "Ever since Mr. Rooney left, things have been pretty confused." "Mr. Rooney? He was security chief here until a week ago. Just up and quit, with no notice. It's kind of thrown things into a tizzy." "I noticed," said Jeff. He was thinking furiously. Could Rooney's quitting have anything to do with the other 4 airport employees? "If you don't mind my asking," said Bryn, "just what do you want here? Is what I heard true? You with the FBI?" Mentally Jeff groaned. He had wanted to keep this quiet, but it looked as if everyone here knew who he was. If word got back to the Washington office. "I just wanted to pay a courtesy call to your boss," he replied, thinking fast. "Since the bombing, we've been updating our procedures. We thought it would be a good idea to be on a first-name basis with your department." "I see," said Bryn slowly. "So you're working on the bombing, too?" "Not directly," answered Jeff evasively. "I'm just trying to open up channels of communication for the future. Make things easier all around." "Oh." Bryn was silent for a moment. "I thought the Bureau of Religious Affairs was handling those type of things," he said at last. "Only if they pertain to the Christian Liberation Front," said Jeff, "or other fanatic religious groups." He wasn't able to quite keep the disdain out of his voice, and Bryn picked up on it. "Don't like those folks, eh? Well, you're not alone. They sure turned this place upside down," remarked Bryn. "Questioned everyone, including me." "They find anything?" asked Jeff. "Not that I know of," said Bryn, shrugging. "Of course, you would know more about that than me. The Bureau of Religious Affairs doesn't include my office in on its findings," said Jeff sarcastically. Bryn only nodded, a curious look on his face. Jeff found himself liking the old-timer. "Well, I'd better go," he said, edging past Bryn toward the door. "I appreciate your time. Would you tell Mr. Carey that I'll try to touch base with him next week sometime?" Bryn made no effort to move aside. Instead, he gripped Jeff's elbow with such a surprising strength that Jeff was forced to turn and face him. Bryn's eyes were boring into him, as if trying to read his mind. After a moment, he released his grip on his elbow. "You say you're with the FBI?" asked Bryn softly. "Yes," answered Jeff in the same tone. "What did he want? And you're not connected with those people, the Bureau of Religious Affairs?" "Not at all," replied Jeff. His heart began to beat faster. He could sense that Bryn wanted to tell him something that could be important. Bryn simply looked up at him for a moment, as if struggling to make a decision. "Walk with me for a minute," he said finally. He opened the door and motioned for Jeff to follow. Jeff found himself being led through the middle of the airport. The crowd was sparse at that time of day, and no one seemed to take notice of them. He followed Bryn out of the terminal and through an access passage. This led to a large room full of conveyor belts that were humming away, carrying all sorts of baggage. The din from the machinery was almost deafening. They crossed through to the other side. Now Bryn led him through a series of double doors, the last one ending in a stairwell. Jeff stopped abruptly. Where are we going? He asked as Bryn started down the stairs. Just a little further, replied Bryn. He turned to face Jeff. The Bureau took things apart after the bombing, he said, his voice echoing in the stairwell. They confiscated everything. Not only that, but I think they're behind Mr. Innie leaving. He was my friend as well as my boss. A few days before he quit, he gave me something. He said to give it to someone I could trust, someone in a position to do something. He turned and headed down the staircase. From talking to you, Agent Anderson, I can tell that you've got no love for the Bureau. I think maybe you need to see what it is that I got. What is it? Asked Jeff cautiously. Bryn might trust him, but he wasn't sure that he trusted Bryn. I can't tell you, was the answer. I have to show you. This way. Just down these stairs. Bryn continued down, and Jeff had no choice but to follow. The stairs emptied out into a long underground hall lit by rows of fluorescent lights. Jeff was led about halfway down the hall to a single door. Bryn produced a key and opened it, disappearing inside. Jeff followed, and found himself inside an air-handling room. The gigantic machinery was running, making a sound that was similar to television, white noise. Bryn had to shout in order to be heard. When Flight 407 blew up, Mr. Innie immediately pulled all the logs for that night. He figured he would have to hand them over sooner or later, but he wanted to get a look at them himself, just in case he saw something that others might miss. Bryn paused, then went on grimly. Well, he saw something, all right. And whatever it was, it caused him to disappear. He didn't just quit. He wasn't the kind of a man. He just didn't show up for work one day. They found a resignation letter on the airport manager's desk, typewritten, with his signature. Bryn shook his head. He was forced to quit, he said, his tone allowing no argument. Just before he left, he gave me this. Bryn opened a small panel on the side of the air handler and pulled out a small package the size of a credit card and about 1/4 of an inch thick. It was wrapped in brown paper and tied tightly with string. He handed it to Jeff. Go on, open it, encouraged the security guard. Jeff did so, and found himself holding a tiny video cassette. He looked at Bryn questioningly. Mr. Innie made copies of the boarding logs for Flight 407, said Bryn. I've seen 'em myself. He looked hard at Jeff. I'm taking a big chance giving them to you. For all I know, you could be with the Bureau. I don't think so, but you could be. What's on there is dangerous to whoever holds it. Why? Asked Jeff, weighing the cassette in his hand. What is on it? Bryn shook his head negatively. You'll see for yourself. Now you've got to leave. Think you can find your way back out? Sure, said Jeff. Aren't you coming with me? Nope, replied Bryn. I'll wait here for a while, then head back to C Terminal. That's where I'm on duty. You just get out of here and take a look at that tape. All right, said Jeff. He turned to go, but stopped. He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out his card. If you need me, call me at that number, he said, handing it to Bryn. But do me a favor. Memorize the number and lose the card. Okay, thanks, said Bryn. With all that's been going on here, I may just need it. Again Jeff turned to go, but had to stop one more time. The aging security guard had taken a huge chance in trusting him. Jeff found himself liking him, and he could not leave without sharing the love of his lord. You seem like a good man, he began. Have you ever made peace with God? If you were to die tonight, do you know where you would spend eternity? Bryn looked at Jeff as if he had just turned into a cobra and was ready to strike. Sheesh, he exclaimed. You must be crazy. I've already done enough to get myself in deep trouble. Now you want me to get religion? Are you crazy? In this day and age? He shook his head violently. Go on, get out of here. I don't need any of that. Jeff opened his mouth to reply, but Bryn pushed him toward the door. I said get. I don't want no more trouble. I've done enough. Go on. Go. With that, Jeff found himself back in the hall. He felt a deep sense of regret at Bryn's attitude. Bryn was a good man, but being a good man just wasn't enough. Sadly, Jeff shook his head and headed back the way he had came in. He had no trouble finding his way out of the airport, and soon he was on his way back toward the office. Most of the day staff had left by the time Jeff returned to his office. Only a skeleton crew remained on duty during the night, taking calls and responding to emergencies. He rode the elevator up to the 5th floor where his office was located, glad for the emptiness of the building. Even his secretary had left for the day. He shut and locked his door, and even though he was high above the streets below, he pulled the blinds over the single window. Turning on his small desk light, he pulled out the cassette. He turned it over in his fingers for a moment, then set it on top of his desk. Reaching into the bottom drawer, he pulled out a portable handheld VCR. Slipping the cassette into the opening, he pushed the play button. "Okay, Mr. Innie," he said softly. "Let's see what was so important that it caused you to make an illegal dub of those logs." He turned on the play button and sat back. The tiny screen on the VCR came to life. It took him a moment to orient himself to the view. He was looking down on the boarding area. The camera was placed directly above the gate, allowing it to record the faces of each passenger as they went past. The lens on the camera was wide-angled, giving a fisheye effect. He could see the entire section. At the bottom right-hand side of the screen, the time was superimposed. It read 7 a.m., a good hour before the flight departed. He fast-forwarded until the clock read 7:45 and pushed play again. Now the passengers were beginning to board. Jeff watched as they filed in orderly fashion through the gate. Suddenly his attention centered on a familiar face. There in the lower part of the screen was Scott Sampson. He was walking toward the gate, arm in arm with someone who was obviously his wife. Both were standing so that they were facing the camera. "Beth Sampson, I presume," he said softly. He watched as the couple stood there looking at the gate. They clung to each other tightly, not wanting to let go but knowing they must. It gave Jeff a profound sense of regret as he watched the tragedy play itself out on the screen, especially since he knew the end of the story. The two lovers tore themselves apart. Beth walked quickly through the gate and disappeared. Scott stood there watching, a total picture of dejection. Beth must have turned and waved just before she stepped on board, for Scott raised his hand in farewell. He held it there for just a moment, then lowered it. "My friend, I am truly sorry," whispered Jeff quietly. A single tear found its way down his dark cheek. He had never married, but he did know what it was like to say goodbye to someone he loved. Even on that tiny screen he could feel Scott's pain. The tape continued to play. Scott turned away from the camera and seemed to be speaking to someone. Jeff frowned and rewound the tape, watching the sequence again. Sure enough, Scott was talking as if someone was standing directly behind him. The only problem was, there was no one there. In fact, no one was standing within several feet of him. Strange. Jeff rewound the tape and viewed it one more time, but could see nothing new. Filing it away in his mind with things to be checked out later, he let the tape roll. Another 5 minutes went by. Scott was gone, heading into the worst time of his life, and the rest of the passengers had boarded. An attendant whom Jeff recognized from his file as Delmont was standing at the check-in desk, finishing up his work. Everything appeared normal. Jeff was just about to fast forward again when suddenly things began to happen. As he watched, 4 men in dark suits rushed into the boarding area. One of them stopped only long enough to flash some sort of identification to the attendant, then quickly caught up with the others. They headed straight for the camera, and then disappeared through the gate. Just what was going on? Wondered Jeff as the tape continued to play. The boarding area was empty now except for the attendants. Delmont's co-workers had now stepped into the frame, their curiosity evident. They didn't have to wait long. Within just a few minutes the 4 men reappeared. This time, they had someone else with them. "Oh, God," whispered Jeff. The way he said it, it was a prayer. Although her back was now toward the camera, Jeff had no trouble recognizing Beth Sampson. She was practically carried off the plane. 2 men on either side held her arms, while the other 2 walked in front. Beth was a picture of utter defeat. She sagged against her captors, only to be yanked upright. Quickly and efficiently, she was escorted out of camera range. Jeff could only stare at the screen. Scott's wife had not been on that plane when it had exploded. She had been taken off by these men. Quickly Jeff rewound the tape to just before they barged into the boarding area. He watched carefully as they reappeared. When the one flashed his ID, he stopped the tape, freezing the image. Unfortunately, the resolution was not good enough to be able to recognize the type of identification. Well, he thought, there were ways around that. He inched the tape forward frame by frame, taking in every detail of the 4 men. He did not recognize them. "Okay," he said quietly, "let's see what we can find out about you." So saying, He fished out a special cord from the bottom desk drawer and plugged it into the VCR. The other end went into the computer. He activated the screen and called up the video enhancement program. When the computer came online, he fed the images of the 4 men into it, instructing it to record them for later. Then he stopped the tape where the one man displayed his identification. Freezing the video, he placed the cursor on the ID itself. He then gave the command to enlarge it 100 times. The computer recorded the image, then signaled that it was working. Jeff sat back and waited. The enhancement program had helped him on a number of occasions. Although not admissible in court due to the wide margin of error, it nevertheless had identified more than one suspect well enough to at least give him a start. Within 5 minutes, the program ran its course. He punched in the necessary codes in order to call up the enhanced video, and then watched as it appeared on the screen. It didn't come up all at once, but rather line by line on the computer screen, from top to bottom. Long before it was finished, though, Jeff's suspicions and fears were confirmed. Although the computer was not able to bring out the man's name, the name of the organization at the top of the card was clear and legible. So the Bureau caught up with you, Beth, he said softly. You almost made it, too. I'm sorry. Now the question is, what do I tell Scott? Best leave that problem for tomorrow, he decided. He needed to let Helen in on this. It was too risky to contact her directly, he knew. If the Bureau of Religious Affairs was sending someone to talk to him, he needed to be extra careful. The safest way to tell her would be through the network. He unplugged the VCR from the computer and started to remove the cassette. On impulse, however, he decided to watch the tape one more time. Seeing Beth removed from the plane was certainly a shock, but it wasn't enough to cause 4 airport attendants and a security chief to up and disappear. There must be something else. Jeff did not like the thoughts that were hanging in the back of his mind. They were so outrageous, so frightening that he did not even want to recognize them as suspicions. Once more he sat through that 5-minute segment of tape. He watched every detail as the agents boarded and then returned with their captive. Suddenly, what he was looking for jumped up and bit him in the face. Unbelievingly, he watched the sequence yet again. I must be blind, he said in amazement. He had found what he was looking for. 4 agents boarded ill-fated Flight 407. One of them was carrying a small briefcase. 4 agents then returned, with one very frightened young woman in the middle of them, only now, there was no briefcase. The pieces finally all came together in Jeff's mind and formed a very ugly picture. It all added up. Now at last he understood why airport personnel had disappeared. He also knew why he had been unable to obtain the boarding logs. This was not a terrorist action. The Christian Liberation Front was running wild in the United States, having just assassinated another congressman along with a federal judge. They were not, however, responsible for the bombing of Flight 407. Jeff rubbed his eyes, feeling tired beyond his years. He understood now what was going on. The Bureau of Religious Affairs had used Flight 407 to extend their authority and influence, but Jeff now knew that the Bureau was responsible for that very same flight going up in flames. During his career with the FBI, Jeff had seen all sorts of heinous crimes. Murders, kidnappings, even corruption inside his own department. Whatever evil could be imagined in the mind of man he thought he had seen. This was different. The Bureau of Religious Affairs was the single most powerful agency in the United States, and they were blowing up airplanes. This didn't just indicate some power-hungry individual trying to gain influence. This pointed to a conspiracy of massive proportions. Up until now, in his work with the Shepherd's Path, he had seen those who were persecuting Christians as not necessarily evil, just misguided. The United States government was still a democracy, albeit just barely. There was always the slender hope that things could reverse themselves. Even the Bureau of Religious Affairs could be brought back under control. Or so he had hoped. This tape changed everything. An arm of the government that was supposed to be enforcing laws was in fact making them. The checks and balances of democracy were no longer in place. Suddenly the vague suspicions that had been nagging Jeff for years coalesced and solidified. He had told Helen years ago that it seemed as if some single force was guiding America on its present course. Even with good men and women in important seats of government, things continued to get worse. Jeff had always been good at deductive reasoning, and he had an uncanny ability to make strong, intuitive leaps based on limited information. He made one of those leaps now. Logic told him that the Bureau was not only enforcing policy, it was making policy. Intuition made him ask just who it was that was controlling the Bureau. Someone, or a group of someones, was pulling the strings. Okay, first things first, he said to his empty office. He once again activated his computer and, using the procedure he had designed years ago, accessed the network. This was the nerve center of the Shepherd's Path. A nationwide computer network linking thousands of individuals and groups, it existed right under the collective noses of those who would snuff it out. Over the years it had been an invaluable tool. Jeff found the file that was reserved for Helen's use alone. When he opened it, he saw that she had not yet logged on for that day. Good. That meant that she would be accessing it before the night was over. She would find his message waiting for her. Slowly he began to type a carefully worded message. The code that they had worked out was limited, and he could only give her the bare bones of what he had discovered. They would have to talk soon. Deep inside the electronic bowels of the FBI headquarters, a tiny relay received a short burst of information. It sat thinking about it for a while, almost 1/3 of a second, and then acted according to its programming. It was instructed to observe all computer activity, and to trigger a warning should certain conditions arise. They did. The relay triggered a single phone line, entering a preset number. It was answered almost immediately on the other end. There was a microseconds exchange of recognition codes. Then this second computer, almost 1,000 miles away, in Washington, D.C., began to access the FBI mainframe. Burrowing deep into its heart, it bypassed with ease the security systems. Like a technological vampire, it began to drain information. Soon, it started to flash its, "I have something interesting," signal. Now, for the first time, human beings were brought into the picture. One agent, Stephen Lynch, was informed that the tattletale he had planted in the FBI computer was activated. Lynch was en route to Cincinnati by plane to meet with FBI agent Jeff Anderson. Suspicions had been aroused when Anderson had started asking the wrong questions. Now those suspicions were confirmed. Lynch watched as the readout of his handheld computer informed him of Anderson's illicit computer activities. Lynch was a professional, and as such admired professional work. He was impressed that Anderson had somehow managed to acquire classified information relating to Bureau investigations. He was also interested to see that Anderson was using some sort of public billboard. Quickly he entered a set of commands on his keyboard. He instructed the tattletale to break into the billboard and access whatever information was there. The plucky little program got to work. Well, Mr. Anderson, we will have much to talk about when we meet, he thought. He made sure that the tattletale was still in place, then signed off. Jeff finished typing his message to Helen and was about to sign off when a small red dot in the upper left-hand corner of the screen began flashing. What the? The question went unanswered when he realized what was happening. His throat went dry. It was the bug alert he had installed a while back. It was designed to warn him of someone tapping into his guarded files, and right now, it was doing just that. No. Quickly he began to use the keyboard. His first impulse was to shut down, but he knew that that would not work. Just shutting down his terminal would solve nothing. The source of the leak had to be traced and expunged immediately. If he let it go, sooner or later the bug would access every piece of information he had hidden. That meant a large part of the Shepherd's Path would be compromised. Jeff was not a man given to panic, but for the first time in a long time, he felt a hint of fear as he tried to trace the source of the intrusion. In a way he welcomed it. The extra surge of adrenaline caused him to think faster and clearer. Come on, he whispered savagely as his fingers flew over the keyboard. He put the bug alert through its paces over and over. Nothing. There was nothing in the system that should not be there. The little dot disagreed. It continued to flash, warning of a breach in the system. Think, he whispered savagely to himself, trying to find an answer. Then, of course, like a shot he was out of the office and heading down the hall. The elevator was still there, but he took the stairs instead. As he bounded down them two at a time, he tried to remember where the main junction was that tied the mainframe to the outside phone lines. Within less than a minute, he had reached the basement. Urgently he traced the ducts that ran in all directions, looking for his goal. He found it almost immediately. The main junction was set into the wall, almost 3 feet off the floor, looking like a fuse box. Quickly he tore it open. He was not a technician, but he had a broad working knowledge of electronics. The computer told him that there was no intrusive program working from the inside. That meant that the bug was physical in nature, probably some sort of relay. It would be activating a line to another computer that in turn would access this one. A simple and elegant plan. The most disturbing part of it was, someone inside this building had to have planted it. He scanned down the long rows of wiring. He had a good idea of what he was looking for. It was part of his training. If it existed, it had to be here. There. Once he saw it, it was obvious. Smaller than a thumbnail, it rested between two sets of wires, joining them. Without hesitation, he reached down and tore it off. He took just a moment to study it. A tattletale. He had used them himself. They were simple, easy to install, and frighteningly effective. There wasn't a moment to lose. He checked once more to make sure there were no other relays, then sprinted back toward the stairs. Jeff was in excellent shape, but even he could get winded taking 5 flights of stairs at a gallop. By the time he got back to his office, he was gasping for breath. Falling into his chair, he swung over to face the monitor. Sure enough, the red dot had stopped flashing. Utter relief flooded through him, followed immediately by sharp concern. Just how much had the intruder gotten hold of? There was no way to tell without tapping into the network, and he would not take the risk. The presence of one tattletale said that there could be another. He was not about to jeopardize his brothers and sisters in Christ until he had a system-by-system check run on the whole mainframe. Slowly his breathing quieted. He began to pay for the adrenaline rush that had energized him just a few moments before. He put his head in his hands, feeling his whole body tremble. Man, he said to himself, there's got to be an easier way to make a living. The bit of forced humor did little to alleviate the blanket of concern that had settled over him. Even now, the worst of the situation came home to him. Somebody knew about the computer network that linked the Shepherd's Path. That meant that they probably knew about the Shepherd's Path as well. Even if no information had been stolen just now, whoever was on the receiving end of that relay knew there was something there. A soft groan escaped Jeff's lips. No matter how good security was, any computer system could be broken into in time. Not only that, but he himself was now a suspect. When this Lynch arrived, he would do more than question him. He would probably have him arrested on the spot. There could already be a warrant out for him now. Maybe it was time to run after all. He could access one of the ready-made identities from any public terminal. Then he could have new IDs forged within. Oh no. Jeff felt utter despair. Like a lightning bolt, it hit him. He had been online with Helen's personal file when he had discovered the tattletale. If they could trace that. Helen. There was no time to worry about the cost now. He had to get in touch with her fast. He activated his video phone and punched in the number. Years ago he had insisted that she get a video line herself. Part telephone, part fax, part computer, it was quite useful in their work. Now, he hoped desperately, it would save her life. Oh God, he prayed more fervently than he ever had in his life, let me get to her in time. Please. Once again, Agent Lynch was interrupted during his flight to Cincinnati by the persistent beeping of his porter comp. He flipped, opened the plastic cover and punched in his name and access code with the tiny keyboard. The 2 pieces of information displayed caused his eyebrows to go up a notch. One was the name of the person to whom Anderson had been trying to communicate. The other, so, Mr. Anderson, you discovered the tattletale. I*M impressed. Indeed, he knew he was dealing with a formidable opponent. Checking the time, he saw that it would be another 30 minutes until he landed. That made it at least an hour before he would arrive at FBI headquarters in the city. Far too long. A man of Anderson's talents would be long gone by then. He pulled out a small handset and plugged it into the porter comp. Activating a direct line to the Bureau of Religious Affairs office in Cincinnati, he was soon talking to the local chief. Get a warrant out for Agent Jeff Anderson, he told him. I want him picked up immediately. Tell your people to use caution. He's a suspected member of the Christian Liberation Front. He will be armed and most certainly dangerous. As of 5 minutes ago, he was in his office. You should have the address. There was a short pause as the bureau chief verified this information. Done, came the harsh voice. What next? Although Lynch had never met the man, he pictured a severe-looking man in his late 40s. An even bigger fish, he replied. Her name is Helen Bradley. He touched a control on the keypad. You should be receiving the information now. Again there was a pause. I've got it, said the chief. Humph. Just a moment, Mr. Lynch. Lynch leaned back into the comfortable padded flight chair, waiting. 2 minutes passed, then. The warrants have been issued, Mr. Lynch, said the chief. It turns out that Helen Bradley is already on file here. She was married to an evangelist some years ago, and so had to register with us. Interesting, commented Lynch. Yes, sir. I've already assigned personnel to both cases. They're on their way now. Good, said Lynch. I'll be there in less than an hour. Until then, keep me informed. He broke the connection and snapped shut the porter-comp. Things were going faster than expected. With any luck, he would be able to nail a major part of the Christian Liberation Front by tonight. That should please his superiors. It certainly pleased him. A cold anger was burning deep his heart. It had been there ever since he had lost a fellow agent in that bombing that had killed Senator Klein's secretary. It was about time to even the score. Helen returned from the store later in the day than she had planned. Lines at the supermarket were getting worse. Even with food coupons, she was never assured of getting the supplies she needed. Government officials and media people weren't calling it a famine yet, but it was only a matter of time. With the breadbasket of the country still drought-stricken, things would continue to get steadily worse. Wistfully she thought of the succulent Sunday roast she used to fix for her family. She could almost smell the odors of cooked meat and potatoes mixed with the sounds of family gathering for a time of togetherness. These days, one was fortunate to get a bit of horseflesh every now and then. Even as she thought these thoughts, she chided herself. With all that was happening, she had not gone hungry yet. The Lord had supplied, and would continue to supply. She had no cause for complaint. She was actually smiling as she gathered her 2 bags from the back seat of the car and headed for the front door. Things might be materially tough, but spiritually the harvest was being reaped at an astonishing rate. True, this past month 6 small churches had been stamped out, its members ruthlessly carted off to who knew where. Reports of brutality against believers were common, and there had been a steady stream of refugees using the shepherd's path. Still, the Spirit was moving in a great way. Souls were being added to the kingdom of God at an astonishing rate. The more the government pushed, the more the family of God grew. As it always had since its birth, the church thrived on adversity. Helen felt a moment's pride as she opened the door to her house. In the last year, thousands of Bibles had been distributed through the network, and hundreds of believers moved to places of relative safety. For some reason, she thought of Scott Sampson. That young man personified everything the shepherd's path stood for. Just an average human being, reared in a soft, middle-class society, he nevertheless had a deep, hidden courage that only needed a dash of adversity to bring out. He had already demonstrated that courage more than once. She wondered where he was now, and what he was doing. Her thoughts were interrupted by the shrill electronic noise of her video phone. Dropping her groceries on the kitchen counter, she went over to where the video phone sat on the table and activated the screen. She was more than a little surprised to see Jeff's face staring anxiously at her. A chill of fear made her shiver. He never called her. He would consider it a dangerous breach of security. Something must be terribly wrong. Helen. Jeff didn't wait for her to speak. Thank God. Listen. Someone, I think it's the Bureau of Religious Affairs, has tapped into the network. I don't know how much they know, but I'm almost positive they're on to both of us. You've got to get out of there and into one of the safe houses. Helen sat down in one of the kitchen chairs heavily. It took a moment for the full impact of what Jeff had just told her to set in. Discovered. Somehow it didn't seem possible. Helen, did you hear me? You've got to get out of there. Now. Jeff. Her voice was almost a whisper, are you sure? She couldn't bring herself to believe it. Positive, answered Jeff. I've already taken a big risk in contacting you. Get out. Get to a safe house, and wait. I'll find you. I promise. We'll disappear into the network and keep our heads low for a while, but we've got to move now. Do you understand? I understand, Jeff, replied Helen heavily. She was quite resilient when she had to be. The initial shock of Jeff's news was already wearing off and she was mentally making plans for her escape. Good, nodded Jeff. I'll get out of here and get things rolling. Don't worry. I promise that we'll, and the line went dead. Helen stared at the blank screen for a moment, then jumped up from the table. She knew that she could have minutes, maybe less to get out of her house. Already it might be too late. If the call had been disconnected from this end, they were probably already here. She grabbed her car keys and headed for the front door. No time to pack, no time for anything. Just get to the car and go. She would drive to a public parking lot and leave it. From there she could take a bus to one of the many safe houses she knew about. Her keys jingling in her hand, she opened the front door, and ran headlong into two dark-suited men. They were simply waiting for her. There was no talking. No, "you are under arrest" speech. She wasn't even read her rights. As far as the government was concerned, she had no rights. Instead, they each took an arm and escorted her to their car, which was blocking hers in the driveway. Once there, she was handcuffed and made to sit in the back seat. Through it all, Helen said nothing. There was no need. She thought of her Saviour as he was being crucified. He hadn't said anything either. There was no better example to follow. They had her. There was no hope of escape, no chance of letting anyone know that she was in custody. She could only hope that Jeff had gotten away. The two agents got into the front seat, and she was driven away from the only home she had known for 40 years. It was over. Jeff was closer to cursing now than he had ever been during his Christian life. 10 seconds ago he had been talking to one of his best friends, warning her of impending disaster. Then the line went dead. If it had been cut at her home, then she was already in custody. If the connection was broken from this end, he estimated that he had minutes of freedom left. He had to get out of there, and fast. He wanted nothing more than to rush over to Helen's home. If she was there, he would get her to a safe house. If she wasn't, he would find out where she had been taken, somehow. The problem was, he knew that was not what he should be doing. Helen would be the first to agree. The shepherd's path came first. If he tried to rescue her now, while the computer network was being breached, a lot of good people would suffer. He had to prevent that now, before irreparable damage was done. The network had to be destroyed, the system crashed, and he was the only one with the time and tools to accomplish it. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Then get on with it, idiot, he said aloud. His voice was harsh in his own ears. He had designed this system to aid fellow believers. Now he would wreck it. For the last time, he activated his terminal. It took only moments to access the community billboard. He went through the recognition sequence quickly, trying to ward off the feeling that he was murdering an old friend. A lot of people had been helped by its information. He finished the sequence and accessed the system. There it was. All the information he needed to travel to wherever he wanted to go in relative safety. False IDs, safe houses, hundreds of churches across the nation, this month's recognition verses, everything. He sat looking at it for a moment, then, fingers trembling, he typed in a single command, Armageddon. He hesitated before pushing the enter button. When he did, there would be no second chance. The computer would not ask, "Are you sure?" Once entered, the password would activate a virus that had lain dormant these many years. It would quickly infest the local system here in Cincinnati. Then, via the phone lines, it would transmit itself to every public access billboard in the nation. It would only affect the Shepherd's Path network. Within hours, the entire system would cease to exist. He pushed the button. Y years to build, and seconds to destroy. The screen went blank. For some absurd reason, he felt there should have been something else. Warning sirens going off, lights flashing, some indication that an important tool had been lost. Instead he just sat and looked at a blank screen. He was jarred out of his thoughts by the beeping of his watch. It was 6 o'clock. Time to go. He had fulfilled his duty to the Shepherd's Path. By performing the amputation, he had saved its life, at least for the moment. Now it was time to try to reach Helen, and see to their safety. Quickly he rifled through his desk, making sure that there was nothing there that could incriminate anyone involved with the Shepherd's Path. Carefully he wrapped the airport tape back up and stuffed it in his pocket. He wasn't quite sure what to do with it. It wasn't legal evidence, but, in the right hands, it could be very convincing. The problem would be to find those right hands. Then he got up from his desk and headed for the door. Just before he left, he paused to take a last look around. There was a time when all he wanted was to be an agent for the FBI. He had considered it the ultimate accomplishment in his life when he had been named head of this local office. Now, he knew better. There were higher callings, and better things to devote one's life to. He would never regret his decision to follow Jesus Christ, no matter what the cost. He turned off the light, and, without looking back, walked away. Once inside his car, Jeff made straight for Helen's house. He knew that he was probably heading into a trap, but he didn't care. He had to know, one way or the other, what had happened to her. He thought about using official FBI channels, but decided against it. If the Bureau of Religious Affairs was after him, his own people would soon be right behind. True, there were several Christians on his staff, but now all of them would be closely watched. The rest would be hurt and angered by what they would consider a betrayal. He would have to stay a step ahead of them if possible. On the way, he turned on his car communicator, but found only static. So it's starting already, he thought to himself. Just to be sure, he tried his handheld communicator and found the same result. His comm channel had been shut down. He was cut off. That meant that pursuit would be close behind. He would have to make this quick. He reached Helen's without incident. Her car was still in the driveway, and for a moment he had a wild hope that she still might be inside. Quickly he got out of the car and practically ran to the front door. It was open, and without hesitation he stepped inside. Helen, Helen, are you here? His shouted call only met with silence. He rapidly searched the house and found nothing. His worst fears were confirmed when he saw 2 bags of groceries sitting on the kitchen table. She was gone. There was nothing to do now but try to make good his escape. If she had gotten out, he would know sooner or later. If she was captured, he would try to find her. He still had many resources he could utilize. It wasn't over yet. He spotted Helen's keys on the table where she had left them, and scooped them up. He would take her car, leaving his here. It might buy him a few hours. Within minutes he had switched his car for Helen's and was off again. He had only driven a short distance when he saw that he was being followed. Jeff had been an excellent field agent before he became desk-bound. Those tailing him were very clever and very subtle. They were using at least 3 different vehicles, but he nonetheless spotted them. Of course they were following him, he realized. They had been waiting for him at Helen's. He had incriminated himself just by going there. That meant they had Helen. It also meant that they were expecting him to run. They would follow him, hoping that he would compromise more of the shepherd's path. All right, he whispered through gritted teeth. All right, you want me. Then see if you can keep up. He made it out of the neighborhood and set a course back toward Covington. He felt fairly confident that he could lose his pursuers in the maze of back streets and alleys. Keeping an eye on his rearview mirror, he eased the car up to the speed limit. Sure enough, they stayed with him. He had them pegged. The first vehicle was an old beat-up pickup, at least 10 years old. Although it looked decrepit, Jeff had no doubt it could leave Helen's station wagon in the dust. He could tell just by looking that it was modified for pursuit. The second was a silver compact car, a Sussex, one of the newer models, and the third was a sporty red Corvette. Jeff watched as they took turns following him. Having been a follower on several occasions, he knew exactly what they were doing and how they were doing it. The pickup would tail him for a while, always staying a few cars back. Then the Sussex would appear from an intersecting street and join the pursuit. The pickup would then veer off and stay with them on a parallel street. That would last a few minutes, then the whole process would start again, this time with the red Corvette. It was a standard 3-car routine, and usually highly effective. Jeff was onto them though, and so had the advantage. He was relatively sure that he could lose them given enough time. He had only one major worry. It was possible, although unlikely, that the Bureau might have called in satellite assistance. If that happened, he might as well park the car in front of the Bureau's local office and give himself up. Every city in the nation now had several surveillance satellites in high orbit above it. Each was capable of reading the title of a paperback book lying on the ground. He could not hide from that kind of technology. Jeff didn't think this was the case, since he was being tailed. Why waste the time playing such an intricate cat-and-mouse game if they didn't have to? Satellite surveillance took time and planning. They probably couldn't swing it on short notice. He knew, though, that it could begin at any moment. The worst thing that could happen would be if those following him would suddenly disappear for no apparent reason. That would mean he was tagged with the satellite. He had to wrap this up fast. He made it into the seedy section of Covington with his followers intact. He had tried a few small tricks on the way, although nothing flamboyant that would get their suspicions aroused. He just wanted to see if the boys were paying attention. They were. They stayed with him, all the time weaving their intricate pattern. Jeff felt like a mother duck leading 3 very unruly ducklings. Things changed once he was inside the decrepit city. He was heading casually along a 4-lane street, staying with the flow of the light afternoon traffic. Suddenly, without warning, he hit the gas. Helen's car was no speedster, but the wagon did have a good-sized engine. It surged forward, leaving his tailgaters in his wake. "Okay, boys," he said aloud. "Playtime's over. Let's see how good you really are." He gunned the car down the street, weaving haphazardly in and out of traffic. The angry blaring of auto horns followed him. In his rearview mirror he saw the Corvette gaining on him. On its best day, the wagon was no match for it, but Jeff had a few moves left. He hit the brakes and yanked the wheel hard to the right. The car skidded, throwing him against the door. Smoke rose from the tires as the car fishtailed around. Again he floored the gas pedal, and the wagon was off again, this time in the opposite direction. He watched as the Corvette swung furiously around and started after him again. Jeff smiled as he imagined the conversation going on between the 3 cars. They must have expected him to run. Cut off from his headquarters, alone and vulnerable, he would head straight for other members of the network, expecting them to help him escape. He would unintentionally betray another part of the network. Now that plan was scrapped. They knew he had pegged them. They also knew that they were tailing a professional. Their only option was to bring him in now and let the interrogators get what they could out of him. "Sorry, guys," he said to the gaining Corvette, "but I'm not going to play your game." With that, he swerved suddenly down an alley. He was taking a big gamble. Losing a tail like this was a little like playing chess. Not only did he have to know where his opponent was at all times, but he also had to anticipate his next several moves. He was fairly sure that the pickup and the Sussex were one street over, in the opposite direction. Nothing was for certain. The wagon caromed down the narrow alley, its fenders scraping the concrete sides. Sparks flew as metal struck stone. Jeff winced at the thought that this wasn't his car, then put it out of his mind. Wherever she was, he doubted that Helen would care too much. The vet stayed with him, matching him move for move. It was less than 20 yards away now. If he guessed wrong, either the Sussex or the pickup would be blocking the end of the alley just about now. He could see the entrance to the next street. It remained clear and open. "Time to lose you," he said through his clenched teeth. He shot out of the alley and onto a potholed 2-lane street. Immediately he wrenched the car left, narrowly missing a Volvo on one side and the building on the other. There was no sign of the other 2 vehicles, but the vet was still with him. He watched as it skidded out of the alley. It was more maneuverable than the wagon, and so had gained on him. Time to get desperate, he thought. He let the vet get close. He could see the 2 agents in the front seat. Their faces were determined, and one of them was on the radio. Soon the Sussex and the pickup would be there as well. He felt under his jacket for his .45 pistol. Regulations demanded that he always carry it. Then he braced himself against the floorboard. Come on, just a little bit closer. He urged the Corvette on, as if he were a spectator at a football game. The vet drew nearer, coming to within a few feet of his bumper. Jeff waited for a beat longer. Then, he jerked his foot off the gas and hit the brake. The force jolted him against the shoulder strap. The men in the Corvette weren't so lucky. Their car was faster and could make the turns more easily, but it was also paper-thin. Fiberglass met solid steel. The front end of the vet crumpled like paper. Jeff was flung back against the headrest by the impact. He shook his head to clear it, then released the shoulder strap and opened the door. He knew he might have only seconds before the agents in the Corvette recovered. He jumped out of the wagon and pulled out his .45. In all his years with the FBI he had never been forced to take a life, and he didn't intend to start now. Aiming quickly and surely, he fired. 3 lead slugs slammed into the vulnerable engine of the vet. The fragile frame shuddered with the impact, and he could hear a hissing coming from somewhere inside of it. It would not be following anyone for a while. The 2 agents looked stunned for a moment. Then, faces set in grim determination, they pulled out their own weapons and began to climb out of their car. Jeff hopped back into the station wagon and gunned the engine. He could feel his heart pumping with the surge of speed. He took a deep breath to clear his head. 1 down, 2 to go, he said. He had to chuckle a little at the faces of the 2 agents. They had actually thought he was going to fire at them. Didn't they know anything about the people they were trying to stamp out? Obviously not. He turned right at the next intersection, then left at the next, all the while keeping watch for the other two vehicles. The gloves were off now, he knew. By simultaneously wrecking the Corvette and firing his weapon, he had changed the rules. Instead of wanting to arrest him, the other agents would now come out shooting. That meant stray bullets flying all over. An innocent bystander could very well get hurt. The only way to avoid that was to avoid his pursuers. He wished he was driving his own car. The communications gear inside it was sophisticated enough to tap into the bureau bands. Make do, Anderson, he lectured himself. Make do. A sudden idea hit him, and he acted on it immediately. He knew Covington pretty well. Just 2 streets over should be what he was looking for. He cut across 14th Street, all the time looking for the Sussex or the pickup. Still no sign of them. It took him just 2 minutes to find what he was looking for. A 5-story parking garage stood at the next intersection. At this time of day, and in this part of town, it was almost empty. He stopped just before the entrance ramp, and checked the area. He still had not seen the other 2 vehicles, and was beginning to get worried. Either these guys were not all that good, or they had given up. Neither explanation sounded right. Could they have called in satellite surveillance after all? This is ridiculous, he said to no one in particular. I'm going to have to go find the guys who are supposed to be following me. He was about to do just that when the pickup rounded the corner just a few blocks ahead. Traffic here was almost non-existent, so they should see him immediately. He waited another second to make sure, then hit the gas. The tires squealed as he muscled the car into the garage. The wooden barrier was down, and he didn't have time to stop for a ticket. The barrier snapped as he hit it, the jagged edge that was left scraping along the length of the car. Sorry Helen, he thought. Chalk up one more scratch. He hit the up-ramp going twice the recommended speed. The wagon protested as he wound upward. It wasn't built to take tight turns such as this, and more than once hit the concrete walls. Helen's car was beginning to acquire a bit of a weathered look. Jeff rolled down his window and listened. Sure enough, he could hear the squealing of tires over the racket he was making. The pickup was following. He had one shot at this before the Sussex arrived. The wagon screeched to a stop on the 4th level. Getting his bearings quickly, he pulled the car up to the exit. Just then, the pickup burst up the ramp. The agents inside saw him. Jeff could see that one of them was on the communicator, undoubtedly telling those in the Sussex where he was. Soon they would be blocking the entrance to the garage. This had to work. Jeff jumped out of the wagon and sprinted toward the stairs. He could hear the doors of the pickup opening. Just as he reached the exit, a section of the wall next to him exploded, sending shards of concrete everywhere. Somehow they missed his eyes, cutting into his cheeks instead. He could feel them burning as he threw open the door and slammed against the inside wall. He was just barely inside when another bullet followed, smashing into the opposite wall. The door closed with agonizing slowness. Jeff could hear the footsteps of the 2 agents as they ran toward him. His only hope was if they assumed he was going to try to escape on foot. They had to hit the door on a dead run. He waited, heart pounding. The footsteps reached just outside the door. Then it was flung open and 2 youngish men spilled through. The force of their entry took them past Jeff, and they didn't see him for a moment. A moment was all he needed. The first agent went down with a blow to the back of the neck, unconscious but still breathing. The second turned, bringing his weapon around. Jeff saw that it was not a pistol, but a small machine gun. Not terribly accurate at a distance, but more than adequate in close quarters like this. In Jeff's mind, seconds slowed to a crawl. He could see everything in perfect detail. The machine gun swung around to center on his chest, the face of the agent showing both triumph and terror. Jeff had never taken karate or judo, or any other exotic form of hand-to-hand combat, but he knew how to disarm someone. As the gun swung up at him, he moved forward toward the agent. Reaching across his body with his right hand, he grabbed the wrist that held the gun. In the same motion, he swiveled around, his back now facing his opponent. His elbow came up and thrust back, meeting solidly with the nose and mouth of the agent. He crumpled, letting go of the machine gun and falling to the floor. Jeff caught the weapon, and turned to face the fallen agent. There was no need. The poor man was bleeding fiercely from both nose and mouth, and he was down for the count. Carefully Jeff felt for a pulse, and found a steady beat. No permanent damage. Satisfied, he examined the machine gun. Small and deadly, it glimmered in the dim light of the staircase. Carefully he removed the firing pin and then the ammo clip. He placed the now useless weapon on the lap of the agent, then searched the other. This one carried the conventional .45 pistol, a twin of Jeff's own. Again he removed the clip, searching the unconscious agents for spares. Each man had 2 extra, which he confiscated. He was about to leave when a sudden thought struck him. He remembered the Bible stories from his Sunday school days, particularly one about King Saul and soon to be King David. Taking a deep breath, he pulled out his own pistol. Once more he removed the ammo clip and the firing pin. Then, carefully, he laid it on the agent's lap next to the machine gun. Digging into his pocket, he pulled out a withered copy of his own personal New Testament. He held it for a moment, almost caressing it. He had kept it in his desk, buried under a pile of other papers. It was dangerous to keep it there, certainly, but he could never bring himself to part with it. It was one of his most prized possessions. Opening it to the book of John, he set it down on top of the machine gun. It looked totally out of place there, with so much lethal hardware, but somehow, he knew it was the right thing to do. It was time to go. He left the 2 agents there, sleeping peacefully. Let them digest his actions when they woke up. The pickup was still running where the agents left it. Flipping a silent salute to the wagon for a job well done, he slipped inside the pickup and settled himself in. The whole incident in the staircase had taken less than 5 minutes. If he had guessed right, the Sussex would now be in place, blocking the exit to the garage. They had also probably called in backup. He knew the Bureau of Religious Affairs, though. They hated to use the local police. They would call on their own for help, and that would take a little time. He still had a chance to pull this off. Carefully he maneuvered the pickup down the exit ramp. When he got to the first floor, he slowed to a crawl. By now, the agents out front would be getting anxious. They would be out of communication with their comrades, and not know what was going on. He planned to capitalize on their confusion. As he rounded the last turn, he opened the window and leaned out. Yes, the Sussex was there, right where he wanted it to be. It was now or never. He slammed the pickup into gear and hit the gas. It sprung forward with surprising power. He had guessed correctly in assuming it had been beefed up. It barreled off the ramp and through the exit barrier. The last 2 agents were standing outside of their car, their weapons drawn and pointed right at him. Without hesitation, he caromed forward, catching the agents off guard. They had been expecting a station wagon, not one of their own vehicles running them down. Just before it seemed he was going to hit the Sussex broadside, Jeff wrenched the wheel left. He had aimed precisely. The pickup smashed into the front fender of the Sussex, effectively taking out the wheel underneath. The pickup suffered damage, but it could still move. Jeff was tempted to wave at the agents as he drove off, but was too busy watching where he was going and dodging bullets at the same time. He was very glad that there was no one else on the street at the time. Reaching the first intersection, he cut hard right. Now out of sight of the Sussex, he slowed down and contemplated what to do next. He knew that he had only won a brief respite. Soon the Bureau would be hunting him again. Now that he had taken out 6 of their own, it would get a lot worse. He had to disappear, and now. He ran through the location of the safe houses he knew about. There were 7 relatively close by. If he could make it to one of those, he could plan his next move. Suddenly, the enormity of all that had happened that day caught up with him. His trip to the airport, the discovery of the Bureau's involvement in terrorist acts, seeing Scott's wife get off that plane, everything had happened at once. He had to get somewhere where he could have time to sort everything out. He made his decision. Just about 8 miles from here, in one of the few residential sections left in Covington, was the closest safe house. He would go there. He sped up a little, thinking about how to get there safely. One thing was certain. He could not leave a Bureau vehicle parked in front of where he would be hiding. Just up ahead, a public bus was moving slowly in the same direction. Good enough, he told himself. He moved past the bus and found the next stop. Turning into a vacant dead-end street, he parked the pickup out of sight. Throwing the keys as far from it as he could, he hurried to the stop. He arrived just as the bus pulled up. The door opened and he got on, breathing a sigh of relief that he had the correct change. The bus was not heading in the direction he wanted, but that was okay. He planned to go in several random directions before he set a course for the safe house. He settled back in the hard-cushioned seat and watched the city go by. It was dark when he finally reached his destination. It was a simple, single-story wood-frame home, small and comfortable looking. The only way it differed from its companions was that it was somewhat better kept. Jeff checked the address with the number he had remembered, then opened the chain-link fence that surrounded it and walked up to the front door. 20 years ago, this had been a nice neighborhood. Time and wear had taken its toll. Most of the houses he could see were fading fast, just like the rest of the city. He stood for a moment on the small porch, then knocked. Immediately a dog started barking from inside. Jeff could tell from the bark that it was a small dog and represented no threat. He could hear a shuffling sound, then silence. He knew he was being regarded through the peephole. He was suddenly conscious about the way he looked. His clothes were rumpled and unkempt, and the scratches in his cheeks from the bullet ricochet were burning slightly. At this time of night, in this neighborhood, he couldn't blame the residents for being wary. He waited for a moment, then knocked again. The dog, which had stopped barking, started again. This time he heard a shush that undoubtedly came from a human throat. "Hello," he called, trying to make his voice sound as unthreatening as possible. "What do you want?" came an answer from inside. Male, he thought, probably mid-60s. He didn't waste time with explanations or pleasantries. Either he had the right house, or he didn't. There was only one way to find out. That which is born of the flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the Spirit is spirit. He was quoting from the 3rd chapter of John. Word had gone out over the now-defunct computer network that recognition signals were to be taken from the first 3 chapters of John. He hoped that these people had got the message. There was a brief pause, then an answer. "Do not marvel that I said to you, you must be born again." Instantly the door opened to reveal a short stoop-shouldered man who looked indeed to be in his mid-60s. His skin was a shade or two darker than Jeff's, and his wrinkled face showed concern and bemusement. "Don't just stand there, son," he said, "come on in." He moved away from the door and let Jeff pass. Jeff found himself ushered into a tiny living room filled with the clutter that only years of living in the same place can bring. "Have a seat," said the old man, pointing to a worn couch. Jeff sat down, easing back into the stiff cushions. The old man moved to sit across from him in a high-backed chair. He studied the fugitive FBI agent for a moment. "Looks like you've been through the ringer, son," he said, observing the cuts on Jeff's cheeks. Jeff only nodded. "Well, I'll get you some stuff for that. You're on the run, I guess." Again Jeff agreed with a nod. "You can rest here," said the old man. "Been a lot of believers come through this old house. Haven't lost one yet. You sit there and relax, and I'll get you some spray." "You hungry?" "Very," replied Jeff, speaking for the first time. He hadn't eaten since lunch. "I'll get us some food, then. I'm feeling a little empty myself." With that, the old man left the room. When he returned, he was carrying a first aid kit in one hand, and a bowl of delicious-smelling hot stew in the other. For the next hour, he enjoyed the company of this very interesting man. He did not ask his name, that would not be safe, but that did not stop them from sharing experiences. Jeff felt as much at home here as he had at Helen's. He would be able to stay here for a few days at least. Somehow he would find a way to get a message to his fellow believers in his office. Then he would get a message to Scott about Beth, and above all, find out where Helen had been taken. Given time, he could. The front door of the tiny house was shattered. It flew open, breaking into several pieces. 6 men rushed through the now broken door. Before he could react, Jeff found himself looking down the barrel of an entirely too big gun. The old man was trussed up quickly and half carried out of his own house. Jeff had never seen the man holding the gun before. There was a look of triumph and respect in his face. "You're good, Anderson. I'll give you that," said the man. "You almost pulled it off. If you could have been quicker at the garage, you would have made it." "How?" was all Jeff was able to ask. The agent smiled and answered. "Big Brother was on the case," he said, pointing to the sky. "We were able to get it online just before you left the garage. Even then, you almost gave us the slip. Like I said, you're good." The agent motioned to one of his cohorts, who promptly hauled Jeff to his feet and handcuffed him. Jeff didn't try to resist. There were too many of them, and he was too tired. They had used the satellite. Everything he had gone through was for nothing. His shoulders slumped in defeat. He was led to a car that sat alongside the road in front of the house. Just before he was pushed in, another agent came running up and spoke to the one in charge, the one that had complimented Jeff. "Mr. Lynch, what should we do with the other one?" Before Lynch could answer, Jeff spoke up. "He only wanted to help me," he said quietly to Lynch. "He can do you no harm." Lynch regarded Jeff for a moment, then nodded to the agent. "Let him go for now," he said. "We know where to find him again." The agent nodded, and left. Even with the shock of sudden capture, Jeff was surprised. He turned to face Lynch. "Thanks," he said, meaning it. "You didn't have to do that." Shrugging, Lynch replied, "He's small potatoes. You're the one we wanted. Besides, he's not going anywhere. Now get in." Jeff was pushed into the back seat, the door slamming out his hope of escape. He leaned back and closed his eyes as the car drove off. He tried to pray, but could not form the words. His heart beat the question he could not bring himself to ask. Why had God allowed him to be caught now? If he had to be captured, why not before, in the garage, or at Helen's? Why was he allowed to endanger the old man? Why did he have to go through all of that? With these questions swirling around inside of his mind, he was taken off into the night. Less than page asterisk MERGEFORMAT greater than 105. Less than page asterisk MERGEFORMAT greater than 105. Scott reclined the window seat in the rear of the bus back as far as it would go. With a tired sigh, he tried to arrange the lumps in the cushions to accommodate his body. His muscles ached in a dozen places, and his brain felt mushy and slow. The last 3 days had been a blur of open country roads, clandestine meetings, and quick, on-the-go meals. The meetings were an entire story in themselves. He had found himself in locations ranging from an abandoned cabin in the middle of nowhere to a classroom in a local high school. Each stop was unique, and would remain in his memory for the rest of his life. His eyes closed with fatigue as the bus pulled out of Woodrow, a barely there spot on the map that was worse in person. It seemed that the town had died, and just did not know it yet. It was a filthy, decaying place that made Scott want to find a bath and scrub his top 3 layers of skin off, just to be rid of the stench. It was well past midnight. Although he wasn't scheduled to leave until later that morning, his contacts here wanted him out of town as soon as possible. It seemed things were getting dangerous in the area, and no one wanted him around to draw attention. This had been the one low point of his journey so far. Apart from the ever-present danger of being caught, Scott's trip had been one of the most satisfying experiences of his life. Until now, his stay in Woodrow had not gone well. After the success of Cynthiana, and after that Somerset, it was a bitter disappointment. He felt sleep tugging at the corners of his eyes and let his thoughts wander. The family that had sheltered him in Somerset popped into his mind. He had never learned the names, but they had treated him like one of their own. A husband, wife, and 2 teenage daughters, they lived in one of the few suburban communities that made up the area. He had been surprised when they had taken him to a meeting in broad daylight. He had ended up on a high school campus, just after noon. Seeing the students hurrying to and from classes brought back memories of his own carefree high school days. At least they seemed carefree to him now. Upon further reflection, however, he remembered dreading final exams, being left out of cliques, and a general feeling of loneliness. Once his memory was brought into sharper focus, he was very glad his high school days were over. He did not want to go through that volatile age again. The steady hum of the bus motor lulled Scott, and his mind drifted back to the high school in Somerset. The school had been around for a long time. The plaque in front informed him that it was built in the early 60s. Once inside the 3-story main building, he had been led to a small classroom on the 2nd floor. He remembered the distinctive odor that all schools acquire over the years. Part musty, part old, part body odor, it had struck a chord deep inside of him. In a way it had comforted him. It had felt good to know that some things had not changed beyond recognition, yet. Inside the classroom there had been 23 people. Although Scott had been warned about the size of the group, he had still been surprised. After his disastrous experience in Covington, and the clandestine meeting in Cynthiana, he was astonished that these people could gather so openly, especially since he had been told that the principal was a devout atheist. He later discovered that several Christian teachers and the principal's secretary had spent months secretly manipulating the class schedule. Officially, the meeting he attended was Human Development 101, a public sex education class. In addition to the regular students, many adults who were seeking their high school diplomas also attended. As far as the school was concerned, they were there to further their education. As far as those attending were concerned, they were there to worship their Lord. Scott had found it funny that the subject that had caused so much uproar among Christians in the previous decades was now being used to disguise a Bible-believing, fundamental church. As he entered the classroom, one of the daughters had leaned over and whispered in his ear, telling him that he would be asked to speak. That should have put him on his guard, but he had only nodded and taken a seat close to the front. He was again surprised when he was called up right at the beginning. He expected everyone to open in prayer like Marshall Kane's group had done. Instead, he was asked to step forward and introduce himself. Even though he had done it before, he was still trembling when he opened his suitcase and pulled out the small Bible. He held it up for all to see, but this time, there had been no gasps of astonishment like before, nor had they passed the Bible around from person to person. Scott had stood there, holding the Bible, not sure what to do next. He suddenly realized that these folks were expecting him to bring them a message. They did not know that this Bible was theirs. Somewhere along the line, communications had failed. They had known he was coming, but did not know why. At a loss for words, he had simply handed the Bible to the group leader, a dark-haired slender man no older than 25. The leader had looked at him in confusion for a moment, then started to smile a very special smile. It was that smile that Scott was coming to look forward to at each stop. He had nodded a confirmation to the entire group, and suddenly was swamped by hugs and slaps on the back. Everyone, it seemed, wanted to touch him, to thank him. The rest of the time was spent reading scripture and in prayer. The group feasted on passages from all over the Bible, reveling in their new treasure. Scott had accomplished his mission here and had made several lifelong friends. Then came Woodrow. Bright and early the next day he was back on the bus headed south. He was full of confidence, thanks to the success he had enjoyed so far. He rolled into the small town early that afternoon. It was not quite what he had expected. Where Cynthiana was bright and cheerful, Woodrow was dull and lifeless. The same sun shone on both places, but there was an aura of heaviness that lay on the town, a feeling of doom and despair. Following his instructions from Jeff, he had dialed the number he had memorized. It took a while for him to convince the person on the other end that he was genuine. Even answering several quotes from all over the book of John didn't satisfy the old woman who had answered. Finally, he was instructed to go to a certain abandoned farmhouse several miles outside of town and wait. Not wanting to take a cab or bus, he had walked the distance. It was after 6 when he finally got there. The farmhouse was indeed abandoned, the windows boarded and the front door padlocked. Tired from the walk, and not knowing what else to do, he found a place on the front porch where he could rest. From his vantage point, he had a wide-angle view of the country road but could not readily be seen. He waited there for almost 3 hours. It was dark, and well past 9, when someone finally came for him. He had not eaten since before noon and was getting hungry. Unfortunately, the old woman who showed up did not offer him anything to eat. Scott thought it was the same woman he had spoken to before, but could not be sure. She had driven up in a rickety old pickup truck with one headlight out. Cautiously she approached Scott, holding a flashlight in one hand and a small caliber pistol in the other. The pistol made Scott nervous. Still he tried. He squinted at the light shining directly into his eyes and smiled reassuringly, holding both hands in front of him. He was easily a good head taller than her, even taking into account her slight stoop. She looked him up and down, as if pronouncing sentence. Finally she spoke. "You on the run, boy?" she had asked in a low, rasping voice. "I'm headed south," he replied, nodding. "Friends gave me your number before I left." The woman continued to examine him, then shook her head. "You've come at the wrong time," she said flatly. "Things have been bad here. 2 of my best friends disappeared last week. I'm probably next. Our group stopped meeting a few days ago. We decided to break up. I'm afraid we can't help you here." Scott's heart had broken at the hopeless tone in the woman's voice. "Maybe I can help you, then," he replied, reaching very slowly into his hip pocket. He had removed a Bible from his suitcase before she had arrived, and now he pulled it out. Stepping forward, he held it out to her. For a moment, she wavered. Then she took it from his outstretched hands. With the utmost gentleness, she flipped through the pages. In doing so, she moved the flashlight, pointing it upward. Scott got a glimpse of her wrinkled face and saw a struggle between conflicting emotions, part of her longing to hold the Bible, the other terrified of keeping it. Finally, she pushed it back into his hands. "Sorry," she said roughly, "but I can't take this." "I don't understand," began Scott. "I thought. Quote. "You thought wrong," interrupted the woman, a dangerous edge in her voice. The pistol was not quite pointed at Scott, but not exactly pointed away either. The flashlight came back down and her face was once again in darkness. "Do you know what's been going on here?" she asked. "We can't go out of our houses without looking over our shoulders. We don't dare speak to each other in public. We should have stopped meeting weeks ago. Maybe then my friends wouldn't have disappeared. You can't know what we've sacrificed." Scott sensed her disgust as she finished her speech. For a moment, he felt sympathy for her and for her plight. Then he remembered the unstoppable courage of Jeff Anderson, and the unflinching dedication of Helen Bradley. Those two were in positions to lose far more than this poor frightened woman, but they did not waver. He thought of his own sacrifice, the loss of his wife. His sympathy disappeared, to be replaced by pity. He remembered trying to encourage her, to convince her to take the Bible in spite of her fears, but she would have none of it. She had insisted that he be gone before the next day. Within an hour, he had found himself alone at the bus station, dropped off by the old woman without so much as a goodbye or Godspeed. She had simply driven off into the darkness. After a long 2-hour wait, he had boarded his bus and was off again. The visit to Woodrow had left a bad taste in his mouth. He shifted his position in the passenger seat, trying to ignore his growling stomach. He had bought a soda and a bag of potato chips at the station, but the snack did not satisfy him for long. He tore his thoughts off Woodrow. The darkness was complete outside, broken only by the occasional homestead. A melancholy loneliness settled over him as the trip progressed. The pain of losing Beth was always there, waiting for a quiet moment to come forward. He wished he had someone to talk to share that pain with. He wondered how Helen was, and Jeff. What were they doing at this moment? Probably, he knew, getting someone to safety, or sending out a load of Bibles to churches across the nation. Right then, he wanted nothing more than to be with them. With an effort of will, he concentrated on the immediate future. His early departure from Woodrow had forced a change in plans. He would now arrive at his next stop, Hoggansville, Georgia, at about 3 a.m., instead of the planned 1 p.m., the following afternoon. He didn't want to call anyone that early, so he would have to wait at the bus station for several hours. There was one good thing in this, he reflected. He had been somewhat apprehensive about traveling through Atlanta in the middle of the day. Even after years of redesigning and rerouting, the big southern city still had mammoth traffic problems. Had he stayed with his original schedule, he would be getting there during the noon rush. Now he would get through in the middle of the night. The last thing he wanted was to be stuck in traffic in a major metropolitan area. He hadn't seen a newscast since leaving Covington, but according to Marshall Kane, they were still searching hard for him. Slowly, the thrum of the bus and the darkness gently rocked Scott to sleep. His last thoughts were of the old woman in Woodrow. No doubt she, as well as her friends, had suffered. Still, it was heartbreaking that she had given up. Scott could understand. He remembered his own fear the night he and Beth had attended their meeting. It was something he had to wrestle with on a daily basis, but he had not given up. He only hoped that somehow that little old woman would find the courage to keep going. Being stamped out by the forces of the enemy was one thing, letting your light die because of fear was something else entirely. Scott awoke as the bus jerked to a stop. Slowly he came to, shaking the cobwebs out of his head. He looked out the window, and saw that it was still dark, and that he was at some sort of terminal. The harsh glare of the station lights caused him to squint. Time flies when you're sleeping, he thought as he gathered up his suitcase and made ready to leave. A quick check of his watch stopped him short. He had been asleep for less than 2 hours. This trip should have taken at least twice that long. Where was he? The voice of the driver suddenly came on over the speaker. "Ladies and gentlemen, we're sorry for the delay, but due to circumstances beyond our control, We have been forced to make an unscheduled stop here in Atlanta. Hopefully we will be on our way in a matter of hours. For you that have connections to make, we apologize. The rest of the line has been notified, and arrangements are being made. We do ask that you remain seated until we have been cleared to leave. Thank you. Scott sat back down heavily. Atlanta. He looked outside at the terminal, wondering what was happening. His question was answered all too soon. Two men in grey suits came out of the terminal and crossed the parking area to Scott's bus. As he watched, they came on board. Scott shifted his attention to the front, where they were now talking to the driver. He was beginning to get nervous. The two men finished their conversation and began to move slowly down the aisle. They stopped at the second row of seats, where the first passengers sat. Leaning out into the aisle, he distinctly heard one of them say, "Identification, please." Quickly Scott ducked back into his row. His mind was racing, trying to figure out what to do. He took a deep breath to calm himself. They might not be looking for him, he knew, but he wasn't about to take a chance on that. He pulled up his suitcase and held it close, watching as the two men came closer. There was nowhere to run. If they decided to take him in, and search his suitcase. Thinking fast, Scott opened the suitcase. The bus was only about half full, and no one was in his row. That, coupled with the darkness, might hide him long enough to hide the Bibles. He raised the false bottom just a few inches and stuck his hand into the hidden recess. Two at a time, he pulled out the remaining Bibles and stuffed them into the cracks between the seats. Then, setting his teeth, he pulled hard at the plastic false bottom. It wasn't hard to rip out, and Scott slid this underneath the seat next to him. Looking up, he saw that the two men were almost halfway to him. Quickly he closed the suitcase and placed it back down at his feet. He breathed a sigh of relief that he had kept it there and not in the compartments overhead. Heart pounding, he pulled out his phony identification and waited for the men to get to him. It didn't take long. "Identification, please." The man spoke to Scott the same way he had spoken to the other passengers. He looked tired, and somewhat bored. Scott took this as a good sign. They must be checking all of the bus routes, not just this particular bus. The man was holding up a badge in a black leather wallet, signifying that he was with the Bureau of Religious Affairs. Hoping that the man would not notice the slight tremble to his hand, he dropped the plastic card into the outstretched palm. The man took it and inserted it into a piece of equipment about the size of a small radio. There was a moment's pause, then he handed it back. "Thank you," he said, and returned to the front of the bus. Again there was a brief conversation with the driver and the two agents left, returning to the terminal. Scott considered fainting with relief, but decided against it. The bus was still not moving. This wasn't over yet. 10 more minutes passed. Then, one of the agents returned. Scott could see that it was the one who had asked to see his identification. He boarded the bus, and spoke in a loud voice from the front. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, "we need to verify some of your identifications. Please do not be alarmed. This is strictly routine. As you have probably heard, there is a nationwide manhunt for a known terrorist. We have had reports that he could be headed in this direction, and so are checking all of the public transportation routes. Your cooperation is appreciated, and expected. Now, would the following persons please go inside the terminal? You will be instructed as to where to go from there." With this, the agent looked down at a clipboard he was carrying. Will Smith, a young man of about 20, got up from the front, looking rather scared. He squeezed past the agent and left the bus. James Dover, another young man, perhaps the companion of the first, followed. The agent resumed his task, calling out 7 more names. Each one he called showed signs of surprise and fear. Scott held his breath as each name was called. He was beginning to hope that he would be passed over. Gregory Andropoulos. The name hit him like a punch in the stomach. He let out a sharp sigh. Then, since he could do nothing else, he stood and walked forward. He left his suitcase by his seat. Perhaps he would pass the inspection and be able to return, but he doubted it. Once inside the terminal, he saw the others who had been called off standing in a loose group next to the ticket counters. All of them looked frightened. As soon as he joined them, the second agent appeared and led him down a narrow hall. He stopped at the end where 2 doors faced each other on either side. Motioning for the group to go into one, he disappeared into the other. Scott followed, looking back the way he had come. The second agent was there, trailing after them. The room was plain, the only furniture being hard metal and plastic chairs. The white walls blended almost perfectly with the white ceiling and white tile floor. There weren't enough chairs to seat everyone, so Scott motioned to one of the others to sit. He leaned against the wall opposite the door. The rest of the group spread themselves out, looking more confused than scared. Just a few minutes had passed when the first agent opened the door and stuck his head inside. Will Smith. The young man stood and nodded. "This way, please," said the agent, and opened the door for him. Will left the room and the door was shut again. Scott wondered what was going on across the hall. Certainly some form of identification process. He looked around and saw that the chair that Mr. Smith had just vacated was in a direct line with the room next door. Maybe he could get a glimpse at what the agents were up to from there. He had no sooner sat down when the door opened again. The same agent leaned inside. "James Dover," he said, and the second young man got up. The agent opened the door wider for Mr. Dover to pass through. For just a few seconds, Scott got an unobstructed view. Will Smith was standing there, framing the doorway, waiting for his friend. He wore a look of happy relief. Evidently he had passed the test. Scott strained to see past him, and his heart sank. There in the room was a table, and on the table was an electronic apparatus. Scott recognized it from Jeff's description, a retinal scanner. There was no mistaking the eyepiece or the rest of the configuration. Jeff had described it too well. The door shut, and he was left with the dwindling group. There was nothing he could do, he knew. They had him. Once he peered into that eyepiece, he would be positively identified as Scott Sampson. It would be all over. His fingers drummed on the arm of the chair. Think. He practically screamed at himself. There must be an alternative. Surely he could do something other than just wait meekly to be arrested. Once again the agent opened the door and called one of his fellow passengers forward. As Scott watched, she was taken into the next room like the others. As the door shut, he noticed something that made him sit up straight. Both agents were inside the other room with the door shut. He remembered the bored look the one who had taken his identification had worn. They had obviously been doing this for several hours, even days, and were starting to get careless. On impulse, he activated the stopwatch function of his watch. A wild idea had sprung into his head, full-blown and ready to act upon. He knew that if he sat and thought about it, he would lose his nerve. His only chance was to act now. Besides, what more could they do to him if he tried to run? He had nothing to lose. The agent stuck his head inside again and called out another name. As soon as the door shut, Scott started the timer. The next few minutes were the longest of his life. His plan would crumble like a stale cracker if he was called in next. His only hope was if the agents were calling in the passengers in the order they were taken off the bus. 2 minutes. Scott tried to picture the layout of the terminal in his head. He had only seen a small part of it. If he turned right out of the hall, he should end up in the front of the building. From there he would have to find a way out of the immediate area. The problem would be, of course, that his phony identity was now useless. Once the agents discovered him missing, they would start a thorough search of the immediate area. His name and description would be on every major system within minutes. His only asset was that he had enough cash to get him out of the city, so he didn't have to rely on credit or bank cards. 3 minutes. The adrenaline was beginning to race through Scott's system, causing him to think fast and clearly. Everything else seemed to run in slow motion. His mind worked furiously, trying to think of any transportation that would get him to his destination. A tapping jarred him back to reality, but it was only one of his fellow passengers tapping his foot nervously on the floor. 4 minutes. He grasped his left wrist, holding his watch tightly. Surely the agent would be coming in soon. He started to tap his toe on the floor, in rhythm with his neighbor, but forced himself to stop. He could not take much more of this. How long did a retinal scan? The door opened. "Alicia Roberts," said the agent, still looking bored and half asleep. A middle-aged woman rose and left the room. The door shut. It was now or never. Scott restarted his watch. Then he rose and walked quickly to the door. Looking back, he saw his fellow passengers staring at him. "Tell those guys that I had to go to the John or else there would have been an accident." There was a nervous chuckle from the rest, and he turned back to the door. His heart went to his mouth when he grasped the knot. It occurred to him that it might be locked, thus nullifying his plan. It wasn't. Trying to appear nonchalant, he stepped into the hall and closed the door behind him. His watch told him that less than a minute had passed, even if subjectively it felt like a year. The door to the other room remained closed. Gathering his courage, he headed down the hall at a quick walk. It took all of his self-control not to break into a mad dash. He emerged from the hall and paused to scan the terminal. It occurred to him that, although he hadn't seen anyone else, there might be other agents waiting. There was no time to waste. The main lobby of the terminal was an open space not too much different from the one in Covington. To his left, 10 glass doors led to the departure area. To his right, 10 identical doors led outside to the front of the building. For just a moment, he was tempted to go back to his bus for the Bibles. It tore him up inside to leave them there. Sooner or later they would be found and probably confiscated. He remembered the joy of his friends in Cynthiana and Somerset when he had given them their copies. He stood there in indecision, wanting to go back and knowing he couldn't. Then he forced himself to turn right. Once outside he paused again to get his bearings. Straight ahead was the main parking lot. At this time of night, it was practically deserted. He could see only 3 cars sitting there under the harsh amber lights. They were parked side by side, sitting parallel to the terminal. Beyond that was a deserted 4-lane street. The city of Atlanta rose up all around him. The tall skyscrapers glowed in the darkness, seeming somehow unearthly. There was a heavy silence in the cool spring air, as if the entire city was waiting for something to happen. Scott had absolutely no idea which way to turn, and time was running out. His stopwatch continued to run, now passing the 3-minute mark. If the agents followed their pattern, they would discover him missing in less than a minute. He forced himself not to take off in just any direction. He knew that if he panicked now, he was lost. His only hope was to do the unexpected. The problem was, he had no idea what they would not expect. Oh heck, he growled under his breath. It was the closest he had come to cursing since before that meeting in Covington. Any direction was as good as the other, he realized. He started across the parking lot, nervously looking back toward the terminal. Nothing yet. He picked up his pace a little, glancing at his watch. The tiny numbers displayed 4 minutes on the dot. His time had run out. He reached the edge of the lot and again looked back. Everything appeared normal, and he was just about to cross the street when the corner of his eye caught a rapid movement inside. Someone was running toward the exit. Scott didn't have time to think. Later, he would swear that someone had ordered him to do what he did. He had simply obeyed. Just as the agent burst out of the terminal, he dove between 2 of the cars. Hunkering down, he cautiously peeked up through the window of the one facing the terminal. He could see the agent through the dirty glass looking wildly in every direction. He was obviously upset and angry. He began to turn to go back inside, then changed his mind. Instead he started running through the parking lot, heading straight toward Scott. Scott ducked down out of sight. He could hear the footsteps of the approaching agent drawing closer. He would be discovered in seconds. Heart pounding, he dropped to the blacktop. Flat on his back, he slid under the center car. From his vantage point, he could see the agent's feet, still heading toward him. He held his breath as they drew even with, then passed his position and continued on out of sight. He waited, knowing they would be coming back. Sure enough, in a few moments they returned. The agent was still running, now headed back to the terminal. Scott strained to listen as the footsteps faded away. As soon as they ceased, he dragged himself out from under the car. Tiny pieces of gravel bit into his exposed neck and arms. Slowly he lifted his eyes over the car door. He could see the agent through the window, hurrying back to the terminal. As Scott watched, he opened the door and went inside. Scott's head slumped onto the cool metal of the car. His heart beat like a snare drum, tapping out a quick, uneven rhythm. He had to get out of here now. Soon this place would be crawling with unfriendly faces. There was nothing to do but to leg it as far away from the bus station as he could. Setting his face in a look of grim determination, he left the refuge of the cars and hit the street. There was a sidewalk running along both sides. Crossing the street, he began a fast-paced walk, continuously glancing back at the terminal. There was still no action there, but Scott knew he had a matter of minutes to clear the area. As soon as he could, he changed directions. Coming to an intersection, he turned left. The terminal was now out of sight, which helped his state of mind a little. He was following another 4-lane street, although there was now much more traffic despite the lateness of the hour. Atlanta did not sleep. Again Scott changed directions at the next intersection. He was now a block away from the terminal. Just as he turned, he saw a city police car coming toward him. Quickly he ducked into a narrow alley that had just presented itself. He scurried in about 20 feet and then flattened himself against the wall. The police car passed the opening, neither stopping nor slowing. Panting, he leaned against the hard wall. This was getting him nowhere, he realized. He had never been to Atlanta, and had no idea of the layout of the city. Slowly he let his knees buckle, sliding down the wall to a crouch. There must be some way to get safely out of this city, he thought. He closed his eyes and tried to think, but no ideas would come. He sat there for what seemed like an eternity. His thoughts ran in circles, chasing themselves. He was starting to get frustrated and angry. Here he was, trapped in a strange town, with no friends, and no transportation. Jeff had not given him any numbers for this area, so he had no idea where any safe houses might be. Jeff had given him the necessary passwords to access the computer network, but he did not know where to find a public terminal. In short, he was stuck, as marooned as if he had been on a deserted island. How in God's name? And it hit him. Perhaps he wasn't going to get out of this. Maybe it was God's will now for him to be captured, but when was the last time he had asked God about it? When was the last time he had prayed? Not in a meeting, with other believers, but just himself, one-on-one with God. With something akin to shame, he realized that he had not truly asked his Saviour for guidance since Covington. Here he was, playing missionary, trying to encourage underground churches to keep believing, and he himself wasn't even praying. Too much James Bond, he realized. He had been caught up in the worry, and yes, excitement of the chase, and had forgotten the reason behind it all. Some missionary, he thought, disgusted with himself. Well, it might be too late to get out of this, but it wasn't too late for prayer. In fact, it was never too late. With that, Scott closed his eyes and began to talk to his Lord. "Oh, God," he said aloud, and stopped. He could not go on. The words froze in his throat. Everything he had been through, starting with that fateful meeting in Covington, crashed through his mind. He sat there in that alley, unable to put into words what he wanted to say. His mind seemed frozen, unwilling to let his thoughts flow. Unbidden, tears formed at the corners of his eyes. "Oh, God," he cried again, his voice breaking. "I don't know what to say. I don't know what to ask. Please, show me." He shook his head violently, as if shaking off an insect that had landed in his hair. "Oh, God," he repeated, "I am your child. You adopted me into your family when I accepted your Son as my Savior. You promised that you would never leave nor forsake me. In Jesus' name, I ask that you guide me." At the mention of his Lord's name, his mind and heart were released, and the words began to flow. "Forgive me for relying on my own strength," he prayed. "In trying to do your work, I've neglected to ask you for guidance. Forgive my arrogance and pride. Whatever you have for me to do, I will do it. Should it mean capture, or even death, I will follow you. Show me the way to go. It is in Jesus' name I ask this." Scott finished his prayer, but kept his head bowed, as if waiting for an answer. "There's somebody back here." The voice came from just a few feet away. Startled, Scott looked up at the entrance of the alley. A figure stood there, silhouetted by the city lights. "Hello," repeated the voice. From the sound of it, it belonged to an old man. Scott scrambled to his feet and brushed himself off. "Just resting," he said, walking slowly toward the figure. The thought of running did not even enter his mind. He came to the mouth of the alley and stood just a few feet away from the old man, who was leaning forward, peering into the blackness. When he saw Scott, he rocked back on his heels. "Didn't mean to intrude, young fella," he said, looking up at Scott. "I'm the night watchman for the office building there." He pointed at the building on Scott's right. "I was just making my rounds when I saw you through that window up there. Thought I'd better check it out." "I didn't mean any trouble," said Scott. "My bus got delayed, and I didn't want to hang around the terminal." The old man nodded. "Can't say as I'd like to spend too much time there myself," he replied. "Filthy place. Where are you headed?" "Florida," said Scott. The words slipped out before he realized what he was saying. He must be tired if he was being this careless. "I have friends there," he finished lamely. The old man just stared at him for a moment, then turned and walked back out onto the street. He motioned for Scott to follow. You might as well be comfortable then, he said over his shoulder. Come on up to my office. I've got some hot coffee and soup. Hungry. Actually, Scott was famished. He had been running on adrenaline and potato chips for the last several hours. Taking a couple of quick steps, he caught up with the watchman. You do this often? He asked. Take in strangers, I mean. Never, as a matter of fact, replied the old man. Then why? Scott began, but was interrupted. Let's just say it's something I need to do, was the vague reply. With that the old man shut up and led Scott into a darkened office building that formed one wall of the alley. There was something disquieting about the man, Scott felt. He was almost familiar, in a queer sort of way. Watch your step, cautioned the watchman as he led the way up 2 flights of stairs and into a small but cozy office. Have a seat, he said, motioning to a comfortable-looking overstuffed lounger. Scott sank gratefully into the softness, listening to the air rush out of the cushions. His nose picked up the scent of hot bean soup simmering on a small burner that sat atop a battered desk. His mouth began to water. The watchman moved over to a small refrigerator and pulled out a can of soda. Tossing it to Scott, he then took a large plastic bowl off the top of the refrigerator and filled it to the brim with the soup. Reaching into a drawer he pulled out a big rounded spoon, and handed both to Scott. It's a bit hot, he warned as he turned his back and fixed himself. Another bowl of soup. Scott waited politely as he sat down at the desk. His stomach was beginning to growl so loudly that he knew the watchman must hear it. Don't wait for me, now, said his host. This is my second bowl. You go ahead. Scott dipped his spoon into the thick liquid and stirred slowly. He had never been so thankful for anything in his life. Carefully he brought the steaming spoon to his mouth, and stopped. It was true, he realized. He had never been so grateful for anything in his life, and no matter what the old man might say, he knew he must thank the one really responsible. He replaced the spoon and bowed his head. Lord, he prayed silently, thank you so much for this food, and for the one you sent to bring it. In Jesus' name, Amen. He looked up to see the old man regarding him thoughtfully. Don't see much of that anymore, he said softly. Scott merely shrugged. The old man didn't seem ready to rush out and call the police, so he let the matter rest. He took a firm grip on the spoon and this time stuffed a lion's share of soup into his mouth. It was the most wonderful thing he had ever tasted. Now that it had cooled a little, it was just warm enough to give that delightful burning sensation all the way down the throat to the stomach. Eagerly, he took another bite. Before he knew it, he had finished the bowl. The watchman pointed to the burner. Plenty left, he said around a full mouth. Scott obliged, and soon was working on his second bowl. They ate in silence, not talking as if by common agreement. By the time he finished his second bowl, Scott was beyond full and well on his way to being stuffed. He swallowed the last spoonful and leaned back into the chair contentedly. His tired eyes closed, and before he knew it, he was asleep. The night watchman studied him for a moment, then reached under the desk. He pulled out an old woolen blanket and, moving on tiptoe, gently laid it over his guest. Rest well, my friend, rest well, he said softly. For you, the most dangerous time is yet to come. Scott, wake up. Come on, son. It's time to go. Slowly Scott regained consciousness, becoming vaguely aware that the watchman was shaking his shoulder. He opened his eyes and found himself still in the office. His back was cramped from being in one position for so long, and there was a thick taste in his mouth. Blinking several times, his eyes finally focused on the old man. What? He asked, not quite awake yet. Despite his recent adventures, he still wasn't used to coming to in strange places. I said, it's time to get up. My shift is almost over, and the people that work here will be showing up soon, replied the watchman. Scott looked down at his watch and saw that it was past 5 o'clock in the morning and still dark outside. He rubbed the sleep out of his eyes and shook the blanket off. Standing, he arched his back in a huge stretch, and felt some of the kinks work themselves out. His host was gathering the soup bowls and utensils into a battered duffel bag. Casually he strolled over to the window and looked down into the alley. He could just barely see where he had hidden from the police car. The office was a bit stuffy now, and he tried to open the window to get some fresh air. It would not move, and further inspection revealed that it was permanently bolted down. He turned back and saw that the watchman had finished putting his things away. I never got your name, he said, the tone of his voice making it a question. Never gave it, was the simple reply. Scott waited, but no further answer was forthcoming. Well, I just wanted to say thanks. The food and the rest really helped. The watchman merely grunted, setting the duffel bag onto the floor. Scott waited patiently as he busied himself straightening up the desk. Finally he glanced up at Scott. By the way, just how long was that layover at the bus station? You don't seem in any particular hurry to get back there. Scott bit his lip, wondering what to say. Before he could formulate an answer, the watchman continued. You slept through some interesting times, last night. A lot of police action hereabouts. Some sort of agent came right to this building. He knocked loud enough to raise the dead. Know what he wanted? Scott could only shrug. He was looking for a fugitive. Seems like someone slipped right through their fingers. Isn't that interesting? Scott was already on his way to the door. There was no doubt that the watchman knew he was the one the police were looking for. He didn't know what he was up to, but he wasn't about to hang around long enough to find out. With surprising speed, the old man was suddenly standing in front of the door. Although Scott thought he could move him by force, he stopped. The old man was frowning, but there was a twinkle in his eye. I know you're tired, son, he said, a slight reprimand in his voice, but you need to start thinking a little straighter. Do you really think I'm a threat to you? If I had wanted to turn you in, I would have done so last night. Scott hesitated, not knowing what to do. What do you want? He finally thought of asking. Now it was the old man's turn to shrug. From you, nothing at all. You're going to have to make up your mind, son. You can walk out of here now and probably be picked up before you make 2 blocks, or you can believe me when I tell you that I don't mean you any harm. Believe it or not, I can help you. What's it going to be? Scott did not consider himself to be a good judge of people. More than once he had been hurt by so-called friends who betrayed his trust. Being on the run for the past few weeks had taught him one thing, though. He had learned to make hard, fast decisions. Before, he would always dither, not wanting to commit to any course of action until the last possible second. Those days were gone. In his current situation, if he hesitated, he was lost. He made one of those decisions now. All right, he said. How can you help me, and more importantly, why would you risk trouble with the law in order to do it? The old man smiled and moved away from the door. I'll answer your second question first, he said. I want to help you because I overheard you praying last night. That's what brought me down to get you. It's been a while since I heard anyone pray like that, and I rather fancied being an answer, at least, part of your answer. As to how, well, I can't get you all the way to Florida, but I can help you find someone who can get you there. So how about it? Okay, nodded Scott. Somehow he knew that this old man was telling the truth. So what do you want me to do? Just follow me, replied the watchman. With that, he picked up his duffel bag and walked out of the office. He led Scott through a different hall than the one he had come up in last night, and down a different flight of stairs. This led to a rear exit, which in turn led to a small, private parking lot. The only vehicle there was a powder blue compact pickup truck. The old man motioned for him to get in. The sky was just showing a hint of daylight as they drove off. Scott was grateful for the nap he had, but he couldn't help wishing that just once he could sleep till noon. It was one luxury fugitives were not allowed, he decided. The watchman navigated the truck through the streets of Atlanta, encountering only light traffic. After a 15-minute ride, they turned onto an expressway. Scott saw that it was Interstate 75, the same one that he had used to take Beth to the airport. Once again, the feelings of loss, grief, and regret threatened to engulf him, but he ruthlessly pushed them aside. They drove south on 1 to 75, gradually leaving the city behind them. The watchman had not spoken during the brief trip, and Scott wondered where they were going. His question was answered soon enough. They pulled off the expressway after traveling about 10 miles. Scott had noted 2 state police cars passing them on the way, but neither had taken any notice of the small blue truck. The watchman turned onto the exit ramp and gradually decreased his speed. Scott looked around, but the only places he could see were a couple of gas stations and a truck stop. They came to a stop at the end of the ramp. Checking in all directions, the watchman turned onto the 2-lane highway. It turned out that he was headed for the truck stop. They pulled onto the wide expanse of blacktop, carefully making their way along a row of mammoth 18-wheel monsters. Finally they reached the truck stop itself, a one-story structure that housed a restaurant, showers, and gift shop. Bright neon lights ran along the top, and stood out in stark relief against the gradually lightening sky. There was a row of large windows in front, and Scott could see that the restaurant was fairly crowded. The watchman came to a complete stop. "Inside there is a man who will take you where you're going," he said, nodding at the edifice. "Who is he?" asked Scott, peering inside. The watchman smiled mischievously. "You'll have to find him," he answered. "Just ask around for anyone heading to Florida." "Excuse me." Scott did not like the turn things were taking. The watchman knew he was a fugitive. Why take chances like this? The watchman turned to face him squarely, and he found himself looking into two dark blue pools. There was no trace of falsehood there. He knew beyond a doubt that this man was not lying to him. Strangely, the sense of familiarity increased. Scott had a very strong feeling that he had seen him before. "Listen, Scott," said the watchman, "someone is in there who can take you safely to your destination. That someone desperately needs something that you have. Find him." He motioned for Scott to get out. Bewildered, he complied. When he shut the door, the watchman leaned over and rolled down the window. "Trust in God, Scott," he said. "No matter what. You still have many trials ahead, but if you give him control, you'll make it. I promise. Here." With that the watchman threw out his duffel bag. "There's enough food in there to last for a few days, as well as a change of clothes. Now get going." As Scott stood dumbfounded, the watchman put his truck in gear and with a final wave, drove off. Scott stood there and watched him pull out of the parking lot and disappear down the road. Just who was that man? How could he possibly know about any of Scott's trials? He turned to enter the truck stop, and it hit him. Pieces fell into place with such force that it knocked the breath out of him. He had to sit down. Sinking to the short curb that ran the length of the building, he put his head into his hands. His mouth was dry, and his heart was beating frantically. He started to shake. Something extraordinary had just happened. The watchman had called him by name. Not the bogus one on his current identification, but his real name. Twice. First was this morning, when he had awakened him, and the second was just now as he drove off. Scott knew that he had never given him any name, much less his real one. Another thought hit him. The watchman had said that he had heard Scott praying, and had come down to invite him up. Scott remembered the window in the watchman's office. It was sealed shut. There was no way he could have heard him from that office, and he sure wasn't in the alley when Scott got there. What was going on? He was already reeling from the 1-2 punch of the first two realizations when the third hit him. The watchman had looked familiar, and now he knew why. He had seen him before. Scott's forehead broke out into a cold sweat as he remembered the night that Beth had died. He could see her disappearing down the boarding ramp. He felt the tug at his sleeve, and an old man assuring him that he would see her again. The same man. A sudden chill ran through Scott's body. There was no denying the fact, Scott Sampson had just had an encounter with the supernatural. There was no other way to explain it. He thought of the watchman's words at the airport. "You'll see her again," he had said. Scott knew it would happen. He would meet his wife again in heaven. Still, there was something in the way he said it. Suddenly, Scott's mood lightened. God had not forgotten him. He was still there, caring, watching, and protecting. All he had to do was follow his guidance. The rest would fall in place. With a newly found resolve, he stood. There was much to do. "The watchman," he said under his breath, looking in the direction his new friend had disappeared. "You wouldn't tell me your name, my friend, but I think, watchman, may suit you better than anything." As the sky brightened, he shouldered the duffel bag and made his way into the truck stop. He was determined to find the mysterious man who could get him to his destination. A multitude of odors assailed him as he pushed through the glass doors and into the dining area. First and foremost was the scent of hot food. Although he had stuffed himself on soup just a few hours ago, he was ready for breakfast. The restaurant took up half the space of the building, the other half holding the gift shop and showers. A serving counter ran the length of the dining area, lined with customers sitting on cushioned metal stools. Behind the counter were 3 harried waitresses scurrying to fill orders. Across a narrow aisle, behind the stools, was a row of 10 red vinyl booths, all occupied. Just to his right was an old-style computer cash register, and lined up in front of it were several folks waiting to pay their bill. Scott stood there for a moment, not quite sure what to do. He could not just make an announcement to everyone in general, asking who might be going to Florida. The noise level in the restaurant certainly prevented that. The air was full of sounds, most of them loud. Utensils clinking off plates, a radio blaring out oldies of the 80s. And the conversation. It seemed everyone was talking at the same time, and no one was listening. Just how was he supposed to find someone in this mess? With a mental shrug, he moved into the chaos. Spotting an empty stool, he slid up to the counter. The two men on either side ignored him completely, the one on the left reading a newspaper and the one on the right concentrating on his breakfast. A food-stained menu was leaning up against the sugar dispenser at his right, and he picked it up. Just as he opened it, one of the waitresses, an attractive young woman of about 25, moved to stand in front of him. Her bright blonde hair was drawn up under a hairnet, and her horn-rimmed glasses gave her a scholarly look. "Coffee?" she asked in a lilting voice, holding a pot of the brew in an almost pouring position. "Please," replied Scott, his voice carefully neutral. From somewhere under the counter she produced a cup and saucer and splashed a generous portion of the thick black fluid into it. She then pulled out a pad and pencil from her apron. "What can I get for you today?" she asked, smiling a practiced smile. Although he had not had time to look at the menu, he pretty much knew what he wanted. "Blueberry pancakes," he ordered, replacing the menu. The waitress wrote down the order and started to move off. Scott held up a hand to stop her. He had to begin somewhere. "Something else?" asked the waitress. The name tag on her beige uniform read Sandy. "I'm trying to get to Florida," he said. "Do you know anyone here that might be headed in that direction?" The man on his right glanced over in his direction. He was wearing a green John Deere cap, a plaid flannel shirt, and green work pants. His face was unshaven and dirty, and a bulging belly threatened to burst the buttons on his shirt. Scott heard him muttering something under his breath. Although he couldn't hear everything he said, one word he did pick up sounded like, "bum." The rest was unrepeatable. Scott felt suddenly uncomfortable and out of place. "Quiet, Nate," said the waitress, her tone reproving, just on the verge of being angry. "He's not causing any trouble. Now you just sit there and eat." With a last angry look at Scott, Nate turned back to his plate. "Don't pay any attention to him," said Sandy. "He picked up some girl here last month. Said she was going to Macon, and needed a ride. Really came on to him. Promised that she'd be real grateful if you know what I mean." Sandy winked. Embarrassed, Scott only nodded. "Turned out she had a gun, though your guess is as good as mine as to where she hid it, with that outfit. Did you ever find out, Nate?" Nate glared at her, then went back to his food. "Anyway," continued Sandy, "she forced him to pull off the road. A bunch of her friends were waiting. They took his rig, his money, and his pants." She chuckled a little, then immediately sobered. "Most of these guys," she said, looking around the crowded restaurant, "have been held up at one time or another. These days, it's getting worse. None of them pick up hitchhikers much anymore." "I don't want any trouble," reassured Scott. "I'm just trying to get to Florida. I've got family there." Well, it was true, he thought to himself. All Christians were family, in theory, anyway. Sandy nodded. "Let me get your order in," she said. "Then we'll see what we can do." With that she turned and disappeared into the kitchen. Scott sipped at the hot coffee. The bitter liquid warmed and revived him, and he felt the few remaining kinks from his short sleep ease themselves out of his neck. Next to him, Nate finished his breakfast and picked up his check. He slid off the stool, then put a meaty hand on Scott's shoulder. Scott felt the stool swivel underneath and found himself staring into two angry eyes. "Listen you," growled Nate, his voice a menacing baritone, "stay away from here. We don't want your kind here. You bums are nothing but trouble. I see you here again, you've had it. Understand?" Scott could only stare at him, wondering what to do or say. He tried not to flinch at his foul breath. Nate wasn't finished. "You think I'm fooling? Let's just you and me step outside, and I'll show you how much I'm fooling." With that, Nate released his arm and stood back. "Come on, bum. Let's see what you're made of." "This is all I need," thought Scott. He held up his hands in a "back off, I surrender" gesture, and swiveled back to the counter. Nate stood there with a look of vindictive triumph on his grimy face. Thought so, he crowed loud enough to draw attention from nearby customers. You're all alike. No guts. You remember, bum, I see you around here again, and I'll kill you. Got it. Without waiting for a reply, the angry man turned and shambled off. When he got to the cash register, he turned and glared back at Scott. Scott held his glare for a moment, then looked away, hoping his face showed just the right expression of fear. Nate paid his bill and left. Scott saw him cross the blacktop and climb into one of the trucks he had passed on the way in. Phew, he whistled quietly. All he needed was a confrontation like that in a public place. After miraculously eluding pursuit earlier, he would be arrested because of some stupid brawl. Slowly he let the anger he felt at Nate's words run off. He hated backing down, especially to someone so obnoxious. Scott had had his share of fights growing up, thanks to a fiery temper. He had lost a lot more than he had won, but he had never backed down. It galled him, but he had no choice. His muscles untensed, and he leaned forward on the counter. Now that the anger was out of his system, he began to feel ashamed of himself. He had walked in here after an incredible experience. God had shown him that he was still in control, he was still taking care of him. It had been a great victory over despair for Scott. Now here he was getting angry at a local who called him names and wanted to pick a fight. Some spiritual warrior he was. Suddenly he remembered one of the many Bible stories that he learned in Sunday school. Elijah, after a great victory over the prophets of Baal, had allowed himself to become terrorized by a single woman, Queen Jezebel. He was so afraid he had run and hid under a bush. Scott found himself far more sympathetic to Elias' plight than he had been before. I guess it's true, he thought ruefully. You're the most vulnerable after a great victory. Don't let him get to you. Startled out of his thoughts, he looked up to see Sandy holding a steaming plate of thick pancakes. She set them down in front of him and then refilled his coffee cup. Nate treats everyone like that, she said, even his friends. Must not have many, then, remarked Scott. You'd be surprised, said Sandy seriously. Nate don't take to strangers, but once he knows you, and trusts you, then you got a friend for life. Oh, replied Scott, not quite sure what to say. I've been thinking about your problem, continued Sandy. Excuse me, said Scott. He had momentarily forgotten about his reason for being there. Getting you to Florida, she clarified. I think I may know someone who can help you. Before he could reply, she looked over his shoulder at one of the booths. Hey, Jim. From behind him, Scott heard a tired voice respond. Yeah, Sandy. You're headed toward the Cigar City, aren't you? Yeah, got to be there by early this afternoon. Why, you interested in some company? I knew it. You're finally ready to ditch this job and hook up with a real man. Scott had to smile at the hint of a blush that appeared on Sandy's cheeks. She rallied gamely. Of course, she replied lightly. As soon as a real man comes along, I'm outta here. There was a groan from Jim, accompanied by hoots of laughter from the rest of the room. Slowly Scott turned to find the source of the voice. There were 3 men seated in the booth behind him, but he had no trouble picking out Jim. He was the one with his head in his hands. She doesn't love me, he cried in mock despair. I eat her food, tip her big, and she still doesn't love me. My life is over. Sandy waited patiently until Jim concluded his groaning, then spoke again. Well, how about it? She said, nodding toward Scott. You want some company or not? Jim shrugged, then got up from the booth and moved to sit on the empty stool next to Scott. He stood about 6 feet in height, although his lean frame made him look taller. He gave him an appraising look. You headed to Tampa? He asked. Sort of, replied Scott slowly. Tarpon Springs. It's in the area. It's a good 30 miles away, corrected Jim. He looked at Sandy. I heard Nate giving him a rough time, he remarked. Any good reason? You know how Nate is with strangers, said Sandy. He just overheard this fella asking about a ride. That would do it, agreed Jim. He stuck out his hand to Scott. Jim Nelson, he said, introducing himself. The handshake was firm and steady. Jim appeared to be about 10 years older than Scott, although his close-cropped, prematurely grey hair gave him an aura of greater maturity. Gregory Andropoulos, he replied, returning the grip. Jim smiled. Thought you were Greek, he said. Got family in that area, do you? Scott nodded. You mind keeping that in the trailer? He asked, motioning to Scott's duffel bag. "Ha," asked Scott. "You seem nice enough," said Jim, "but I don't want you pulling some sort of unpleasant surprise out of there. Get my drift?" "Oh," said Scott. "Yeah, I see what you mean. No problem." Jim folded his arms across his chest, regarding him closely. "What do you think, Hon?" he said, looking at Sandy. "Give the poor man a lift," she said. "Just last trip you were complaining that the company wouldn't let you have a partner." "Yeah, I wasn't I? Okay, Greg, you got yourself a lift. Are you ready to pull out now?" asked Scott, hardly daring to breathe. This was going better than he hoped. "Yep, let's go." Jim started to turn, then wrinkled his nose. "On second thought," he said, "why don't you take a quick shower? Got a change of clothes in that bag?" Suddenly, Scott was aware of the fact that he had not showered since leaving Somerset. He was getting pretty ripe. "Sure," he said. "Can you give me a few minutes to eat and get cleaned up?" "Yeah, go ahead. I got a few things to take care of myself." Clapping Scott on the shoulder, Jim turned and went back to his booth. Scott turned back to his food and dug in. "Thanks," he said to Sandy, who remained standing in front of him. "Glad to help," she said, smiling. This time it was genuine. "You think you'll be back this way anytime soon?" The tone of her voice was unmistakable. Now it was Scott who started to blush. "I don't think so," he said, looking down at his food. He took a big bite of pancake. "Too bad," sighed Sandy. "You're cute, and you seem nice. We don't get too many guys like that through here, and the ones we do are usually married." Scott only shrugged. The idea of a romantic encounter with anyone right now, even with someone as pretty as Sandy, was repugnant to him. "Well, I tried," said Sandy, starting to move away. "You take care now." With that, she was gone, but not before Scott heard the deep loneliness in her voice. He wished he could introduce her to the one who could take that loneliness away permanently, but it was not the right time. He could feel the spirit tugging at him, telling him to get going. 30 minutes later, Scott was clean, fed, and traveling south on Interstate 75 in an 18-wheel tractor-trailer. As the city of Atlanta fell further and further behind, he began to relax. The mile markers sped by as he drew closer and closer to his destination. Jim turned out to be good company. He did not pry into Scott's personal life, but instead talked about everything from politics to sports. Scott found him an interesting conversationalist. He was also fascinated by Jim's rig. It was a brand new model, and the cabin of the tractor more closely resembled something out of a science fiction movie than a truck. Jim, flattered by Scott's interest, was only too happy to explain much of the equipment. "These new babies practically drive themselves. The onboard computer there," and he pointed to a compact but complete keyboard inset into the dashboard, "keeps all sorts of helpful things at my fingertips. It's hooked in by satellite to the state police systems of every state I travel in." "The police?" asked Scott. He did not like the sound of that. "Yeah, it keeps me informed about road conditions, traffic problems, that sort of thing. It also monitors the vital systems of this rig. Anything goes wrong, it can tell me." "Pretty neat," observed Scott. He was somewhat familiar with the system, of course. His former job demanded that he have a working knowledge of all new systems. Still, he wasn't up on the particulars, and found Jim's explanation interesting. "Bet it takes a while to learn how to handle a rig like this," he commented. "You got that right," agreed Jim. "A lot of companies have gone back to the apprentice system in training new drivers. These monsters are just too technical to trust to a novice." "I thought there were schools for that sort of thing," replied Scott. "I've seen ads for them on television." Jim snorted. "Ads?" he scoffed. "Let me tell you, Greg, the only way to learn how to drive a semi is to drive a semi. Those schools are great at teaching you how to drive around obstacles, or park one of these babies, but there's no substitute for experience. They can't teach you how to be out on the road for 16 or 20 hours a day. They don't tell you what to do when your electrical system starts shorting out, or you're stuck along a deserted highway at 4 in the morning. That's why we take on apprentices now. They get on the job training that way. Believe me, it's a lot better system." "I see," said Scott. "How did you get started in this?" It was the first personal question he had asked. Jim frowned, as if hesitating to answer. "Hey, I'm sorry. If it's something you don't want to talk about." "No, it's not that," interrupted Jim. "It just brings back a lot of memories. You see, I was a used car salesman. Did pretty good at it, too, made a lot of money. Had a wife, 3 kids, and a beautiful 4-bedroom house. Then how did I end up here, alone and on the road? Jim pondered the question for a moment, then decided to answer. Well, you see, I thought I had it made. Everything was going perfect. Then I find out that my oldest son has Hodgkin's disease. We found out about it too late to do anything. He died just 2 years ago. He was only 5. I'm sorry, said Scott softly. The loss of a loved one struck home to him. He could feel Jim's deep-rooted pain. Thanks. I haven't talked about it since I left Maggie. I really shouldn't be talking about it now, but what the heck? Sometimes it's easier to unload to a total stranger than someone you know. Right, I guess so, replied Scott uncertainly. The sudden turn of the conversation made him feel uncomfortable. Anyway, after it happened, I sort of went crazy. I wouldn't talk to Maggie or my other 2 sons. Ended up having a fling with one of the girls in my office. When Maggie found out, she left and took Eddie and Jim Jr. with her. She filed for divorce a few weeks later. He shook his head in regret. I guess I never thought about her pain, what she must be going through. I haven't talked to her for over 2 years. There was nothing Scott could say in answer, so he remained quiet. Since then, Jim continued, I've been on the road. Got myself some training and got a job hauling between Detroit and Miami. In a way, I guess you could say I've been running. Running from what? Asked Scott. I honestly don't know, said Jim, his voice dropping to almost a whisper. From the world, from my pain, maybe even from myself. Who knows? I'd give anything if I could start all over again. You could call your wife, suggested Scott. If you two could talk. He was stopped by Jim shaking his head. It's too late, he said. Too many things were said during the divorce, ugly things. They can be taken back. Thanks for the advice, Greg, but I've been all over it in my mind before. You can't go back, only forward. Scott said nothing, and silence fell in the cabin. Scott thought about his encounter with the watchman, and what he said just before they parted. Someone is in there who can take you safely to your destination, he had said. That someone desperately needs something you have. Scott did not understand then, but he was beginning to understand now. More than anything, Jim needed to be introduced to Jesus Christ. It was incredible, thought Scott. To be chased from the bus station, meet up with the watchman, and be directed to seek out a man who needed what he had. Just 12 hours ago, he was convinced that his life was out of control. Now he knew that there was a purpose for everything. He might have lost his cargo of Bibles, but he could still witness. He had memorized more scripture in the past 2 weeks than he had in his entire life. Now it was time to put it to the use for which it was intended. Can I ask you a personal question? He asked. This caused Jim to laugh. Why not? You've earned the right after listening to me spill my guts. What is it? Well, began Scott slowly, I was just wondering where God was during all of this. I mean, a lot of people who go through this kind of thing sometimes turn to God. You know what I mean. Jim looked over at him in surprise. You got a death wish or something? He asked, his eyebrows going up. You could get into real trouble talking like that, you know. I'm just asking a question, replied Scott, holding his hands up to reassure him. No harm in that, is there? I don't know, said Jim, shaking his head. Seems to me that it's not healthy to talk too loudly about God in the land of the free these days. What about it, though? Pressed Scott. He could sense that Jim wanted to talk about it. He just needed to be drawn out. Well, began Jim, Maggie took the kids to church every Sunday, that is until they started closing. Once that happened, well, she didn't talk about it anymore. When we found out about Michael, he stopped, his voice suddenly catching in his throat. It was several seconds before he could continue. You see, he finally continued, Maggie did a lot of praying during that time. She was always asking God to heal our son. She really believed it would happen. More than once I would come home and find her on her knees next to the bed. It always made me feel guilty that I didn't join her. You don't believe in God? Asked Scott. It's not that, he replied. I just didn't think he'd be interested in my problems. When Michael died, she was devastated. She thought she had done something wrong and she was being punished. Shoot, I kinda thought the same thing myself, so I couldn't blame her, could I? Anyway, we got into a lot of big fights about it. Finally, I ended up walking out on her, and I guess I sorta walked out on God at the same time. He looked at Scott, as if inviting comment, but Scott remained silent. Tell me something, Greg, he asked finally. Why didn't God heal my son? Is it my fault for not praying? Scott shuddered a little at Jim's question. It was uncomfortably close to the way he had been feeling since he lost Beth. If he had been a better Christian, would she still be alive? If he had been more involved in the underground church movement, they might have known about the shepherd's path. They could have escaped together. Maybe. No, that line of reasoning led to guilt and despair. It accomplished nothing. He realized suddenly that Jim didn't need Scott Sampson's answers or theories. He needed his honesty, and courage, and his Saviour. I don't know the answer to that, he said softly. If I did, I would be God. Jim nodded, and started to say something, but Scott rushed on. But I can introduce you to the one who does have the answers. In fact, he is the answer. You interested? It was the first time in his life he had ever asked anyone that question. Even though he had been a Christian for years, he had never outright witnessed to someone. He could feel his heart beating faster in both fear and expectation. Jim stared straight ahead. His hands gripped the wheel so hard his knuckles turned white. I guess I just never believed that God was interested in me, he repeated, his voice barely above a whisper. Scott heard the desperation there, and made a snap decision. You're wrong, he said, his voice firm and confident. Jim looked sideways at him, his entire face a question. God is interested in you, continued Scott. He's so interested that he pulled me off a bus in the middle of the night in order to tell you. I don't understand, said Jim, the confusion evident in his voice. Scott didn't even hesitate. My name isn't Greg, and I'm not Greek, he began. It's Scott. With that, Scott began the story of his long odyssey. The only thing he left out were the names of his friends. He told Jim everything else, from the meeting in the furniture store to losing Beth to his escape from the bus station. He ended with the watchman. It took the better part of an hour, and when he finished, Jim was openly weeping. I can't believe it, he kept saying over and over. Things like this don't happen. They just don't. Believe it, said Scott gently. God wants you, Jim. He wants you to turn to him. He wants to be in control of your life. He paused for emphasis. He loves you so much that he let his son die for you so that you could live. All you have to do is believe. I want to, said Jim, his voice breaking. I just don't know how. Silently Scott said a prayer of thanks for all of the verses he had memorized over the past few weeks. Carefully he began to share them with his lost friend. The miles whisked by as they talked back and forth. Jim would listen, then ask a question. Scott would answer as best he could, but he was always totally honest. If he did not know the answer, he would admit it. Finally, it happened. Scott could feel the Holy Spirit moving. He was a palpable presence in the cab, just as powerful as he had been that night in the furniture store, but somehow different. Then, he had moved among that tiny group, encouraging and comforting. Now, he was convicting. A life was ready to be changed. Well, Jim, how about it? Asked Scott. You know what you need, or rather who you need. The only question is, are you going to accept Jesus Christ into your life? He's waiting, and it's your move. You know, Scott, said Jim, a smile peeking out around the corners of his mouth, I used to think that God was only for the good people, not for wrecks like me. I guess I was wrong, eh? Scott nodded, holding his breath. Jim did not keep him waiting. I've been looking for this for a long time. No, that's not right. I guess I've known for a long time that I needed Jesus. I just never wanted to admit it. Now, it's time. Will you help me? I'm not sure what words to say. Right then and there, Jim pulled the big rig over onto the emergency lane of the expressway and shut her down. Unashamedly, Scott took his strong hand and led him in the sinner's prayer. It didn't take long, and the words weren't fancy, but the miracle of salvation happened. The change was instantaneous, and permanent. Jim looked up from praying with shining eyes. It's real, he whispered. It's really real. I can feel it. Scott said nothing. Abruptly, 2 huge tears rolled down his cheeks. Yeah, he agreed, it's real. An air of pure joy began to fill the cab. Jim started to laugh, quietly at first, then so hard he could barely catch his breath. It was the laugh of the forgiven, the laugh of the newly cleansed. Scott joined in. If anyone had been able to peer into that small space at that particular moment, they would have wondered why two grown men were laughing like fools. Eventually they settled down. Jim checked his side mirror, then pulled back out onto the expressway. Things were silent for a moment, then Jim spoke. You know, Scott, he said, his voice revealing the wonder he felt, I feel like I've got my whole life before me now. I can start over. I owe you, my friend. Wrong, answered Scott. You don't owe me anything. I just followed instructions. Put the credit where it belongs, okay? Jim nodded, his smile threatening to stretch from ear to ear. The rest of the trip seemed to fly by. Jim began to question Scott about every aspect of living a Christian life. Scott found himself hard-pressed to answer all of his questions. How he wished for just one of those Bibles he had left on the bus. He could have shared so much more. Why didn't he memorize more of that blessed book when he had the chance? Fortunately, his memory served him well, and he shared verse after verse with Jim. It wasn't until much later in the trip that he realized that Jim was the first soul he had ever led to Christ. It shamed him that he had been so lax before, when he had so many opportunities. Yet, it gave him an undeniable sense of happiness. Despite all of his failures, God was not finished with him. It felt good to know that. Drawing ever closer to their destination, two believers, one brand new, the other older and somewhat battle-scarred, but still very much alive, shared their Saviour with each other. Mr. Hill. Yes, Doris. The Bradley woman has arrived. She is being held in Dr. Steiger's office. Excellent. Please inform Dr. Steiger he is to meet me there in exactly 10 minutes. I want to have a word with this woman. Yes, sir. The inter-office video phone went blank, and Jacob Hill allowed himself a small, predatory smile. He was seated at his desk in his suite at Menteses, going over the latest updates to Brennan's master plan. Since he had learned of Bradley's capture 24 hours ago, he had been waiting impatiently for her arrival. All evidence pointed to her as the ringleader of this underground network called the Shepherd's Path. The information she would yield under interrogation should allow him to finish her group once and for all. Although he would not admit it, even to himself, he was immensely relieved. Brennan and the rest of the sextuage were growing impatient for results. It was not good for one's health to keep them waiting too long. Turning to his monitor wall, he brought up Steiger's office on the center screen. There she was, seated rigidly in one of the uncomfortable plastic chairs in the comer. Hill was surprised at how small and ordinary she looked. This was the woman who ran a national underground network right under the collective noses of his own elite organization, the Bureau of Religious Affairs. Incredible. He reached up and touched a control. The woman on the screen grew suddenly larger as the camera zoomed in. Hill examined her closely. Her face betrayed her fear and uncertainty, causing him to chuckle just a little. Abruptly, her eyes closed, and her mouth began to move slightly. He snorted softly. Pray to your God, woman, he growled. Pray all you like. It will do you no good. As far as you are concerned, I am your God now. I will decide your fate. Almost angrily he switched off the screen and swung back to his desk. Accessing his conventional private line, he entered a special 10-digit number. He waited for the answer he knew would come. Yes, sir, said the menacing voice on the other end. I'm afraid that I must ask you to cut back on your activities, Wolf, said Hill, wasting no time. We are very close to breaking the Shepherd's Path. There must be no doubt in the minds of the public that it and the Christian Liberation Front are connected. Very well, sir. Hill could hear the disappointment in his voice. Wolf enjoyed killing. Further instructions. Yes, answered Hill. You must change your method of operation and enlist new personnel. Be ready to strike within 30 days. I want everyone to believe that this is a new terrorist group. Understand? Of course, sir. Suggestions on a new name. Humph. It should be something with either Christian, or believer, or born again in it. Let's see. How about the Believer's Victorious Army? That has a nice ring to it, and it fits with the militant image that a lot of those groups held in the 90s. Consider it done, sir, said Wolf. He now sounded pleased. We will begin reorganizing immediately. Excellent, Hill approved. And Wolf, he paused, making sure he had the man's attention. The operatives you are using now, you understand that there can be no leaks. Keep your most trusted people. The rest. He let his voice trail off. I'll take care of it personally, sir. Good. I'll be in touch with you in 2 weeks. You will receive your next target then. With that, Hill broke the connection, satisfied that Wolf would take care of things on his end. He stood up behind the desk and pulled on his grey suit coat. Naturally, he wanted to look his best for this interview. Just as he was leaving, the inter-office video phone beeped for his attention. He activated the screen to find the somewhat harried features of Dr. Steiger staring back at him. What is it, Doctor? He asked impatiently. Didn't you receive my message to meet me in your office? Yes, sir, nodded Steiger. I just thought you should know. We have indications that Senator Klein's implant is failing. Hill's eyes narrowed at the disturbing news. I thought they were failsafe, he remarked, his voice taking on a dangerous tone. The one we used in Klein was new, explained Steiger nervously. He had been in Hill's circle long enough to recognize that tone. It was an experimental model, although we had it perfected in the laboratory. Its increased effectiveness allowed us a greater degree of control, while fostering in Klein a false sense of well-being. It appeared to be functioning perfectly at first, but lately. Enough, Doctor, interrupted Hill. What is the bottom line? What can we expect from Klein? Steiger looked down at his notes. Confusion, disorientation, an inability to relate properly to others. Those are the main effects we are encountering now. Others may manifest themselves. He stopped talking and looked expectantly at Hill. All right, replied Hill. We need to get him here. I'll arrange it. Will a new implant solve these problems? I can guarantee it, said Steiger confidently. We can have him functioning properly again within 24 hours of his arrival. Set it up then, said Hill. I'll get him here. He switched off the screen and again accessed his private line. This time the call went directly to Jack Klein's office in Washington. It turned out that the senator was unavailable at that time, Congress being in session. Hill spoke to his executive assistant, who was on Hill's payroll. I need Klein here within 24 hours, he said flatly. You will take care of it. Yes, sir, replied the assistant reluctantly. You must understand, sir, that Congress is in session. Besides that, the senator has been acting rather erratic lately. He is being watched closely by several important people here. If he leaves suddenly, it will generate a lot of notice. I want him here now, repeated Hill, his voice sinking to almost a whisper. Remind him of who he is and who made him what he is. That should jolt him out of his stupor. Yes, sir, replied the assistant again, sounding increasingly uncomfortable. Hypothetically, though, what should I do if he refuses to come? As I said, he hasn't been entirely rational. Use force, then, said Hill. You have your contacts in the Bureau. I am authorizing any necessary action regarding Klein. They will know what to do. Questions? No, sir. I'll handle it. See that you do, replied Hill, the menace in his tone unmistakable. He switched off. Pondering the blank screen, he decided to make one more call before meeting the remarkable Helen Bradley. This time he used the video phone, accessing an outside line. The call went through almost immediately. Bureau of Religious Affairs, said the pretty receptionist who answered. She obviously did not recognize Hill. Agent Lynch, please, he said shortly. Agent Lynch is in a meeting at the moment, replied the receptionist, and specifically asked that he not be disturbed. If you will leave your name and a number where you can be reached, he will return your call as soon as possible. I will speak to him now, said Hill, his voice dangerously flat. Priority code Alpha Omicron 7. The receptionist blanched as she heard and recognized the code. Although she did not know him, she knew by his use of that phrase he was not to be trifled with. I'll get him immediately, sir, she said hastily, her voice now generating much more respect. The screen went blank as he was put on hold. Less than 5 minutes later, Lynch himself appeared on the screen, looking somewhat haggard. Agent Lynch, he began, I understand you have apprehended the head of the local FBI division on charges of conspiracy. From the report I've read, he was arrested just hours after Helen Bradley. Why did you not send him here with her? This caused Lynch to squirm a little. He shifted his position repeatedly as he spoke. By the time we caught up with him, Bradley was already en route to you. There were no specific instructions regarding him, so I decided to question him here first. Once his cohorts learn of his arrest, they will disappear fast. I wanted to strike quickly. And has he told you anything? No, sir. However, We did catch him accessing the computer network that the Shepherd's Path was supposedly using. Indeed, replied Hill, his eyebrows raising slightly. This is good. We should be able to get the access codes out of him and uncover the whole lot of them. Not really, sir, said Lynch. It seems he became alerted to our monitoring process. Before we could stop him, he crashed the whole system. We were able to get a few names and addresses, including Helen Bradley's, but nothing else. Then why is he still there? Hill was growing impatient. Lynch was a good agent, but he wasn't one of Hill's own people. Perhaps he should be replaced with someone Hill knew he could trust. As I said, sir, we hoped to catch his accomplices before they got wind of his arrest. Unfortunately, he refuses to cooperate, even with the threat of severe interrogation. I would expect no less, said Hill. Listen, Lynch, this is not your decision. I want that man here immediately. In fact, I'm sending Airs 1 out to get him. It can make the round trip faster than a conventional aircraft can travel one way. You have him ready to go when it gets there. Do you understand? Yes, sir, agreed Lynch. Now the man looked downright nervous. That is all then. Get to it, snapped Hill. Oh, and one more thing. I want you to come with him. See to the security arrangements yourself. That man is dangerous, and I'm holding you personally responsible. With that, he broke the connection. He's got to go, he thought. I'll arrange for his replacement as soon as he gets here. Once again, Hill turned and brought up the image of Helen Bradley on the center screen. Now let's meet you face to face, he said softly. I don't expect you to tell me anything yet, but after phase 2, you will be more than ready to talk. With that, he turned off the screen and left the suite. This would be fun, he decided. He always did enjoy crowing over a defeated foe. Helen's mouth moved silently as she prayed. The past 24 hours had been a nightmare. She had been herded about like an animal, fingerprinted, photographed, and searched thoroughly. She had been degraded and humiliated. Then had come the flight to this place. She had been escorted to this office and left for almost an hour. Lack of sleep and food had left her weak and disoriented. Lord God, what is going to happen to me? She prayed silently. Is this the end? If it is, then please take me home quickly. Let me wake up in your presence and see your face. I miss Roy so much. I know he is with you. Please let me. Abruptly the door to the office opened, startling Helen out of her prayer. Finally, she thought, an end to this wretched waiting. A woman in a white pantsuit, obviously a medical technician of some sort, entered, carrying a metal tray covered by a white cloth. She smelled of disinfectant and perfume, a nauseating combination. Quickly and competently she set the tray down on the desk and pulled off the cover. Several medical instruments lay there in a neat row, although Helen did not recognize any of them. Selecting a stubby object with a top shaped like a cone, the technician placed one firm hand on top of Helen's head and forced it to turn slightly. She then inserted the pointed end of the cone into her right ear. It was a moment before Helen realized that her temperature was being taken. She repressed a sigh of relief, for she had imagined a far more sinister purpose for the high-tech thermometer. In rapid order, her blood pressure, reflexes, and eye responses were all tested. Through it all, the technician said nothing. The silence finally became unbearable, and she tried to start a conversation. Do you think you could tell me where I am? She asked quietly, a slight tremor threading its way into her voice. The technician ignored her completely. She tried again. At least what part of the country? That wouldn't hurt, would it? Again, no answer. Please, said Helen, a hint of desperation creeping into her voice, just talk to me. At least tell me. With that, the technician laid her instruments back onto the tray, covered them with the cloth, and left. Helen felt tears of frustration beginning to form. She hadn't been ignored, she realized. Being ignored took a conscious effort on behalf of the person doing the ignoring. It required that he or she acknowledge the fact that the person they were ignoring existed, that they were human. Instead, Helen was treated as an object. To her captors, she was a non-person. At that moment, she felt very small and alone. Once again, the door opened. Helen looked up, expecting to see the technician again. This time, however, 2 men entered the room. One was wearing a white coat and had the air of a doctor about him. The other. Quickly Helen wiped her tears and sat a little straighter in the chair. The second man who entered the room and sat behind the desk was obviously in charge here. Tall and rapier thin, he wore the mantle of power like it was a second skin. His close-cropped grey hair gave him a congenial look, like everyone's favorite uncle, but his eyes. Helen looked into those steely azure eyes and saw nothing but death there, her death. She knew, with utter certainty, that this man was responsible for her being here. She knew he was her enemy. The tall man regarded her closely from behind the desk. The doctor remained standing at the door, but Helen's attention was completely on the leader. She knew the doctor might do her harm, but it was the man behind the desk who would give the orders. At length, he spoke. The menace in his voice was enough to freeze her heart. Mrs. Bradley, he said, welcome to Menteses. I wish I could say that you will enjoy your stay here, but I'm afraid that would be a lie. In fact, I'm sure that it will be the most terrifying experience of your long life. A chill ran up Helen's spine, and she lowered her eyes. She could not hold the stare of the man behind the desk. You're probably wondering where you are, he continued. I think we can provide that little bit of information. Helen looked back up expectantly at this. The man smiled. He had the smile of a cobra ready to strike. Yes, I thought you would be interested. You are in Los Angeles, California. This place, he said, motioning with his hand to include the entire complex, is a research facility dedicated to uncovering truth. You are interested in truth, are you not? When Helen remained silent, the man continued. You have information that I must have. You accomplished quite a feat, Helen. May I call you Helen? Maybe one person in a million could do what you have done. Do you realize that you organized and supervised a nationwide underground network right under the noses of the most efficient security force on the planet? You should be proud. I am quite impressed. So impressed that I want to hear all about it. I want you to tell me everything about your organization. The man paused for effect. You may choose not to, of course, he said, shrugging. It will make no difference. I will have the information whether you cooperate or not. Helen remained silent. She knew that nothing she could say would bring about her freedom. She also knew something else. The attitude and actions of the man behind the desk told her plainly that she was going to die here. Strangely enough, the knowledge somehow freed her. All of her cares and worries melted away. The fear that had nipped at her heels since she had been captured disappeared. She would soon be with her Lord. True, she would have to go through the fire, but that was okay. She knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that whatever came her way, it would not be worse than what Jesus himself had endured on the cross. A subtle battle was being waged in that room. A battle of minds, of wills. Up to this point, everything had been in favor of the man behind the desk. His every attack had thrust home, scoring a hit. Now, though, the tide of battle shifted. Helen sat a little straighter, and the slight tremble in her hands was gone. She looked up to meet the stare of her enemy, and found that she could endure it. More than endure it, as a matter of fact. She returned it with one of her own. In one of their infrequent arguments, Roy had snapped that she could stare down a praying mantis. Although outwardly the remark had infuriated her, inside she had been perversely pleased. Now it was her enemy who flinched. Since you know so much about me, she asked, pleased that her voice was calm and even, perhaps you could tell me a little about yourself. I'd like to know the name of my host. This surprised him, she saw. He was undoubtedly wondering where the frightened, cringing woman who had been brought in here was. Helen thought about explaining, but this man probably would not understand her answer. That woman was still here in this room, she knew, sitting in this chair. She was just getting a little outside help. All right, he agreed, after a moment's thought. Since you ask, this is Dr. Steiger. He gestured toward the medical man. You may call me Jacob. Well, Jacob, I think I should tell you something you need to know, said Helen calmly. Please, replied Jacob, holding up both hands to forestall her, don't tell me that you have friends that know where you are, and don't lecture me about your constitutional rights. No one knows where you are, and you have no rights. You are a traitor to the state, and have thus forfeited those rights. I could argue about that, replied Helen, but I won't. In any case, you must understand me. You don't have to pretend about your purpose. I have no doubt that I will not leave here alive. Then what is it that you think I should know? Asked Jacob. He was beginning to feel vaguely uncomfortable in the presence of this woman. In spite of the fact that he had her in his grasp, he had the disquieting feeling that he had somehow lost control of this interview. You should know that you cannot hope to win, responded Helen. Her voice was permeated with a calm certainty that, for a moment, had Jacob believing her. The tide of the battle had now shifted, and the advantage belonged to Helen. Jacob could sense this, and tried to renew his attack. He reached for the deadliest smile in his arsenal, and dialed up his most menacing tone. Even his own inner circle blanched when he used them in tandem. It usually meant that someone was going to die. You are obviously grossly misinformed, he said. I have already won. Your kind can no longer practice your absurd beliefs in this country. The government is no longer your friend. The American people have realized that your religion is a pack of lies, just as is your holy book. In another few years, people like you will simply cease to exist. This should get a rise out of her, he thought to himself. If he could just make her angry, he would win this little battle of wills. Anger was a close cousin to fear, and fear would defeat her. He looked at her calmly, waiting for her to respond, confident in his superior position. Even he was surprised though, when Helen started to giggle. He watched in amazement as her giggle rapidly became a full-fledged laugh. Oh dear, she cried, gasping for breath. I'm sorry, I really am. I know you want me to be terrified, but... And she was off again. Now she was laughing so hard that tears began to run down her cheeks, and her face started to turn bright red. Jacob watched, convinced she had gone mad. Gradually, she brought herself back under control. Tell me, Jacob, she asked, the merriment bright in her eyes, what movie did you just step out of? Didn't I see you on the Late Show the other night? Holy book indeed. Now it was Jacob who found himself getting angry. Laugh all you want, he snapped, his voice several decibels higher. When I am done with you, you will not possess the ability to even smile. It was the first time he had raised his voice in years. Steiger's eyebrows went up in surprise. Jacob Hill had always been icy calm, in complete control. He had handled world leaders and business giants with equal ease. Now, though, he was losing control to this absurd old woman. He watched the confrontation continue. At Jacob's threats, Helen sat straighter, her amusement gone. In its place, she now exuded a serene forcefulness that dominated the room. Steiger knew he was looking at a battle-hardened veteran who had survived a great deal. You poor man, she said, shaking her head. You serve a defeated foe, and yet you think you have won. The pity in her voice was unmistakable. Tell me, Jacob, she asked, who is pulling your strings? It's obvious that you aren't behind this whole thing. Enough, bellowed Jacob. It's not too late, you know, Helen went on with obvious sincerity. You can still turn away from this terrible course you have set for yourself. Did you know that the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life, through Jesus Christ? She leaned forward, intent on her message. You can have that gift right now, Jacob. It's there for the asking. Her eyes looked up to include Steiger. You too, Doctor. God is no respecter of persons. Why not take the gift he is offering? You might not get another chance. That did it. Jacob stood, his eyes blazing with fury. For her to pity him was bad enough. For her to guess about the sextuage was even worse. But for her to sit there, preaching, it was more than he could bear. His breathing came in heavy gasps, and his hands clenched and unclenched. He could never remember being so out of control, even as a child. He had been raised to control and dominate, but now, he was being dominated. He turned to Steiger, who flinched at the fury in his eyes. Get her out of here, he shouted. I want her in Phase 1 now, and ready for Phase 2 by the end of the week. But, sir, began Steiger, you know what happens when an unprepared human goes into Phase 2. They go catatonic, and we can never bring them back. We put her in there without adequate time in Phase 1, and she won't come out. The wild look on Jacob's face told him that this was not the time to object. Do it, he said, his voice now plunging to a whisper. I don't care what happens to her as long as we get the information we need. I want you to drain it out of her, rip it out if you have to. Just do it. Now, Doctor, unless you want to be replaced. That was enough for Steiger. He edged his way quickly around Jacob and firmly took Helen's arm. Eager to be out of range of Jacob's wrath, he practically dragged her to the hidden elevator. Once inside, he felt the urge to sag against the wall in relief. Helen said nothing, but instead kept her eyes forward. They rode down in silence, Helen wrapped up in her own thoughts. Steiger kept his eyes averted, not wanting to have the attention of this firebrand of a woman turned on him. The doors parted, and he rushed his charge past the startled guards, down a long hall, and into the Phase 1 ward. Helen scanned the ward, noting the 12 beds, only 5 of them now full. 4 men and 1 woman lay totally motionless, the regular rising and falling of their chests the only indication that they were alive. Wires were attached to their heads, and several monitors sat beside each bed, keeping close watch on their conditions. Each bed had a clipboard hanging from the foot, containing the name and history of the current occupant. Without preamble, Steiger rushed her to the side of the nearest available bed. "Stand there," he grunted, turning away. He motioned for the nurse on duty to join them. "Prep her," he said to the big-boned black woman. Standing back, Steiger watched as the nurse went professionally about her work. Helen was quickly and expertly undressed, her clothes going into a bin that the nurse pulled out from under the bed. Helen endured it all, trying to think of seeing Roy again in heaven. The nurse then returned to her desk for a moment, her sneakers making quiet squeaks as she left. Helen stood there, naked and alone. Even Steiger had seemingly lost interest in her. He was leaning over another patient, his back to her. More out of a desire to take her mind off her condition than anything else, she moved closer to the bed to her right. It contained the unconscious form of a very attractive young lady. Glancing around to see if anyone was watching, she moved to the foot of the bed to read the name on the chart. She could hear the squeaking of the nurse's shoes coming toward her. She read the name, and took a deep breath. Beth Sampson. That was Scott's wife, the one who was supposed to have been killed in that awful plane crash. "How in the world?" "Over here," said the nurse in a commanding voice that allowed no disobedience. Helen felt a vice of a hand grip her arm, and was led back unresisting to what was to be her own bed. The nurse had returned with a typical blue hospital gown which she now slipped over Helen's shoulders. Helen was then made to climb in and lay flat on her back. "Doctor," said the nurse, indicating that Steiger should join them. Steiger replaced the chart he was holding and moved to stand at Helen's side. Quickly he took her pulse and blood pressure, marking on Helen's own chart. "Okay," he said to the nurse. "She's ready. Let's hook her up." As Helen watched, Steiger attached 2 wires to an instrument identical to the ones next to the other beds. The nurse applied a sticky substance about the consistency of jello to her forehead. Then, Steiger carefully added round pads the size of quarters to the wires. Frowning in concentration, he pressed the other side of the pads to each side of Helen's brow. His work done, he stepped back to check the positioning. Helen remained silent through the whole process, knowing that any of her questions would go unanswered. She had no idea what this apparatus was supposed to do. Steiger moved off for a moment, and Helen glanced over at the unconscious Beth. "Why are you here?" she asked silently. "What are they doing to you, and me?" Her first question would go unanswered, but her second would not. Steiger returned, checking her over one final time. Then he activated the instrument that was connected to Helen's forehead. Instantly, Helen felt herself losing consciousness. She found herself gazing down a long tunnel at a rapidly fading light. Knowing that she had only seconds, she made her last thoughts a prayer. "Oh God," she thought urgently, "don't let me reveal things that will get others hurt. Take me home now. Please. Don't let me." Her sentence went unfinished, and the light went out. Jack, hold up a second." Jack Klein started as he heard his name shouted. He was making his way out of the Senate chambers, the day's session finally being finished. Normally, he lingered there long after the sessions were over. He never tired of the place. So much history had been made there, and was still being made. It made him feel alive and vital just to be in that beautiful ornate hall. Lately, though, he just couldn't seem to care. Turning, he saw Senator Ben Davidson waving at him, motioning for him to wait. Although Davidson was many years his senior, the two had formed a close friendship over the years. It was Davidson who had guided Jack through his freshman year in Congress, helping him to avoid the many pitfalls that often befell rookies. He was puffing as he caught up with Jack. His advancing years and heavy frame did not lend themselves to much exertion. Headed back to the office, he asked as he drew even in the aisle with his younger friend and colleague. Jack merely nodded. "Have you got a few minutes for an old friend?" asked Davidson. "There are some things I'd like your opinion on." Instantly the question flashed in Jack's mind, "What does he want from me?" It was the same question he had asked for several days, anytime someone wanted to bend his ear. he answered evasively. Sorry, Ben, but I've got a full afternoon. In fact, I'm booked the rest of the week. Why don't you call my assistant? He can probably make time for you early next week. As he spoke, he squinted his eyes, trying to read Davidson's aura. He wanted to get a fix on where he was coming from. Unfortunately, he could see nothing. His ability to read auras was highly undependable these days. He was startled when Davidson took his arm and began to steer him out of the chambers. Humor me, Jack, he said as he all but led him away. There are some things we need to talk about, important things, things that directly involve you. Things? Asked Jack as they left the building. He couldn't imagine what Davidson was talking about, although somewhere deep inside, he felt as if he should be able to figure it out. He shook his head to try to clear it, but the cobwebs that had clung to his mind for what seemed like forever would not go away. It took only 15 minutes for the pair to make their way out of the Capitol building and over to Jack's office. Jack's new assistant objected to the intrusion, but Davidson had not survived in politics all these years to be put off by a glorified clerk. He swept Jack into his office and shut the door behind him. Motioning for him to sit behind his desk, Davidson took one of the blue velour chairs in front of it. He wasted no time in getting to the reason for his visit. Jack, he said bluntly, what the heck is going on? Why are you self-destructing like this? I don't understand, Ben, was the confused reply. You don't understand, repeated Davidson incredulously. Have you looked in the mirror the past few days? You look terrible. When was the last time you got a real night's sleep, anyway? Well, began Jack, it was. Don't bother to answer that, interrupted Davidson. And don't bother to deny that something's wrong. I've known you too long. Suddenly, Jack felt unbearably tired. It was as if a great weight had come to rest squarely on his shoulders. Absently he rubbed the back of his neck. What do you want, Ben? He asked wearily. I've got work to do. Davidson studied him closely, the concern evident in his face. All right, he said at last, I'll spell it out for you. A lot of questions are being raised about your behavior over the last few months. Take your disappearance a few weeks ago. You just up and left town, and no one had any idea where you went. You've been missing appointments, not bothering to cancel them. Good grief, Jack. Today you sat next to the vice president and hardly acknowledged him. I know you don't like him, but in the past, at least you've been civil. Davidson leaned forward in his intensity. No one questions the fact that you've been through the ringer, he said gently. We all grieved for Marcy. She was an extraordinary woman, but you've got to keep going. He paused to wipe his suddenly sweating brow. Someone has declared war on the U.S. Congress, he continued softly. There was Marcy, then the attempt on you. After that we lost Jackson and Kirshner, both by shooting. Jack, the whole Congress is on edge. They need someone to hold them together, to keep things moving. You've got to get your head in gear and be the leader you are capable of being. Jack spread his hands palms up on his desk. What can I do? He asked plaintively. You already said that people are starting to doubt me. Politicians can forgive a large bit of irregularities, Jack. Right now, Congress needs you. If you start acting like yourself again, I can almost guarantee that nothing else will be said. And if I don't, there was a look of great distaste on Davidson's face, as if he would rather contemplate suicide than what he was about to say. If you don't, he said slowly, then there will be a full congressional investigation into your affairs. They'll break you, Jack. Even if you have nothing to hide, they'll break you on general principles. Then they'll get someone in office who will do the job. Davidson looked Jack straight in the eye. They will find something, won't they? It's obvious that you're hiding something. Jack did not reply. Although outwardly he kept his face impassive, inside he was afraid. A full investigation could possibly uncover his association with Jacob and the inner circle. It could bring to light how he had used his position to benefit the circle. That would finish him. Not only would it end his career, it could bring him up on criminal charges. He realized that he was at a loss. There was only one person he could turn to. He had to get to Jacob. He would know what to do. All right, Ben, he said, trying to end the impromptu meeting. I'll get it in gear, as you say. Let's call a meeting with the president and his cabinet. We need to come up with some sort of plan for dealing with these attacks. Once we get that taken care of, we'll see about getting things back to normal. How's that sound? More like the Jack Klein I used to know, replied Davidson, a look of relief spreading across his ample face. He heaved himself out of the chair and made ready to leave. You handle getting the meeting on the president's agenda, and I'll pass the word that you're back in action. It's a deal, said Jack with a lot more enthusiasm than he felt. He rose and stuck out his hand. Thanks for kicking me in the tail and getting me back on track. Don't mention it, said Davidson, shaking the offered hand. Better me than a congressional committee, eh? Look, I've got to get going. There's a lot to pull together. I'll be in touch. With that, he turned and left. Jack sank into his chair and threw his head back. The ceiling stared back at him, a blank surface to match his blank mind. He closed his eyes, trying to ward off the monster headache that always came when he tried to think straight. The last few minutes of concentration had cost him dearly. He would be paying for them for hours. There was no time to waste, he knew. Ben Davidson might have bought his act, but the ruse wouldn't last for long. He had to get to Jacob now, and not just by phone. He keyed the intercom. Brian. Yes, Senator, came the voice of Marcy's replacement. Arrange a flight to Los Angeles for me. Better make it a commercial flight. I need to be there by tonight. Ah, yes, sir. He could hear the astonishment in Brian's voice. I'll get on it right away. Should I arrange for transportation at the airport? No, I'll take care of that myself. Just get me on the next available flight. He switched off the intercom and activated the video phone. In seconds, the pretty face of Doris, the receptionist at Menteses, came online. Jacob Hill, please, he said with as much assurance as he could muster. One moment, sir, was the reply. I'll see if he is available. The screen went blank and Jack ticked off the seconds impatiently. It was well over 5 minutes before the stem visage of Jacob appeared. Jack, you know this number is only to be used in extreme emergencies. Believe me, this constitutes one, said Jack quickly. I'm flying out there tonight. Don't try to stop me. I need a car waiting at the airport. I wouldn't dream of trying to stop you, said Jacob. Good. I'll call back as soon as I know when my flight arrives. Goodbye, Jacob. Without waiting for a reply, Jack broke the connection. He slumped back into his chair, drained and in pain. The expected headache hit him so hard and suddenly that he almost cried out. It had never been so bad before. What was wrong with him? As he gritted his teeth and massaged his temples, the intercom beeped for his attention. What is it? His voice came out in a harsh whisper. Even that sounded unbearably loud in his ears. Sir, are you all right? It was Brian. Of course I'm all right, he snapped. What is it? Your flight information, sir. State Airlines Flight 457, departing at 8 p.m. It's after 5 now, sir. You'd better get home and pack. Fine, Jack replied shortly. Now leave me alone. Once again he leaned back in the chair and closed his eyes. The headache was subsiding ever so slowly, and he could feel the familiar cobwebs settling in. He had no intention of going home, nor of packing. Jenny would understand, he hoped. He would tell no one where he was going. Sitting up abruptly, he rose and went to the large window that dominated the wall opposite his desk. There was a ledge wide enough to sit on, which he did. Opening the heavy blue curtain, he peered out. From his vantage point, he could see the Capitol, and beyond that the Washington Monument. It was a beautiful sight, one that always inspired and comforted him. Now, though, it left him cold. Below, thousands of people scurried about. Most of them, he knew, were tourists. It was that time of year. He watched as they went to and fro, seeing the sights and generally having a good time. His eyes caught a couple walking arm in arm down the Capitol steps. The woman was carrying a toddler who had seen enough sights for one day. His head lay against his mother's shoulder. Suddenly an intense longing seized him, wrenching his insides so hard that it was almost a physical pain. At that moment in time, all he wanted was to be one of those everyday, ordinary folk. What wouldn't he give to be able to be a part of that crowd, to be able to disappear into that mass of humanity that thronged below? Sadly he pushed the curtain back. It was not for him, he knew. He had made his choices years ago, and now he must live with them. Straightening his shoulders, he walked out of his office for the last time, and set his course for Menteses, and his destiny. Stephen Lynch sat staring at an empty view screen. For the past half hour, he had the distinct impression that the walls of the small office were closing in on him. He quite literally could not believe what he had been watching. It wasn't possible. Being a part of the Bureau of Religious Affairs was a major part of his life. No, it was his life. Ever since he had watched his grandmother give her life savings to some smooth-talking televangelist, he had burned with a desire to see religious organizations put in their place. That particular evangelist had been indicted for fraud and embezzlement. Oh, he had gone to jail, but his grandmother had never seen her money again. She had ended her days in a cheap nursing home because his parents could not afford to keep her. She had died a broken woman, because the one person she had put her trust in was a cheap, lying, con man. When the Bureau had been formed, Lynch had joined immediately. His background in law enforcement had been a plus, and he was accepted on the spot. His zeal had allowed him to rise in the ranks, until he now dealt with the most important cases that came across the National Director's desk. The Bureau was everything he had believed in. Oh, maybe things had swung a little too far in one direction, but as far as he was concerned, they were evening out from a decade ago. He believed completely and wholeheartedly in what he was doing. Until now. Until he had apprehended the elusive Jeff Anderson and taken the videotape from him. Until he had inserted that tape into a player and had watched it. There on the screen was proof, undeniable proof, that the most important thing he believed in was not what it seemed. A half hour ago, he was convinced that the terrorist known as Scott Sampson was guilty of the bombing of Flight 407. Now he knew differently. He had watched the tape as Scott said goodbye to his wife, as she boarded the plane, and as he walked away. He saw that Scott had not even come close to getting on that flight. Okay, he reasoned, his wife could have carried the bomb on. It would not be the first time a zealot had been willing to die for her beliefs. There could even be another accomplice the Bureau didn't know about. All of his suppositions had been shattered. They lay at his feet like broken glass, unable to be put back together. He watched as the agents came into the frame and boarded the plane. He did not need to enlarge the IDs, because he knew one of them. Agent Peter Crawford was right there in front of him, carrying a small black suitcase. He carried it on, and didn't carry it off. Stephen Lynch knew that there was only one explanation possible. The Bureau had bombed the flight. Not the Christian Liberation Front. Questions crowded into his dazed mind, overlapping each other. What about the bombing at Marcy Cummings' home? Crawford had been there, too, and had disappeared afterwards. Coincidence? Lynch thought not. Too many things were adding up. The shootings of 2 congressmen, the airport tape, the Cummings woman, all started to paint a very ugly picture. To top it all off, Jacob Hill, the national director himself, wanted him in Los Angeles, at a place called Menteses. He thought about the phone call he had just received. Hill had ordered him to escort Anderson there personally. Lynch had barely been able to maintain his composure over the video link. Angrily he switched off the view screen, thankful that no one else was in the office with him. In the space of half an hour, he no longer knew who to trust. There was corruption in the Bureau, and who knew how high up it reached, perhaps all the way to the top. He wasn't taking any chances. There was one man close by who might have the answers he needed. Have Anderson brought here immediately, he said into the intercom. Slipping the incriminating tape into his pocket, Lynch waited impatiently for FBI agent Jeff Anderson to arrive. Jeff paced back and forth in the small holding room like a caged tiger. He had been brought here hours ago, and still nothing had happened. The waiting was getting to him far worse than any questioning might. He stopped in front of a large mirror that was inset into one of the walls. It was obviously two-way, and he knew that there were people behind it observing him. Let's get on with it, he said, spreading his arms in a get-on-the-stick gesture. There was no response. He had expected none. Resuming his pacing, he tried to get his mind working on something, anything, that might aid him. They had brought him to the local Bureau of Religious Affairs office, and he did not know the layout of the building. Even if he did, escape would probably be hopeless. His face was undoubtedly burned into the circuits of every computer net in the nation. Add to that the fact that he had crashed his only source of information and it all came out to one answer, he had nowhere to go. His mind turned to Helen, and he felt his heart do a double thump. He was sick with worry about her, and angry at himself because of his helplessness. If he could have stayed free, he might have. Mr. Anderson. The voice of the matronly woman wearing the dark blue uniform of the Bureau police interrupted his pacing. She was standing beside the half-open entrance looking at him expectantly. He had been so wrapped up in his thoughts that he had not heard the door open. "Come this way, please," she said, not waiting for him to respond. She disappeared through the door and he hastened to follow. Jogging a couple of steps, he drew even with her in the hall. They must be awfully sure of themselves, he thought. There wasn't even a guard to escort him. It stung his pride just a little. After all, he had incapacitated 2 agents single-handedly, and left 4 others eating his dust. One would think that he rated more than just this bored-looking woman. "Where are we going?" he asked, not really expecting an answer. "Agent Lynch wants to speak with you privately," she answered, surprising him. He said nothing else, and followed the woman. She led him to an empty office that was only slightly larger than the holding room. He was instructed to sit in one of the 2 straight-backed chairs and wait. Agent Lynch would be with him in a moment. Jeff did as he was told, and was left alone. Automatically his eyes scanned the office, seeking a possible escape route. Nothing suggested itself, and it didn't matter anyway, for at that moment the door opened again and Lynch himself stepped in. Jeff studied his adversary carefully. He saw a man a few years younger than himself, with that look of perpetual youth that would let him pass for 25 when he turned 45. Although an average person would detect nothing wrong, he sensed an air about the agent that spoke of nervousness and doubt. Jeff had made a career of reading people. He could get a picture of what they were thinking and feeling just by watching them closely. A hand movement here, a twitch of an eyebrow there, all spoke volumes to his trained mind. What he saw now confused him. This man had managed to nab both Helen and him after countless others had failed. He had proven himself to be resourceful and cunning. Jeff was sure that the tattletale in the FBI computers was authorized by him. He was equally sure that he had been the one tapping into the system when Jeff had crashed it. Yet, this same man was looking like he was the prisoner here. What was going on? Jeff leaned back in the hard chair, determined to find out. "I'll be blunt with you, Anderson," began Lynch without preliminary. "We've got you. We have enough evidence to get you the chair for sedition and treason." There was no answer to this, so Jeff gave none. Instead he continued to observe Lynch. He was certain now that he was hiding something, and he was determined to find out what it was. "I want answers," continued Lynch. His voice sounded firm and confident, but the rest of his body language was calling his voice a liar. "I know you're involved with the Shepherd's Path. You will give me the names of your accomplices." Jeff continued to be silent. Partly because he had no intention of talking, but mostly because he knew very few names. That was the beauty of the system that he and Helen had designed. "How are you organized? Who is your leader? Is it the Bradley woman?" Jeff maintained his silence, and Lynch continued the barrage of questions, not giving him a chance to speak. It was almost as if he didn't want Jeff to answer. "Is this area your home base? How do you arrange for transportation? What are the locations of your so-called safe houses?" The agent paused for a breath, staring hard at his FBI counterpart. Jeff remained silent, waiting for him to tip his hand and discover what he really wanted. Suddenly Lynch slammed his fist on the desk, hard. "Answer me." Now he was shouting. "Answer me or so help me, you won't get out of this alive." "Tell me something I don't know," thought Jeff wryly. Lynch waited in vain for Jeff to respond. When he didn't, Lynch turned away. Jeff's eyes grew wide with amazement. The man's shoulders were shaking. He was ready to blow, and what direction that release would take, Jeff could not even guess. He half expected him to break out in tears. Whatever was sticking in this man's craw, it was eating him alive. This wasn't a professional matter, Jeff realized. This was personal. Abruptly, Lynch turned back to him. He had regained his composure, but Jeff could see the strain in his face. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the videotape. "Where did you get this?" he asked in a dangerously low voice. "Bingo," thought Jeff. "This is the crux of the matter." "Get what?" answered Jeff for the first time, baiting him. "This is serious, Anderson," said Lynch, the anger showing through his voice. "I want to know where you got this tape." Like a runaway locomotive, it hit him. Lynch truly didn't know. He didn't know that his own people were behind the bombing of Flight 407. He must have just seen that tape. He had the same resources that Jeff had. He would be able to identify the agents as easily as Jeff, probably easier. Now Jeff leaned forward, his entire being concentrated on the man in front of him. I don't remember where I got that, he said. I guess I just picked it up somewhere. His words were designed to get a reaction, not to give information. He was successful. Lynch started to turn red, and his hands resumed their trembling. Jeff knew that he was seeing pure rage, and it was only partly directed at him. Suddenly, he found himself looking down the barrel of Lynch's very large pistol. He had not even seen the bureau agent draw his weapon. The man was fast. Although he thought he was prepared to die, he could feel his eyes widening and his breath coming faster. Judging from the way the pistol jittered in Lynch's hand, anything could happen in the next few minutes. Tell me where you got the tape. His words were barely loud enough for Jeff to hear. They were an almost primal growl. Jeff knew that the agent was ready to pull the trigger. Airport security, he said, pleased at how calm his voice sounded. Inside, his heart was pounding like a trip hammer. Lynch clenched his jaw and moved the gun to where it was only millimeters away from the bridge of Jeff's nose. Obviously he wasn't accepting the answer. I saw those tapes, he said in the same low tone. We acquired them at the beginning of the investigation. They didn't have any of what I just saw on them. Jeff shrugged. The tape Lynch had taken from him was obviously genuine. He knew it, and Lynch knew it. He could see that the knowledge had sent Lynch's loyalties and values into a tailspin. Lynch's desperation was almost tangible. He could not believe that the organization he served would be involved in such an atrocity, and yet he had no choice. I guess you saw the edited version, he responded, never taking his eyes off Lynch's. They spent an eternity like that, locked in each other's gaze. Finally, it was Lynch who turned away. Jeff took a deep, silent breath as the gun disappeared, willing his heart to slow. He was not out of the woods yet, he knew. Lynch was in a state of flux. Everything he believed in was a lie, and he was just finding that out. It made him both unstable and dangerous. You're one of them, aren't you? The question was asked so softly that at first Jeff didn't understand it. What? He asked. Lynch turned back to him. I said, you're one of them, aren't you? A part of that shepherd's path, a Christian. Lynch spat out that last word, his contempt evident. You know that already, replied Jeff. Why else would I be here? Why do you believe that stuff? Jeff could hear the confusion and disbelief in his voice. You're good, Anderson. The best I've ever seen. You took on my top men, and beat them. The only reason we got you is thanks to Big Brother. He jerked his finger to the sky, indicating the satellite. Why waste your time on something that should have died out 1,000 years ago? How do you answer a man who is about to kill you? Jeff asked himself. Truthfully, he decided. It didn't die out, he replied evenly. It came from God. How could it die out? That scored home, Jeff saw. For an instant, Lynch let his guard down, and his face became a mirror to his soul. Jeff saw a man in pure anguish. A drowning man grasping at anything that would keep him afloat. Without another word, he jerked open the door. Stay there, he snarled, and left. Jeff stared after him. Where would I go? He asked the empty air. Stephen Lynch forced himself to stride normally down the hall. He wanted to get as far away from Jeff Anderson as he could. Inside, he was a mess. Emotions that he had thought long erased were surfacing inside of him. Although he fought it every step of the way, he could not help remembering his grandmother. He was only 17 when she died. He had been the last person to see her alive, and that memory still haunted him. He remembered the horror of that filthy, detestable nursing home. He remembered the stench of unemptied bedpans and the loud moaning out in the hall. It was the sound of utter hopelessness, the sound of people waiting to die. In his mind's eye, he saw his grandmother. She was not the feisty, vibrant, silver-haired woman of his preteen years. Now she was an eaten-out hulk, just barely alive. Her breathing came in loud rasps through her open mouth. A clear plastic tube ran into her nose, and a sickly greenish ooze trickled out around it. It had made him want to vomit. This was not his grandmother, he thought. This was a mockery of what she had been. Her dull, lifeless brown eyes had cracked open. For a moment, they were confused. Then they settled on him, and a spark of recognition lit them. Her hand had moved feebly, tethered to the bed by intravenous needles. Although revolted by the clammy touch of her cold skin, he had taken hold of her hand and held it tightly. Mamor, he had whispered, his voice choking on the words. Stevie, she croaked. She was the only one who called him that. I was wrong. Just try to rest, Mamor, he said, trying to soothe her. A bit of her fiery nature surfaced, and she returned his grip. Listen to me, she said, her voice a little firmer. I was wrong to put my trust in a man. People will always let you down, Stevie, but God never will. He never will. Mamor, please. Shush. I've got to tell you. I've watched you grow cold to the things of the Lord. A fit of coughing racked her emaciated frame. It was a moment before she could continue. It's my fault, she said finally. I put my trust in that television con man. I should have trusted God. If I had listened to him, I wouldn't be here now. Her grip grew stronger for a moment. Do you understand, Stevie? Don't turn your back on God because his people aren't perfect. Don't give up on God. The energy she had expended exhausted her, and she fell back limp and gasping. She slipped into unconsciousness, and less than an hour later, she was gone. Stephen had been with her the whole time. When she died, he had simply folded her hands together and walked out of the room. He decided at that moment to hate the God she wanted him to love. He would not serve any Lord who would allow this to happen. He would fight those who did with everything he had. Lynch blew into his own office and slammed the door behind him. The interview with Anderson had unnerved him, and he was already shaky to start with. He needed answers, and he needed them now. He strode purposefully over behind his desk and sat down heavily. Thinking for a moment, he activated his computer and began to type. Like any good agent, Lynch always made it a habit to know just a little more than he was supposed to. That little extra had saved his life more than once. Just a few short months ago, he had acquired the Assistant Bureau Chief's access code. It had been relatively easy. He had simply looked over his shoulder as he entered it into his own terminal. Although he never planned on using it, he had filed the knowledge away for future reference. The time had come, he knew, to use it. He entered the code into his terminal and just like that was granted access to the entire Bureau system. Shoving aside the feeling that he was a traitor, he called up the personal file of Agent Peter Crawford. That was his starting point. Agent Crawford had been at both the bombing here in Cincinnati and in Washington. He was still missing and presumed dead. If he was anything else, it would show here. Crawford's file flashed up on the screen, and Lynch knew the worst. The screen filled with personal data regarding Crawford, but it was two categories that commanded Lynch's attention. At the top of the screen was his current status. He was still listed as active. At the bottom was his current location, Geneva, Switzerland. Only two men had access to this information. The first was the Assistant Bureau Chief. The second was Jacob Hill himself, the head of the entire Bureau of Religious Affairs. Lynch sat back and closed his eyes. A long hiss of air escaped his lips. The corruption ran all the way to the top. He had been tracking suspected terrorists from one end of the country to the other, but members of the elusive Christian Liberation Front always remained one step ahead of him. Now he knew why. The terrorists he had been after were taking their orders from his own superiors. One big happy family, he thought bitterly. A sudden knock at the door startled him. Quickly he switched off the computer. Come in, he called. The door opened and one of his assistants, a young woman named Suzanne, entered. She was holding a small piece of paper in her hand. Mr. Lynch, a priority message just came in from the airport for you. What is it? It's from the captain of an Airs 1. He's on the ground and waiting for you. He says that you were supposed to be there to meet him. I see, replied Lynch. Get in touch with him and tell him that I will be delayed. Tell him something has come up. I'll be there within the hour. Yes, sir, said Suzanne. She went out, closing the door behind her. Lynch drummed his fingers on the desk for a moment. He had a decision to make, one that would greatly affect the rest of his life. He could ignore what he had uncovered and continue to do his job. No one would know, and he could remain safe. The problem was, he would be living a lie. He would know that the organization he was a part of was rotten to the core, and the simple fact was, he could not abide that. He demanded total dedication and honesty from himself and those who were under him. He could not be loyal to superiors who did not subscribe to the same code of ethics. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that his decision had already been made. It had been made when he had viewed that tape. The only thing left to do was to act on that decision. With total resolution and just a bit of apprehension, he left the office and made his way back to where Anderson was being held. Jeff started as the door to the office flew open and a very determined-looking Agent Lynch walked in. He could see that something was different. Lynch had evidently come to grips with what he had learned. He had the air of a man who had just made a life-changing decision. "Let's get one thing straight, Anderson," said Lynch with characteristic directness. "I think you're wrong. I think God doesn't care about what goes on down here, and those who say he does are liars." He paused to see the effect his words were having. When Jeff made no response, he continued. "I also believe that religious groups need government supervision. Without it, they get out of control, and a lot of people get hurt. I think people who meet in secret are putting their beliefs ahead of the good of this country, and should be considered traitors. Do we understand each other?" "Perfectly," replied Jeff, looking him in the eye. What was he getting at? "Okay. As long as that's clear. Now, what are we going to do about this?" With that, he took the tape out of his jacket pocket and set it carefully on the desk. Jeff looked at it, then back at Lynch. "What do you mean, we?" he asked carefully. "You know what's on there," answered Lynch. "And you know what it means. Don't you?" Might as well be straight with him, thought Jeff. "If you mean, do I know that your people are responsible for Flight 407, and who knows what else, then yes, I know what it means," he said, a touch of anger coloring his voice. Lynch detected it immediately and held up his hands in a defensive gesture. "I swear to you, Anderson, I didn't know." His fist clenched and he looked as if he would hit something. "I'm talking to you as a fellow agent now," he said. "I've just found out that the Bureau of Religious Affairs is not what it is supposed to be." "Oh." Jeff's tone was mocking. "Listen to me." Lynch smacked the desk with his palm. "Something stinks all the way to the top of the organization. I know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Director Hill himself is involved." Jeff said nothing. He knew of Jacob Hill, of course. The man had come to prominence a few years ago when he was named as chief of the Bureau of Religious Affairs. The FBI had wanted to do a routine check on him, but was flatly denied the opportunity. Even then, the Bureau was a law unto itself. "I don't know who I can trust," continued Lynch, now showing a vouch of frustration. "With the top of the organization compromised, who knows how far down the corruption goes." Jeff had had enough. Lynch wanted something from him, and he wanted to know what it was. "Lynch," he said finally, "what do you want from me? I'm a prisoner here, in case you haven't noticed." Lynch leaned forward eagerly. "I want you to help me expose them," he said in a low voice. "I want to prove that they are responsible for the bombings, and maybe even the murders of those 2 congressmen. Since I can't trust anyone within the organization, I need your help. Like I said, you're the best I've ever seen. With your help, I can pull the plug on the terrorists and nail the big guys all at once. Then we'll put the Bureau back together, and have it doing the job it was originally designed to do." "Let me get this straight," said Jeff incredulously. "You want me to help you put the Bureau back on track? In other words, back to harassing innocent people, people whose only crime is to want to worship God freely. Is that right?" "That's about it," agreed Lynch. "Give me one good reason," demanded Jeff. "Helen Bradley." That stopped Jeff short. "What about her?" he asked cautiously. "I know where she's being held," answered Lynch. "A place in Los Angeles called Menteses. It's some kind of research facility. That's where our proof is. If you can help me get in there, then I'll get my proof, and you'll get her." How about it? Jeff didn't even have to think about it. He was going to get Helen back. If he could bring down the bureau chiefs in the process, so much the better. There was only one thing. One condition, he said. Lynch looked at him guardedly. "And that is?" ? Quote. "There might be another woman in there, the one your people took off Flight 407. Her name is Beth Sampson. If she's there, we take her out, too." "Done," said Lynch. "Something else," added Jeff. "I want to try to get hold of her husband. He has a right to know that his wife is still alive." "That's Scott Sampson, right?" Jeff nodded. "You know," said Lynch conversationally, "we've been looking hard for him." "Where did you send him? To the dark side of the moon?" "Someplace like that," said Jeff. He wasn't about to give him Scott's location. He didn't trust him that far. Lynch understood this and nodded. "Let me get some things together, and we'll go. There's a suborbital shuttle waiting for us at the airport. You can get a message to Sampson from there." "Okay, fine," said Jeff, standing. "I don't trust you, you know." I'm not sure that I trust you, retorted Lynch. I guess we're stuck with each other. Make no mistake, Anderson, and his eyes grew narrow and hard, if I even sense that you're going to double-cross me, I'll kill you. Got it? Yes. Fine. Wait here. I'll be back in a minute, and we'll go. Lynch left, and Jeff was alone with his thoughts. Lord, he thought, what is going on? Am I doing the right thing? It wasn't quite a prayer, but it was the best thing he had at the moment. He certainly didn't trust Lynch, but he knew one thing. He was going to take whatever risk he had to take to get Helen, and Beth, if she was there, to safety. 5 minutes later, Lynch returned. Jeff could tell from the look on his face that something was wrong. The situation had changed. What is it? He asked, the tension rippling in his voice. Lynch looked at him long and hard before replying. I just got a report in, he said finally. Scott Sampson was arrested in the Tampa Bay area a few hours ago. At this moment, he's in the air, on his way to Menteses. Scott sat in the middle seat of aisle 34, staring straight ahead. On either side of him sat two extremely competent representatives of the Bureau of Religious Affairs. Neither of them had spoken since the flight had taken off, which suited Scott fine. He was mad. No, he was furious. He felt like shouting at the top of his lungs, it's not fair. I was there. I made it. Even now he was not quite sure what had happened. Jim had taken him all the way to Tarpon Springs, even though he himself was only going to Tampa. It was a good 40 miles out of his way, but, as he told Scott, it was the least he could do for his new, big brother. A quick prayer, a firm handshake, and Jim had been on his way. Scott had examined his surroundings, already sweating from the Florida heat. By his reckoning, he had about a 2-mile hike ahead of him down to the docks. He had set out along US 19 towards his destination. Seeing the sponge docks of Tarpon Springs was like looking 50 years into the past. The decades-old fishing vessels lined up along one of the waterways gave the area a touch of antiquity. Scott strolled along the docks, taking in the cry of seagulls and the smell of the ocean. Things seemed relaxed here. Life was lived day by day. The men and women who worked the docks and boats were firmly rooted in this place. Many had been here for generations. There was a sense of being, of belonging. All in all, to a man on the run, it seemed like the kind of place where he could lose himself. It was peaceful, quiet, and it put him more at ease than he had been for weeks. It also caused him to get careless. Coming to a small hole in the wall cafe, he had stopped in for lunch. Sitting at the counter, he made his first mistake. When he ordered aloud, the waiter had looked at him strangely. He realized that, although he might look Greek, he didn't sound Greek. The moment he opened his mouth pegged him for a Westerner. This had so flustered him that he made his second mistake almost immediately after. Thinking only of getting out and finding his contacts, he asked where the Andropoulos family might be found. This had brought a look of downright anger from the waiter. He was told promptly that there were dozens of Andropoulos scattered throughout the area. The closest ones had just been arrested for holding illegal meetings. If he wanted them, then he wasn't wanted here. Quickly Scott paid his bill and left. He headed away from the cafe at a fast walk. It wasn't fast enough. The waiter must have called the police, and the police must have called the bureau. Not more than 10 minutes later, as he headed out of the area, a black sedan had squealed alongside of him. Two men, the same two that now sat on either side of him, had forced him into the car and drove off. The next thing Scott knew, he was on this flight heading to who knew where. It made him mad. It made him furious. So furious that he forgot to be afraid. What was the sense of all he had been through, he kept asking himself over and over. His flight from Covington, his narrow escape in Atlanta, what difference did it make if it all ended here? Why, God, he wanted to scream. Why get me this far if you didn't want me safe? Why abandon me now? Even now he did not believe that he was caught. He half expected the watchman to show up and get him away, or the sky to split open and a giant hand pluck him out of the bureau's clutches, or anything. Why would God abandon him now? These and other thoughts chased themselves around and around in his mind, but always ended where they began. Why? He did not have the answer to that, so all he could do was sit quietly while the plane flew on. It was a long flight. Almost 6 hours melted off his watch by the time they landed. Upon disembarking, he learned that he was at the Los Angeles International Airport. Clear across the country, he realized. He was escorted out by the goon squad, as he came to call them, and led to a waiting limousine. There his escort handed him over to two new goons. Both were tall and broad-shouldered, one was fair-skinned, the other a little darker than Jeff. Wherever they're taking me, at least they're taking me first class, he thought as he got in. Indeed, the limo was one of the luxury class models. Included in the riders section was a bar, television, and small refrigerator. Scott decided that he was thirsty, but when he reached for the refrigerator, goon number 1, the dark-skinned one, reached out a beefy hand and grabbed his wrist. Although he said nothing, his look was clear. Touch it and die. Scott sighed and sat back, watching the city roll past. They were cruising along one of the many expressways that honeycombed the city. He had never been to Los Angeles, but, due to his circumstances, was not especially interested in sightseeing just now. The sun was almost down when they finally left the sprawling metropolis behind. Scott saw that they were moving into an industrial sector. He could feel that they were nearing the destination, and, for the first time, began to feel apprehensive. Whatever was in store for him would hardly be pleasant. The limousine turned onto a busy 4-lane highway and began to navigate its way through the heavy traffic. Suddenly, there was a soft pop, followed by a thump thump thump. The whole vehicle began to wobble and shudder. Goon number 1 cursed, speaking for the first time in hours. Flat, said goon number 2, his voice devoid of any emotion. Scott wondered if they ever spoke in words of more than one syllable. Slowly the massive car pulled off to the side of the road. The driver got out and went to the back to inspect the damage. Returning, he tapped on the back window. Yeah, said goon number 2 as he rolled down the window. Flatter than my mother's voice, said the driver, his anger coloring his speech. Spare me the comparisons, grumbled goon number 1. Just get on it. We're not far away, said the driver. You could call for a ride. And get everyone there on my case. No thanks. We're responsible for getting Sampson there, and that's what we're gonna do. Just change it, and get us moving. You're the boss, shrugged the driver. I'd appreciate it if you'd get out. I don't have a hydraulic jack, and it'd help to lighten the load. Grumbling at the turn of circumstances, Goon 1 opened the door and climbed out, motioning for Scott to follow. Don't get any ideas, he said coolly. You wouldn't get 10 feet. The way he said it left no doubt in Scott's mind that he was correct. He nodded quietly, and moved out of the way. The driver pulled the toolkit out of the trunk and got to work. He had just unscrewed the bolts when he stiffened. Hey, look at this, he called to Goon 1. The agent caught the urgency in his voice and glided over. This wasn't an accident, said the driver, an edge of fear in his voice. What do you mean? Asked Goon 1, leaning forward. Here, said the driver, pointing. Look at that hole. It's on the side, not the tread. Perfectly round. That's a bullet hole. Goon 1 reacted instantly. He whirled around, scanning the area. His pistol appeared, almost as if by magic, in his hand. Danny, get him, he said, jerking a thumb at Scott. You, he said to the driver, get on the phone to Menteses. Tell them to get a car and a team out here now. Tell them we're under attack. Right, said the driver, jumping up and heading for the door. He almost made it when, in mid-stride, he suddenly slumped over against the limousine. For a moment, he held on to the door handle. Then, without making a sound, he slumped over and fell to the ground. Scott blinked in surprise. The hair on the back of his neck was standing on end. It felt as if he had just run his shoes over heavy carpet and then had touched something metal. The air was alive with static electricity. Danny, shouted Goon 1, get him into the car. They're hitting us with tasers. Get on the phone and, with that, Goon 1 fell to the ground. His body twitched as if he were a marionette operated by someone with a bad case of hiccups. Scott stared at the two men lying there. What was going on? Abruptly, the vice-like grip of Danny attached itself to his arm. Move it, he shouted, half leading, half dragging him to the waiting vehicle. Scott didn't consider resisting. Whatever happened to his two captors was likely to happen to him next. In all the excitement, he didn't even think about escape or rescue. They got to the car door. Danny opened it, and dove inside. In. Now, Scott started to follow. Suddenly, he could not move. Control of his body left him, and he found himself going rigid. Danny cursed and started to reach for him. Just before he blacked out, Scott saw Danny's eyes bulge in shock and surprise. He fell onto the floor of the limousine and lay still. Now what? Was Scott's last clear thought. Then a second jolt took him. He felt himself falling, and found that he couldn't even put his arms out to catch himself. He was out before he even hit the ground. Ugh. Rest easy, Scott. You're safe now. For the moment, anyway. The voice came from the blackness that surrounded Scott's mind. Slowly, consciousness returned. It took him a minute to realize that he hurt. Somewhere inside his head, a very little man was banging a very big drum. It throbbed painfully. Scott had never had a hangover, but thought it must surely be like this. Not only that, but his nose ached abominably. Its throbbing kept time with the little man. Moving was out of the question, but since his eyelids didn't feel any heavier than Mack trucks, he tried to open them. Immediately he was sorry. Piercing white light thrust itself all the way through his pupils and directly into his brain. Ouch! He cried, squeezing them shut. His voice, although thin and weak, resounded inside his skull. Take it easy, said someone close by. He felt a cool damp cloth press against his forehead. You're feeling the aftereffects of static discharge. I know it hurts worse than anything, but it'll pass. Besides that, your only injury is a bloody nose. The voice sounded vaguely familiar, and Scott struggled to place it. Who? He croaked, unable to complete a sentence. Easy, I said. It's me, Jeff Anderson. Like I said, you're safe for the moment. Jeff. Shush. Rest now. You'll feel better in a few hours. But, I said rest. There was a soft hissing sound, and once more Scott felt himself losing consciousness. When he came to again, he found he was feeling much better. The cloth was still over his eyes, but the throbbing had abated, leaving him feeling clear-headed. Memory was starting to return. The flight to Los Angeles, the long car ride, the flat tire, all came back to him. Jeff, he cried out, sitting up. The cloth fell away, and he opened his eyes. Once again the light flooded in, but this time it was bearable. He was also surprised to find that he could remain in an upright position without throwing up. Whoa, take it easy. You took a double charge, so don't rush things. Scott sat there blinking, getting his bearings. He was in a small motel room, lying on one of two double beds. A clock sitting on the nightstand between the two beds read 10 p.m. A single lamp burned softly on the nightstand between the beds. Now that his eyes adjusted, it was much less bright than before. Behind him, an air conditioner hummed loudly, blowing cold air onto the back of his neck. He took in his surroundings briefly, then centered his attention. Less than page asterisk MERGEFORMAT greater than 147. Less than page asterisk MERGEFORMAT greater than 147. On the room's single occupant. There, sitting on the other bed, as big as life, was Jeff Anderson. He was wearing a blue cotton work shirt and denim jeans. His face showed about a day's growth of beard, and his eyes had a bleary look to them. Scott did not care in the least. Although Jeff Anderson looked a little worse for wear, he was the best thing Scott had seen in a long time. Jeff, he cried aloud again, springing up. He had intended to grab the bigger man and give him the hug of his life, but his body had other ideas. Immediately the room started to spin, and the nausea returned. Oh, he said, grabbing his stomach with one hand and his head with the other. I told you to take it easy, admonished Jeff. Instantly he was on his feet, supporting Scott by the shoulders. Gently he eased him back down on the bed. Scott sat there for a moment, regaining his equilibrium. What happened? He finally managed to get out. He wasn't sure if he was asking what was wrong with him, or how he had been rescued. Since talking was still a chore, he let Jeff decide how to answer. We had to stun you, said Jeff. It was the only way to get you safely away from those thugs. Stun me. With this, said Jeff, pulling a small metal cylinder from his jeans pocket. A taser. It emits a charge of static electricity that will put you out cold. Its range is limited, but within 30 feet, it's quite effective. Unfortunately you got in the way of a blast meant for one of your guards. You took that as well as one for you. That's why you, feeling so out of it, now. He shrugged. Like I said, it will pass. Scott took a deep, cleansing breath. He was starting to feel almost human again. Thank you, he said after a moment. It sounded lame in his own ears. This man had literally snatched him from the grasp of the enemy. How does one say thank you for a life? He wondered. Don't thank me yet, said Jeff, a grin suddenly splitting his brown face. The worst is yet to come. He sobered a little, becoming serious. There's something you need to know, Scott, and there's a decision you're going to have to make. He shook his head back and forth. To be honest, I don't quite know how to tell you. Tell me what? Asked Scott curiously. Memory was fully returning, and the events of his flight from Covington sprang into his mind. Listen, he said, interrupting Jeff before he could answer, have I got some things to tell you? You're not going to believe some of the stuff that's happened to me. There was. Later, Scott, said Jeff, cutting in. But. Quote. I said later. What I've got to tell you won't wait. At that moment, the door behind Scott opened. Scott spun around to see a tall, blond man enter carrying a large green knapsack. He stared as the stranger closed the door behind him and nodded to Jeff. Then he turned his full attention on Scott. So you're Sampson, he said, lowering the knapsack to the floor. Taken aback, Scott only nodded. His eyes followed the newcomer as he walked across the room to the dresser. There, he opened the ice bucket that was sitting next to a television set and popped a piece of ice into his mouth. The limo's out of sight, he said, obviously talking to Jeff. And our two guests are in the next room. How long will they be out? Asked Jeff, keeping his eyes on Scott. With the dose I gave them, at least 24 hours. Good. Scott Sampson, meet Agent Stephen Lynch. Scott nodded in Lynch's direction, then turned a questioning gaze at Jeff. Stephen is going to help us with a little project, said Jeff. His face grew very solemn, and he spoke quietly. Scott felt a chill go up his spine at his tone. Show him, he said, looking back at Lynch. As Scott watched in confusion, Lynch went back to the knapsack. Dipping inside, he pulled out a small black case. When he opened it, Scott saw that it was a mini video player, not much bigger than a wallet. He flipped open the top to reveal a small screen. Pulling a tiny cassette out of his pocket, he slid it into the player. Then he handed it to Scott. So what am I supposed to be looking at? He asked, eyeing Jeff. Just watch, replied his friend gently. There was a look of utmost compassion on his face as he waited for Scott to push the play button. Still not sure where this was leading, Scott pushed the tiny control. Instantly a picture came onto the screen. It took a moment for him to realize what he was seeing. There was some sort of waiting room, like a terminal, with people standing and. Recognition blindsided him. He drew in a sharp breath and looked up at Jeff. Is this the gate? Quote. He could not finish the sentence. Jeff only nodded. Scott's eyes returned to the screen just in time to see the likeness of himself and Beth walk into view. A soft groan permeated his entire being. Jeff, he whispered desperately, don't do this to me. Don't make me go through this again. Scott, trust me, said Jeff, reaching across the empty space and gripping his arm. His firm touch was like an anchor that Scott could cling to. Just watch the tape. He released his arm and sat back. Scott licked his lips as he watched the drama play itself out. He almost could not bear to look at his wife. She seemed so full of life. Even with the poor quality of the tape, her vitality nearly jumped off the screen. In the past days, other things had forced him to put his grief in the back of his mind. Now, once again, it hit him with gale force, leaving him weak and dazed. I'd almost forgotten how beautiful you were, darling, he half thought, half said. With tears in his eyes, he watched as the couple said their heartbreaking goodbyes. Once again he felt as if his very soul would be ripped out of him as Beth disappeared down the boarding ramp. He wanted to drag her back, to shout at her not to get on that plane, but he was helpless. The past could not be changed. He looked up at Jeff, as if to say, is this over now? Can the pain stop? Jeff motioned for him to keep watching. Even in his grief, Scott had to smile a little at his likeness talking to seemingly thin air. Where are you now, my friend? He thought as he saw himself turn and walk out of the shot. Wherever you are, you have my gratitude, and my thanks. He was not the least surprised that the watchman could not be seen on the security camera. The past few weeks had taught him to accept such things on faith alone. He leaned back and looked questioningly at both Jeff and Stephen. For some reason, Stephen looked ashamed. Jeff was staring at him intently. All right, Jeff, he said, his voice a little steadier. What's this all about? Why are you putting me through this? In answer, Jeff reached over and touched another control on the player. As Scott watched, the tape fast-forwarded. After a few seconds, Jeff released the control and the tape resumed its normal speed. I swear to you, Scott, Jeff said, his voice tense with emotion, I didn't know. If I did, I would have never sent you away. He lowered his eyes. I could have done something, at least tried. What are you? Just watch, said Stephen roughly, and turned away. Scott could feel his chest tightening as he fixed his eyes back on the screen. He could hear his heart pounding in his ears as he watched. He saw the 3 agents pass the camera and go onto the plane. He looked questioningly at the 2 other men in the room. Bureau of Religious Affairs, explained Jeff tightly. He said no more. Scott returned his attention to the screen. Finally he saw what Jeff wanted him to see. Oh no, he cried, his voice barely above a whisper. Oh God, no. There was no doubt. That woman between the agents was his wife, and she was being taken off the plane. Jeff. He looked helplessly at his friend, not knowing what to think or do. I know, Scott. Believe me, I know. She wasn't on the plane. Even as he spoke the words, he couldn't believe them. He had been having dreams like this for weeks. Every time he slept, it was always the same. Beth would be alive, and they would be back in their house, safe and sound. No one was hunting them, or trying to hurt them. Her death was all a mistake. She was really alive, and they were together. Then he would wake up to bitter reality, and have to realize all over again that it was all just a dream, that Beth was dead, and he was on the run. He would have to pull himself together and get on with the business of surviving. Where is she? Where is she, Jeff? The emotions that had been repressed came flooding back, threatening to overwhelm him. His hand shot out and gripped Jeff's arm. All at once a tremendous weight seemed to lift from his shoulders, while at the same time the bite of renewed care and worry clamped itself around his heart. His voice took on a twinge of panic. Scott, said Jeff gently. My God, she's alive. Beth's alive. Where is she, Jeff? Where have they taken her? Scott. Jeff's voice suddenly became stern and commanding. It jolted Scott back into reality. I know that this is rough, continued Jeff in the same tone, but if you will let me talk, I'll let you in on everything. Scott took a deep breath and nodded. He sat back, releasing Jeff's arm. His thoughts whirled around and around inside of his head, and it took a Herculean effort to concentrate on what Jeff was saying. Better, nodded Jeff. Now, we think we know where Beth has been taken, and if we're right, it's going to take a major miracle to get her out. I don't understand. The chances are that she is being held at a place called Menteses. It's a research facility not far from here. Research, said Scott, wrinkling his brow. The thought kept pounding at his mind. Beth was alive. He struggled to ask an intelligent question. What kind of research? It was Lynch who answered. Officially, mental disorders, like paranoia, schizophrenia, things like that. Unofficially, it's used for interrogating prisoners of the Bureau. I don't understand, said Scott. He was rapidly coming back to earth. Beth might be alive, but she was a prisoner, and still in very great danger. Why would anyone want to interrogate her? Because you were both associated with the Shepherd's Path, said Jeff. Scott shook his head vehemently. No way, he said firmly. We didn't even know about you guys when we went to that meeting, and I wasn't involved until after the plane crash. Beth doesn't know anything. The Bureau didn't know that, said Lynch. They only knew that you two were the only ones that escaped their net. They also knew that someone from the Shepherd's Path was supposed to be there at that meeting. At the time, it probably looked like a good bet to question your wife. The certainty with which Lynch explained Bureau thinking caused Scott to study the other man closely. Just who are you? He asked. When Lynch didn't answer, he turned to Jeff. The look on his face demanded a response. He's a special operative for the Bureau of Religious Affairs, replied Jeff bluntly. Scott stared at his friend in disbelief. And you trust him? Are you crazy? He pointed an accusing finger at Lynch. He's one of the reasons my wife is missing. People like him put us in prison, Jeff. People like him are killing us. Quote. Lynch, who had been standing with his eyes downcast, jerked his head up. Scott's last remark had struck home. And you're one of the people who used to preach to everyone that they were going straight to hell, snapped Lynch. In 3 quick strides he crossed the small room and stood in front of Scott, who remained seated on the bed. His body was taut, like a piano wire strung too tight. Scott suddenly realized that he had just angered a very dangerous man. Let me tell you something, said Lynch, looking down in disgust at him. I watched you and your kind rake it in when I was growing up. I watched you care more for your building projects and television programs than for the people who lived next door to you. I watched you almost wreck this country by trying to impose your morals on it. Now, I'm sorry about your wife. What's been going on here is wrong, dead wrong, but as for the rest. Here Lynch turned away and walked back to the dresser. You brought it on yourselves. And as far as I'm concerned, when it's fulfilling its original purpose, the Bureau serves a useful function. He turned back to face Scott. Okay, so you don't trust me. I don't care. You need my help. You either accept that, or I'm gone. His harsh words stung Scott's pride, and his long dormant temper aroused itself. You arrogant, selfish. Knock it off, Scott, said Jeff sternly. It's not for you to judge. Besides, he's right about a few things. Isn't he? Jeff caught Scott's eye and held it. Isn't he? He asked more softly. Slowly the anger that Lynch had aroused began to ebb. He began to feel ashamed of his outburst and looked away. He had to admit that some of the things Lynch said hit too close to home. For a large part of his life, he had been one of those who had cared too much about things and not enough about people. Jeff saw Scott's face relax and nodded. Good, he nodded. Looking over his shoulder to Lynch, he raised an eyebrow. Lynch was obviously still upset, but he was too good an agent to allow personal feelings to get in the way of a job he had to do. He nodded once, sharply. All right, said Jeff, clapping Scott on the shoulder. Maybe when this is over, he said in a conspiratorial tone to Scott, we can show him what it really means to be a Christian. How about it? Okay, said Scott. Don't count on it, retorted Lynch. If we're successful, I'll give you both a head start, but once things are back to normal, I'll be after you again. Whatever, said Jeff, dismissing Lynch's threat with a wave of his hand. Right now we've got things to do, and you have a very important decision to make, Scott. Decision. Aha. Are you with us in this? You're going to go get Beth? Scott asked. He had guessed as much from the way they were talking. Partially, said Jeff cautiously. To be honest, we don't know for sure that she's in there. We think so, but we're not 100% sure. And you want to know if I'm in? Scott laughed once sharply. It was not a humorous laugh. That's my wife in there, Jeff. Of course I'm in. There's more, said Jeff, holding up a hand to quiet Scott. His face grew hard. They've got Helen, too. That brought Scott up short. Helen Bradley had literally saved his life. The thought of her in unfriendly hands burned him as much as the thought of Beth being held. The fact is, continued Jeff, we probably won't get away with it. Stephen here tells me that security at Menteses is pretty tight. Now he looked Scott directly in the eye. That's why we rescued you, Scott. We need you to help us get in there. Me? Asked Scott, surprised. You guys are the professionals. What do I know about this sort of thing? The Bureau wants you, answered Jeff. We want to use you as a decoy to get us through the outer perimeters. Once inside, we'll do the rest. I'll tell you right now, Scott, if we're caught, we won't have a chance of coming out alive. It's your decision. Let me get this straight, said Scott. It's just the three of us against this place. Well, I think there might be one more person involved, corrected Jeff, his eyes motioning upward. Lynch caught the gesture and snorted. Fine, replied Scott. Let's go get them. Just like that, he said it. Even he was surprised at the lack of hesitation in his voice. There was a time when Scott Sampson would not have committed to anything, much less something as dangerous as this, but there had been some changes in the past 3 weeks. Perhaps, Scott reflected, it is called growing up. Jeff continued to study him closely, only now his eyes were twinkling. Yes, I see, he said after a moment. All right, let's get going. Stephen, if you would. Lynch nodded and once again dug into his knapsack. What do you want me to do? Scott asked anxiously. Now that he had agreed to help, he was impatient to get started. Lift up your chin, answered Lynch. Puzzled, Scott complied. Lynch came over to stand next to him, holding a high-pressure syringe. Wait a minute, objected Scott, you didn't say anything about drugging me. I want to be awake for this. This isn't a drug, reassured Jeff. We're implanting you with a microtransmitter and beacon. Say what? Even as he asked, Lynch placed the syringe against his bared neck and pressed the control. There was a hiss as the high-pressure spray forced its way through his pores. It felt like he had been stung by a hornet. Ouch! He cried, jerking back. There are undoubtedly sensors at Menteses that will pick up any bugs we try to plant on you, but chances are they won't pick up anything in you, said Lynch. Scott rubbed his neck, waiting for Jeff to explain the rest. Stephen will get you inside, said Jeff. You will be his prisoner. We think that you will be taken to wherever they are holding Beth and Helen. The transmitter you're carrying will give us the exact location. Where will you be? Asked Scott. We're going to use the limo you were being moved in. I'll be assuming the identity of one of your guards. Hopefully they won't look too closely at my identification since they're expecting me. Jeff smiled a predator's smile. Stephen and I have been comparing notes on bureau procedures. Although security on the outer perimeter will be tight, once we're inside, things will probably loosen up. Probably? Asked Scott, raising an eyebrow. We can only hope and pray, replied Jeff. Certain areas will be heavily guarded, I'm sure, but once we're through the front gate, I may be able to move around in relative freedom, at least in the more public spots. Okay, said Scott. So what happens when I find them? In answer, Jeff held up a tiny earpiece. I'll be able to hear everything you say through this, he said. Only you, by the way. Because the transmitter is internal, I can't hear anyone who may talk to you. Hopefully you can give me instructions on how to get to you. There's an awful lot of hopefullys in this plan, grumbled Scott. If you have any better ideas, snapped Lynch, now's the time. His dislike for Scott was obvious. Scott remained silent, his attention on Jeff. I know, agreed Jeff, that there are a lot of things we don't know. We'll have to play it by ear. He looked back at Lynch, then continued, sooner or later the Bureau will catch up to us, Scott. With the computer network gone, the Shepherd's Path is limping badly. That's my fault. I should never have convinced Helen to rely on technology. The first Christians did quite well without it, and so should we. I used to think we could operate the system right under the Bureau's nose. He shook his head in regret. I was wrong, and because of my mistake, none of us can hide for very long. It sounds like you're giving up, said Scott. If we're going to be caught, then why bother trying to rescue Helen and Beth? Giving up. Jeff shook his head in dismissal. No, I'm not giving up. We can start over. The Shepherd's Path can reorganize, bypassing the network. I want to get Helen back for 2 reasons. 1, he said, holding up an index finger, she knows better than anyone how to pull this off and get us back in business. We need her. 2, and his voice sank to a whisper, she's my friend, probably the best friend I've ever had. I'm not going to let her go without a fight. If we can get Beth out in the bargain, so much the better. And after we get them, asked Scott pointedly, how do we get away? Tell me one place on this planet where we can hide. Like I said, smiled Jeff, most of the Shepherd's Path is still intact. We only need to reorganize a bit and we're back in business. I promise you, if we can pull this off, we'll find a way to disappear. Just trust me, okay? Scott nodded, and Jeff clamped him on the shoulder. All right, he grinned, let's go bring 'em out. Scott jumped off the bed, and helped his 2 allies clear the room of anything that could be used to identify them. After that, Lynch led them to where he had hidden the limousine. While he drove, Jeff reviewed their plan with Scott, making sure he understood what he had to do. Together, the 2 believers and their uneasy ally headed into the stronghold of the enemy. Jack Klein stepped out of the boarding ramp and into Los Angeles International Airport. He was immediately met by 2 plainclothes security guards from Menteses. His mental state could only be described as unstable. He was led, unresisting, to a waiting car and hustled into the back seat. One of the guards sat next to him while the other got in the driver's seat. Just as they drove off, a young woman stepped out of the terminal. She watched as they disappeared, then opened her purse and pulled out a small communicator. He's on his way, she reported quietly. Have you got him? Affirmative, came the male voice through the tiny earpiece she wore. The transmitter is functioning properly. Good work. Thanks, she replied. It wasn't all that hard planting it on him since I sat next to him all the way. With any luck, we should have an answer for Senator Davidson soon. I have a feeling he's not going to like what we find, said her fellow detective. Count on it, she snorted, but it's not our job to worry about it. We just find out things, and let the big guys make the decisions. Roger that. Looks like he's heading for the freeway. I'll get back to you. Affirmative. I'm going to see about renting a car now. You tell that chopper pilot to take it easy up there. There was a chuckle, then the communicator went dead. The young woman set her course for the car rental agency, wondering what dirt they were about to dig up on one of the most powerful men in the nation. The black limousine pulled to a stop at the outer gate of Menteses. Jeff casually rolled down his window and handed the guard the plastic identification he had taken off one of the now sleeping agents. He was careful to keep his face averted. The professional makeup kit provided by Lynch had given him an approximate appearance to the picture on the card, but the flimsy disguise would not hold up under close examination. The fact that one of Scott's guards was black was indeed fortunate. Their main hope was that the very audacity of their little raid would catch security off guard. Jeff knew from experience that sometimes the more elaborate the system, the greater the overconfidence. Sometimes. He waited impatiently as the guard inserted his stolen card into an impressive-looking terminal. It only took a second for the light to glow green. The guard returned the card and motioned for him to open the rear window. Jeff complied, and Lynch handed over his own identification. There was no need to worry here, Jeff knew. Lynch's card was valid, and he was expected. Thank you, sir, said the guard, handing the card back. Jeff was just about to move forward when the guard leaned over and aimed his flashlight into the back seat. The beam came to rest on Scott's face. You're a little late, Mr. Lynch, he said, examining Scott closely. We were told to expect you almost 2 hours ago. Also, aren't you supposed to be bringing in a black man? My supervisor said to expect someone by the name of Jeff Anderson. Jeff tensed, waiting for Lynch to answer. If he decided to turn on him, they would be finished. Lynch was armed, as were the guards at the gate. Anderson made the mistake of trying to take me out, replied Lynch evenly. He's back in Cincinnati in the morgue. This, he said, jerking a thumb at Scott, is Scott Sampson. I'm sure you've heard the name. The guard's eyes grew a fraction of an inch wider in recognition. He frowned suspiciously. I know the name, sir, he said. We are expecting him also, but he's supposed to be accompanied by Dieter and Washington, in this very car, as a matter of fact. I see Washington, he said, nodding to the front, but where's Dieter? As he asked the question, the guard carefully put his hand on his holstered pistol. He did not draw it, but the meaning was clear. I reassigned Dieter, answered Lynch calmly. Jeff, listening, had to admire the man's boldness. What an asset he could be if he would come to know the Lord. Jeff didn't think he could convince him, but he said a quick prayer to the one who could. We arranged a meeting at the airport, Lynch continued without missing a beat. I've sent him on a courier mission. The driver is with him. Check your command authorization codes. Mine is Victor Zulu November Tango, 337. That gives me the authority to reassign agents in Class 3 and below. The guard hesitated, clearly undecided. Look, Martin, said Lynch sternly, reading the guard's name tag, this is official bureau business. Now, if you don't want my code, then you'd better check with the bureau director himself. My direct line to him is 555-4427. Do it now, please. I don't appreciate being kept waiting here at the gate. The guard blanched at the thought of calling Jacob Hill direct. He weighed his options a moment, trying to decide whether to trust Lynch or risk the wrath of a man who had total control of his life. He made a decision. If you will wait here just a moment longer, Mr. Lynch, I'll check your code. 1. He moved off to the small guardhouse and busied himself with his terminal. It took just a few moments for him to verify his information. All clear, sir, he said, trying to smile and not quite succeeding. Your code checks out. Should I be expecting Dieter soon, then? He should be back within 3 hours. He has orders to report to me directly, so I'd appreciate it if you would notify me the minute he gets here. Consider it done, sir, said the guard, now eager to please. His check of Lynch's code had told him that Lynch was not a man to be trifled with. Stepping back, he nodded to the guard standing at the control of the gate. He touched a button and the heavy structure began to move aside. Within seconds they were through and heading into one of the many parking lots. Scott fell back into the cushioned seat and let out a long sigh. Phew, he exclaimed. I thought we had it. He turned to Lynch and admitted grudgingly, it's a good thing you're in so good with your boss. That phone number saved us. You mean it's a good thing that idiot of a guard didn't call the number, replied Lynch wryly. He'd have gotten Date wrap. If I were his supervisor, he'd be cleaning out toilets tomorrow. He glanced over at Scott to see his mouth hanging open in amazement. Close your mouth, Sampson. You're ugly enough as it is. You mean, Scott stammered, and found he couldn't go on. He took a deep breath. He seemed to be doing a lot of that lately. You mean, he tried again, that number you gave isn't the bureau director's. Well, you live in the real world, retorted Lynch. You think that every agent on the bureau's payroll can just call him up any time. Sure, I've been in contact with him, but he's always called me. Scott could hardly believe what he was hearing. Of all the stupid, harebrained stunts, he started, but Lynch chimed in on top of him. Look, Sampson, we're in, aren't we? Now if you don't shut up. Quote. Children. Jeff's voice cut in from the front seat. What say we get our friends out of here? Then you two can tear into each other all you want, although if you get physical, Scott, I'm putting money on Stephen. In other words, gentlemen, shut up. His rebuke had the desired effect. Both Scott and Lynch fell silent, glaring at each other. The limo pulled into an empty parking place about 50 yards from the main entrance. Would you look at the size of this place? Murmured Scott. His heart was beating rapidly as he scanned the immense structure. Beth was in there. Even if Jeff was not absolutely sure, he could feel it. She was here, and she was alive. He started to get out of the limo, but felt Jeff's strong hand on his shoulder. Hold up, Scott, he said, inserting a tiny plug into his ear. Lynch was doing the same. We need to make sure your transmitter is working. Count softly to 10, Scott complied, turning his back on his two allies. He got to 5 when Lynch stopped him. I've got him, he said, looking at Jeff. How about you? Sounds a little muffled, but I can hear him, answered Jeff. One more thing, said Lynch, producing a pair of sinister-looking handcuffs. He clicked them open. Now wait a minute, began Scott, but saw Jeff's reassuring nod. It's necessary, Scott, he said. Standard bureau procedure. Anything else will be noticed. Scott hesitated briefly, then allowed his hands to be fastened securely behind him. These are security cuffs, explained Lynch. Don't try to get them off by yourself. There's a microchip embedded in the lock that will activate a small battery. It's not lethal, but it delivers a substantial shock. They're quite effective. Charming, said Scott sarcastically. There was nothing else to be said. They began to cross the distance to the main entrance, trying to keep watch in all directions at once. Scott was awed by the sheer size of the building. If not for the transmitter he now carried under his skin, the chances of locating anyone in that huge, cube-shaped structure would have been non-existent. To him, it felt as if they were entering a dark, evil fortress of ancient times, except that no fortress could possibly compare to this. No one seemed to notice them as they opened the large glass doors and entered the empty lobby. At this time of night, the receptionist was not on duty. Only a single security guard sat behind the long counter. He saw them enter and waved them over. They approached cautiously, Jeff hanging several feet back. Mr. Lynch, he said, looking from one to another. I'm Detective Lynch, answered Stephen. Yes, sir. Just a moment, sir. He activated the video phone at the desk. Detective Lynch is here, sir, he said. He listened for a moment, then nodded. Switching off the phone, he looked back up at Stephen. Mr. Taylor will be right out, sir. They waited a nerve-wracking 5 minutes, then one of the elevators opened and a short, bull-faced man appeared. Jeff pegged him as the security chief. Lynch, said the man without preamble, the guard at the gate just filled me in. What the devil do you mean, reassigning my people? I don't care what codes you may have, you don't have the right to. Mr. Taylor, interrupted Lynch, I'll be glad to justify my actions to both you and Mr. Hill. Things have developed rapidly. I had no choice. Taylor stopped short, considering what Lynch had said. Although he resented him usurping his authority, Lynch had the reputation of being the best in the bureau. He usually had a good reason for what he did. Best, he thought, to let Mr. Hill handle this. He nodded. In response, curbing his temper. Mr. Hill wants to see you first thing in the morning. We'll put you up in one of the guest quarters. I'll get someone down here to show you to them. Fine, said Lynch. Unnoticed by both Taylor and the guard, he reached into his back pocket and pulled out a tiny, pistol-shaped device. He looked around casually, noting the position of the security cameras. There was one in the corner to his left, and another directly in front of him. He would have to get this right the first time. Taylor turned his attention on Scott. His lips tightened with distaste as he nodded to the guard behind the desk. The guard activated the video phone again. "I need an escort in the main lobby," he said quickly. "Also, inform Dr. Steiger that Sampson has arrived." There was a muted response, then the guard clicked off the monitor. Almost instantly, two tall, muscular uniformed men appeared. They stopped on either side of Scott. "This him?" one of them asked Lynch, who nodded. "We'll take it from here." Without a word, Lynch handed over the key to the handcuffs. Scott was taken by either arm and led off. A look of panic crossed his face as he was led away. "Keep it together," urged Jeff silently in his departing friend's direction. "Stay calm. We'll get you back, I promise." He watched closely as Scott was led to a single door across the lobby. Although he could not read the nameplate on the door, Jeff guessed the office behind it belonged to Dr. Steiger, the name the guard had just mentioned. He turned back to Lynch and Taylor. The security chief's attention had so far been centered on Stephen and Scott. Now he really noticed Jeff for the first time. His brow wrinkled in confusion for a moment, then he took a step backward. "You're not Washington," he stammered. Instantly, Lynch pointed the device, covered by the top of his hand, and pressed the trigger. There was a hiss of escaping air and Taylor froze. Almost casually, he turned back to the guard and fired. The effect was the same. The guard froze, his muscles rigid by the drug dart. Jeff swung into action, moving easily but quickly to stand between the camera and Taylor. He continued to nod at the paralyzed security chief as if he were carrying on a conversation. "How long?" he asked Lynch, keeping his eyes on Taylor. "Paralysis wears off in 30 seconds, replied Lynch under his breath. "After that, they'll be susceptible to suggestion for about an hour." "Get going, then," ordered Jeff. "They'll be on to us long before that." "You don't have to tell me my job," growled Lynch. He moved to stand next to Taylor. "Can you hear me?" he asked him. "Yes," came the dull reply. "Take me to Central Control," he ordered. Taylor did not reply, but instead walked off at a steady, even pace. Lynch fell into step beside him, and the two moved off across the lobby and disappeared down one of the two halls that led into the bowels of the building. Jeff turned his attention to the guard behind the desk. He was sitting very still, his face totally devoid of expression. He resisted the temptation to check his pulse. Lynch had promised that the hyperpentothal tip darts were harmless. The darts themselves dissolved on impact, injecting the drug directly into the blood system. The only side effect, Lynch insisted, was a headache when the drug wore off. Jeff studied the guard closely, but could see no evidence that he might be in distress. "Can you hear me?" he asked softly. "Yes," was the emotionless reply. "Ah, right," stammered Jeff. It was like talking to a department store mannequin. "Continue to do your job. Situation normal. Do you understand?" "Yes," replied the guard. He continued to sit quietly. Jeff took a deep breath and expelled it slowly. It was all up to Lynch now. If he could neutralize security, they might just have a chance. If not, he decided not to contemplate the alternative. Instead, he concentrated on listening for Scott, who had remained silent since being led away. He felt alone and exposed as he leaned over the desk, pretending to talk with the guard. All he could do was wait. Scott was led into a rather plain-looking office. The only furniture was a desk, several plastic chairs, and a plastic bookshelf that looked like wood. It certainly did not look like the office of a doctor. Behind the desk sat a dark-haired, broad-shouldered man in his 50s. His harsh face and stern, humorless look made Scott shudder. "Bring him in," he said, glancing up from some sort of file folder. Scott was pushed forward and made to sit in one of the plastic chairs. His handcuffs were removed, and he rubbed his wrist to restore the circulation. One of the guards left, while the other took up a position next to the door. The man, who Scott assumed from the name on the door was Dr. Steiger, turned his attention back to the folder. Long seconds ticked by, and the silence in the room grew intense. "Well, Scott," said Steiger finally, closing the folder, "you've led us on a merry chase." He smiled congenially, folding his hands on the top of the desk and leaning forward. He looked for all practical purposes like a concerned friend. Scott was not fooled. The minute he entered the office, he recognized his enemy. The spirit emanating from the doctor was that of pure evil. It assaulted his own spirit, making him feel slightly nauseous. He said nothing. His silence seemed to disappoint Steiger. Actually, he continued, we really don't need you now. We have Helen Bradley, so that makes you rather superfluous. Scott remained silent. Still, said Steiger, cocking his head to one side, we may find a use for you. We have another guest that you might find interesting. The thought seemed to amuse him. In fact, I'd venture a guess that it's the last person you would expect to see alive. It was only with a supreme effort that Scott remained calm. Inside he soared. Steiger's attempt to confuse and taunt him had just confirmed that Beth was here. Scott had been close to panic when he entered this room, but now the fear fell away like a discarded piece of clothing. It was not quite the same as when he had been to that fateful church meeting in Covington. Then, his fear had been replaced with a great peace. Now, he felt a tremendous sense of purpose fill him. Beth was here, and by all that was holy, he was going to get her out. Steiger saw that he was not going to speak. Very well, Scott, we'll do this the hard way. He got up from the desk and turned to the bookcase. As Scott watched, he pressed his hand against a section of wall. Instantly a small square became visible, outlining his hand in a bright white light. There was a slight whine, and a small panel opened to reveal some sort of lens. Good evening, Dr. Steiger, came an emotionless, feminine voice that Scott recognized as computer-generated. Please step forward for retina scan. Steiger obeyed, bringing his eye to within a few inches of the lens. There was a red glow. Identity confirmed, said the computer. I scanned 2 other occupants in the room. Please identify. Haynes. Security, said Steiger. Identity on file. 3rd occupant. Scott Sampson. Accept command override 0 Alpha 0. Command override accepted, said the computer. With that, the entire bookcase slid back to reveal a single door. In turn, it opened to a spacious elevator. Steiger motioned to the guard, who moved to stand next to Scott. Roughly he took him by the arm and stood him up. Scott felt his heart do a flip. The panic that had subsided began to rear its head again. They had expected Beth and Helen to be held in some kind of ward. At worst, there would be guards to be taken out. This was an entirely different matter. Scott was no security expert, but he knew about retina scans and palm readers. There was no way that Jeff and Stephen could follow him to wherever he was being taken. The elevator became a gaping maw as he was practically dragged toward it. He felt like a drowning man, and he grasped at the only idea he could think of. He had to warn Jeff. Retina scan, he said aloud, hoping it would pick up on the transmitter he was carrying. Palm reader. Steiger heard this and froze. What did you say? He demanded. Scott only looked at him blankly. Steiger reached out a hand and grabbed Scott's shirt by the collar. His grip was surprisingly strong. What did you say? I heard him, said the guard. He said, retina scan, and palm reader. Steiger released Scott's shirt and whirled on the guard. He said it like he was sending a message, he snapped. Was he checked for bugs? Of course he was, said the guard defensively. We checked him just before we came in. He was clean. Idiot, exclaimed Steiger. Did you check for internals? Internals. The guard was incredulous. Where would he get them? Only federal agencies have access. One of his contacts is with the FBI. Steiger was practically shrieking. He whirled to his desk. Hold him while I get a scanner in here. Scott felt 2 vice-like hands grip his arms as Steiger activated the video phone. He watched helplessly as the doctor called security. Stephen Lynch followed the drug tailor down the long hall toward central control. He felt cut off and alone, cast out. For the first time ever, he was operating on his own. He had passed the point of no return. Even if he blew the whistle now, and turned Sampson and Anderson into Mentaces, he could not hide his own participation. He had deliberately entered Mentaces in a covert fashion, in league with 2 known conspirators. He had also drugged a guard and the chief of security himself. These thoughts chased themselves around inside his head as he followed Taylor. Somehow, deep inside his soul, he knew he was doing the right thing, but it didn't make his course of action any easier. He had been loyal to the Bureau ever since he had signed on. Now, he was discovering that it was not what it seemed. The people he worked for had blown up a passenger plane, and blamed it on innocent people. His one hope was that he could find enough evidence on this raid to expose the corruption in the Bureau. Admittedly, freeing Bradley and Sampson's wife was an added bonus, but he was here to nail his superiors. A cold, seething anger settled in his stomach as he followed Taylor. He had been used and then summoned here by Hill himself, no doubt to be terminated. His loyalty and dedication counted for nothing. He was simply a pawn in Hill's war on Christianity. Well, Mr. Hill, he thought grimly, pawns can sometimes bring down kings. Taylor turned a comer and stopped at what Lynch initially took to be an elevator. Without pausing, he pressed his hand against a section of the wall, which glowed bright white. Lynch sucked in a sudden breath. A palm reader. If these were used in other parts of the building, they were in trouble. Almost silently the doors slid back. Taylor stepped through, with Lynch right behind. The doors closed as soon as they were through. Central control was a large, octagon-shaped room lit dimly with track lighting. Rows of monitors lined two of the walls, which glowed brightly. Directly under the monitors was a control board much like the one in Jacob Hill's suite. Two board guards sat in comfortable-looking swivel chairs in front of the board. The large center screen showed the lobby. Lynch could see Jeff leaning over, pretending to talk to the drugged guard. One of the guards swiveled around to face them as they entered. Lynch didn't hesitate. Pushing Taylor out of the way, he aimed and fired the dart pistol. It caught the guard squarely in the chest, penetrating his clothes and the skin underneath. He froze, his muscles rigid. What the? Quote. The second guard did not even finish his sentence. As he turned, Lynch fired, and the guard was paralyzed. Just as he stepped up to the control board, Lynch heard Scott's transmission, confirming not only the presence of another palm reader, but a retinal scan as well. He wasted a second on a curse, then began to examine the monitors. There was the lobby on the center screen. He could see that Jeff had heard Scott's transmission as well, but he could do nothing until Lynch had taken security. It took him a few moments to find Scott, and once he did, he realized that they were all in trouble. Scott was being held by one of his guards, while the other man, probably Steiger, was running a small object in front of his neck. They had discovered the transmitter. Even as he watched, Steiger grabbed Scott by the throat, his face a mask of rage. They were out of time. He pulled his communicator put of his back pocket and thumbed the on button. Security neutralized, he said quickly. Go. There was nothing else he could do now except watch. They had only one dart gun, and it was now out of ammunition. Either Anderson was good enough to take out both Steiger and the guard, or he wasn't. His eyes glanced back to the lobby monitor, but Jeff was nowhere to be seen. Scott was thrown roughly back into the chair by the guard. Steiger glared hatefully at him as he activated the video phone. I don't know who you are working with, he spat, but your little game is over. He looked meaningfully at the guard hovering next to Scott. If he tries to speak, kill him. The guard didn't answer. Instead he drew his pistol and pressed the muzzle hard against Scott's neck. Scott had no doubt that he would pull the trigger if he uttered one single word. He watched as the doctor punched in a code and waited. Seconds dragged past, but there was no answer. Now what? Growled Steiger, re-entering the number. Again there was no response. Realization dawned on him. Haynes. They've taken Central. He looked wildly at the camera perched in the far corner of the room. Come on. We've got to. Instantly several things happened at once. The door flew open, slamming against the wall with a loud bang. Scott felt the weight of the gun leave his neck, and he turned his head toward the disturbance. Jeff barreled into the room, taking in the situation. As if in slow motion, the guard brought his weapon around to center on Jeff's chest. Scott could tell that Jeff would not be fast enough to reach the guard before he fired. He didn't stop to think. Bolting from the chair, he threw himself against the guard. Physically he was no match for this trained killer, but he gave Jeff the split second he needed. The pistol, miraculously, did not fire. Jeff sprang across the room and landed a sharp uppercut against the guard's jaw. He followed it with a right jab, and the guard went down. In one smooth motion, he grabbed the guard's pistol and pointed it straight at Steiger. Stay there, doctor, he snapped, his breath coming in short gasps. Steiger froze. Jeff looked over at Scott. Thanks. So what now? Asked Scott. He glanced over at the still open elevator. We didn't count on this. I know, agreed Jeff grimly. Doctor, please sit down. His face distorted with pure hatred, Steiger complied. There is no way you can succeed, he growled, his voice raspy. You're probably right, said Jeff, relaxing his grip on the pistol just a little. He pulled out his communicator. You there? He asked. Yeah, came the reply through his earpiece. Nice piece of work there. Right, said Jeff. He did not like being congratulated for knocking people out. We've got a problem. I know, and we can't use the dart gun, so we can't force Steiger to lead you to them. It wouldn't matter, answered Jeff. The first person who talks to him would know something is wrong. Besides, we have no idea what's on the other end of that elevator. There was silence at the other end. Finally, you want to pull out. Cut our losses and run. Although Scott could not hear Lynch, the look on Jeff's face was plain. He looked at Jeff desperately. The pain on his face was almost more than Jeff could bear. No, not when we're this close. Listen, can you find out where this thing leads? There's a layout on the back wall here. Give me a minute, replied Lynch. We may not have that long, said Jeff grimly. Yeah, right. Okay, I found you. According to this, it doesn't lead anywhere. The elevator is marked, but that's all. The only way out of that office is the way you came in. Jeff shook his head in frustration. His mind raced for possible solutions, but none presented themselves. Their time was running out. Suddenly Helen's smiling face popped into his mind. He remembered a conversation they had had years ago, when they had been setting up the computer network. You have a tendency to be too subtle, Jeff, she had said after listening to some of his suggestions. Sometimes the simplest way is the best. He had blushed when she said that, because it was the same concept he had taught others over the years. It struck home now. The only way to get Helen and Beth out was going to be the simple, direct way. Laying the pistol aside and pocketing the communicator, he approached Steiger. Where are they? He asked menacingly. He put every ounce of threat he could into his voice, hoping his bluff would work. As he came close to the doctor, he pulled another piece of equipment out of his back pocket. Without looking at it, he turned it on. Steiger glared at him defiantly. Do you really think you can just waltz in here and take 'em out? He asked, his voice breaking in anger. This isn't the local jail, boy. The last word was spat out so vehemently that Jeff wasn't sure if it was a racial slur or just Steiger's way of talking. Not that it mattered. He had what he needed. Grinning, he held up the small box he had activated and pressed a button. Do you really think you can just waltz in here and take 'em out? This isn't the local jail, boy. Steiger's eyes widened in shock as his voice, perfect in every detail, resounded from the box. It was the digital voice recorder, the same one Jeff had used to fool Scott in the warehouse. Thank you, Doctor, he said in satisfaction. Once more he used his communicator. Can you mess that place up fairly well? He asked. Sure, was the quick reply. Do it, and get down here. On my way. The communicator went dead. Jeff went behind the desk and firmly moved Steiger out of the way. Next to the video phone was a single-page directory of inter-office numbers. What are you looking for? Asked Scott, moving to stand in front of the desk. There has to be some kind of communication with whatever is on the other end of that elevator, answered Jeff. I was hoping it might be listed here with the other numbers, but it isn't. It's just the normal, run-of-the-mill directory. The frustration in his voice was evident. Let me see, said Scott. He slid in front of a surprised Jeff and examined the video phone closely. I used to help design systems like this, he explained. Nothing this elaborate, but the same principles. He ran his index finger down the list of numbers while Jeff watched with growing impatience. Yeah, Scott's exclamation coincided exactly with the door opening. Both men jerked their heads up, but relaxed when they saw it was Lynch. You. Steiger's tone was both accusing and amazed. I should have known. I told Jacob not to trust you. Lynch ignored the outburst and moved to join Jeff and Scott. Have you got it? Jeff was asking. I think so, replied Scott. The numbers might not be listed, but they usually follow a pattern. Find the pattern in the existing directory and you can fill in the missing codes. Since these are only 4-digit numbers, it's fairly obvious. What about the video link? Asked Jeff. I can fake his voice, but I can't fake him. Scott pointed to a control. That's a privacy button, he said. Push it, and it cuts out the video. They're common on executive lines. Jeff stood there for a moment, then nodded. He busied himself with the tiny keyboard on the recorder. He paused only long enough to ask Scott about the code Steiger used to open the elevator doors. It took him a moment of panicky memory searching, but he remembered. All right, Scott, Jeff said finally, If you think you've got it, punch it in. Scott took a deep breath, then entered the code. There was a soft beeping, then a feminine voice answered. Phase 1. The three allies looked at each other. This had to be it, their looks said. Jeff pushed in front of Scott and held the recorder up to the phone. This is Dr. Steiger. The voice was perfect, down to Steiger's inflection. Quickly Jeff hit the pause button. Yes, Doctor, replied the voice on the other end. Prepare Bradley and Sampson for immediate departure. Doctor. They could hear the surprise in the voice. Pressing his lips together, Jeff played his last card. Accept command override 00 Alpha 0. He held his breath, hoping that Steiger's code for the computer applied to humans as well. Very well, Doctor, said the voice, although it sounded suspicious. They'll be ready for transport in 5 minutes. I'm sending in Agent Lynch to get them, said Steiger's voice. He will have proper identification. Yes, Doctor. Anything else? That is all. The line went dead. Jeff looked from Scott to Lynch. It's up to you, Stephen, he said gently. He glanced down at his watch to see that almost half an hour had passed since they had arrived. We're running out of time. Lynch nodded, and without another word, entered the elevator. I'm going with him, said Scott, moving forward. No, Scott, said Jeff firmly, taking him by the elbow. They might recognize you. Let Stephen handle this. Scott looked at the bureau agent. Their eyes met. Despite their mutual dislike, there was a moment of understanding. Lynch nodded. I'll bring her back, he said softly. He looked at Jeff. Both of them. With that, the door slid shut and he was gone. Now we wait, said Jeff to Scott. They did not have to wait long. Somewhere in the distance, an alarm began to blare. They heard the sound of running feet. Then someone began to pound on the door. Jeff bowed his head, and Scott's shoulders slumped. Their time had run out. Jacob Hill jolted out of his light sleep, instantly awake. The second the alarm sounded in the dimness of his suite he rolled out of bed. He did not sleep as most men. He had long ago trained himself only to doze, no matter how tired he might be. His rationalization for this was that a man in his position must be alert at all times, but deep inside, so deep even he did not realize it, was the fear that if he slept too deep, he would never wake up. His movements cat-like and subtle, he glided over to his desk. He was wearing pastel silk pajamas that rustled softly as he walked. A touch of a single button, and the monitors behind the desk came to life, filling the suite with an eerie glow. He would call security momentarily, but first wanted to see the situation for himself. He had access to areas of mentaces that security did not. Quickly his eyes darted from screen to screen as each one came online. Everything appeared normal in both Phase 1 and 2. The duty nurse was on station in Phase 1 and the four-man staff was in place in 2. Satisfied, he punched up Steiger's office. Although he never permitted himself to show surprise, what he saw caused an almost silent gasp to escape his lips. Steiger was there, but he had company. For a moment, Hill did not recognize the two other men that flanked him. He turned the camera control and focused on the tall black man. Jeff Anderson, I presume, he muttered under his breath. Even though he was wearing an obvious disguise, Hill had no trouble recognizing the former FBI agent. He had been sent his complete file the moment of his capture. The man next to him. Jacob studied the smaller man's features carefully, then allowed himself a small smile. Welcome to Mentaces, Mr. Sampson, he said softly. Despite the darkened hair and skin, he easily identified the man who had eluded his best people time and time again. A third man, probably a bureau agent or a security guard, sat slumped in one of the office chairs, obviously unconscious. Hill only gave him a cursory glance. Excellent, he muttered to himself. Looking up at the rest of the monitors, he noted several security guards running toward Steiger's office. The reason for the commotion was clear when he checked Security Central. One of the staff doctors was examining two unconscious guards and his security chief. They looked as if they had been drugged. Hill sat back and regarded the panoramic scene before him. Somehow, he realized, Anderson and Sampson had escaped capture and made it all the way to Mentaces. Even more amazingly, they had penetrated outer security, immobilized central control, and evidently discovered where Phase 1 was located, quite an achievement. From the looks of things, they had only been discovered due to the regular security shift rotation. The question is, Hill thought, just how did those two get so far? They were obviously here for Helen Bradley and Beth Sampson, except that they should not know where the two women were being held. How did they learn so much? He touched a control, and the only area he had not yet checked appeared on the center screen. For a moment, he simply stared, then his shoulders slumped slightly. I should have known, he said to himself. There, in the elevator that led to the entire underground interrogation complex, was Stephen Lynch. Somehow, one of his best agents had been turned. The mistake was his, Hill knew. Lynch should have been brought into his confidence years ago, or else terminated. There was no room in his organization for someone who was not totally committed to him. Now, there he was, headed straight into the deepest secrets Menteses had to offer. Angrily, Hill activated the all page on the intercom. Security, this is Hill, he snapped. He noted with satisfaction how fast every guard stopped in his or her tracks, waiting for his instructions. Immobilize the two men in Steiger's office, and hold them there. I'll be down in 10 minutes. He shut off the intercom and watched as the guards reached the door to Steiger's office. It took them only seconds to force an entry and capture Anderson and Sampson. They were held at gunpoint and made to sit in two of the plastic chairs. Nodding tightly, he turned his attention to Lynch. The renegade bureau agent obviously could not hear the alarm. That was fine with Hill. He used the video phone to call. Phase 1. The security guard who answered looked nervous, understandable since the alarm had sounded there as well. His eyes widened a little when he saw who it was who was calling. In a moment, said Hill, not waiting for him to talk, a bureau agent will be there. Yes, sir, nodded the guard. An agent Lynch, Dr. Steiger said. Indeed, said Jacob, his own eyes widening in turn. This was an interesting development. What was Steiger up to? Yes, sir, said the guard. He told us to have Bradley and Sampson ready for transport. He was very adamant about it, sir. I see, mused Jacob, rubbing his chin absently. Follow those instructions, then, he continued. Are they awake? The guard looked over to one of his security monitors that showed the Phase 1 ward. Jacob could see on his own monitor that two nurses were going through the delicate process of reviving the two women. Just becoming conscious now, sir, replied the guard. Bradley is showing signs of disorientation, probably due to her advanced age. Sampson is still groggy, but otherwise seems fine. Very well, said Jacob. Allow Lynch to take both women out. Oh, and tell the staff there to make 3 extra beds ready. You will be receiving new patients soon. With that, he broke the connection. He was just starting to change his clothes when his video phone beeped. Not wanting anyone to see him in a state of undress, he only activated the audio link. Hill here. Security here, sir, said the voice of Taylor's assistant. We know your orders were to admit Klein tonight and inform you tomorrow, but well, with everything else going on, I thought you should know that he's here now. We just let him pass the front gate. Hill considered this bit of information for a moment. Very good. Bring him to Steiger's office immediately. Oh, and send me the names of the guards on duty when Anderson and Sampson got in. Why yes, sir, said the assistant, and broke the connection. Hill stood staring at the blank screen for a moment, then went to the bedroom to finish changing. The next few hours would be quite interesting. Come on, come on. Lynch bounced up and down on the balls of his feet impatiently, waiting for the elevator to stop. Every muscle in his body was wired for action, and he was ready to lash out at the first person who got in his way. This little operation was getting more complicated by the moment. First the unexpected security measures, then a secret elevator that went down instead of up. He hated surprises. He knew that in an operation like this, they could be fatal. It was all he could do to keep from pacing anxiously. The ride seemed to go on forever, taking him deep into the earth. He could only hope that Bradley and Sampson would be able to travel. Who knew what they had been through down here? His questions were answered almost immediately. The elevator finally bumped to a stop, and the door opened. A guard was waiting for him as he stepped out into a small square room. Quickly and confidently he handed his identification to the guard, who nodded. They'll be ready in just a moment, sir, said the guard offhandedly, returning the ID. Lynch said nothing, and moved back to stand next to the elevator doors, facing the guard. Trying to appear relaxed and bored, he did a quick but thorough survey of the room. It was totally empty of any furnishings, and lit only with fluorescent lights. Covertly he looked at his watch and gritted his teeth. Too much time. They had been here for over 40 minutes. It could not be too much longer before someone discovered that central control had been taken out. Once that happened, they were dead in the water. Their only hope was a fast strike. To get in and out so quickly that the staff would not have a chance to react. His wait was suddenly ended as two very pale and weak-looking women were brought out in wheelchairs. He had no trouble recognizing Helen and Beth, but it was obvious that they were still suffering from whatever had been done to them. Without a word, the two nurses wheeled them into the elevator and returned the way they came. "They're all yours, sir," said the guard, motioning with his hand. "Do you need any help?" "Thanks, but no," he replied, getting into the elevator. He had to get out now. He could not put his finger on it, but something was wrong. Every sense he had developed as an agent over the past few years was screaming at him. "The boss is waiting upstairs," he added. With that, he punched the button, the door closing behind him. Immediately they began the long ride back to Steiger's office. Helen and Beth looked around at their new surroundings, but neither spoke to him. He wondered idly if they might be permanently damaged. No telling what they had been through. He hoped that would not be the case. It would destroy Sampson, he knew, if he got this far only to discover that his wife was now a vegetable. While he disliked Scott, and perceived him to be a self-righteous jerk, he did not want to see that happen. He was just thankful that everything had gone well so far. The people below did not seem to suspect anything yet. In fact, and it hit him. Oh no, he groaned under his breath. Things had gone too easily, he realized. He remembered the conversation Anderson had faked with his little toy. The nurse on the other end had fairly reeked of suspicion, and yet, when he got down there, no one questioned him. The guard merely glanced at his identification and then brought out Helen and Beth, as if he were following instructions. Lynch realized too late what it was that had been nagging him since he started back up. If he were a guard who had received suspicious instructions, he would call to confirm them. That would blow everything. In fact, it probably already had. He closed his eyes and slumped back against the cold elevator door. It had to be that, he knew. Someone else had gotten in touch with them down below. That meant he was probably heading straight into a trap. Something like a primal growl escaped his lips. In frustration he lashed out, striking the hard metal wall. So close. They were so close. They had Sampson and Bradley, and all they had to do was get out. "Think, Stephen, think," he urged himself. There had to be a way out of this, he knew, but try as he might, no idea or inspiration presented itself. He could only watch helplessly as the elevator continued its inevitable climb. When Jack Klein arrived in Los Angeles, his head was beginning to hurt. When he reached the outer perimeter of Menteses, it had started to throb. By the time he was brought unceremoniously inside, he was in agony. He paid no attention to anything as he was led to the office of Dr. Samuel Steiger. It did not matter to him that one of the guards ran some kind of sensor in front of him. When it started to beep, he was roughly searched. He did not care. Only months ago he would have been outraged at this treatment, but now, all he cared about was getting rid of the pain. His implant was failing, and it was destroying what little was left of his mind. He could hardly walk by the time he was ushered into the office. There were others there who watched curiously as he entered, but he did not notice. He was pushed roughly into an uncomfortable chair and told to wait. Leaning forward, he put his head in his hands and groaned in misery. Jack's past was gone. He no longer remembered Jenny, or his children. Marcy was lost to him, as was his career. His future no longer existed. All he was, all he ever hoped to be, lay in ashes at his feet. Jacob Hill had systematically destroyed him. Even this did not matter now. All that mattered was the pain. "Well, I must say, this is certainly an interesting gathering. Mr. Anderson and Mr. Sampson. Good to see you at last. And of course I know our famous senator here." The soft, steel-in-velvet voice thrust its way through Jack's agony. He knew that voice. Slowly, every movement a major undertaking, he raised his head to the door. Jacob himself stood framed there, flanked by two of the ever-present guards. He was smiling that same smile that he had smiled all those years ago, when Jack had first met him. The man had not changed one iota since then. Uncontrollably, Jack raised his arms to the man who ruined him, pleading. "Jacob." He wanted to shout, "Help me. I've done everything you asked. I've sold my very soul to be your friend. Please help me. The words would not form. His body betrayed him. When he found he could not even speak, he gave a strangled, desperate cry and fell to the floor. There, writhing in pain and helplessness, one of the most powerful men in the nation began to sob like a lost child. Scott watched the scene play itself out before him. Although not a great follower of politics, he certainly recognized Jack Klein. The senator was a media favorite, and had been on television frequently. The sight of him wallowing on the floor out of control was unnerving. Scott glanced over at Jeff, and saw his own fear mirrored in his friend's face. He felt a sinking sensation in the pit of his stomach. His eyes darted to the tall, grey-haired man who still stood in the door. Just who was he? Certainly he carried himself with an air of great power, and the senator had treated him like some sort of god. Not only that, but he knew both Scott and Jeff by name. Scott had not always been the most perceptive person, but he did not need instinct to tell him that the man responsible for much of his grief stood before him. As he watched, the newcomer stepped all the way into the room, surveying it like a conquering general would survey a won battle. Scott tensed, waiting. The tall man stopped beside the quivering mass of flesh that was Jack Klein. A look of distaste flashed across those stem features. Delicately, he toed Jack in the ribs. "Oh, get up, Jack," said the steely, cultured voice. The sheer lack of emotion sent a chill down Scott's back. When Jack did not respond, the tall man looked over to where Steiger stood. His eyebrows arched in an unspoken question. "Complete implant failure," said the doctor evenly. "We knew it was happening, but did not expect it to happen so fast." "Is he totally gone, then?" Steiger shook his head. "It's more like Alzheimer's disease," Steiger replied. "The pain will come and go. There will be brief periods of lucidity followed by complete disorientation." "Can he be salvaged?" asked the tall man. "No," answered the doctor. "At the rate he's losing it, he'll be a complete vegetable within 12 hours. If we could have gotten to him a few days ago, maybe. Now, well, it looks like a complete neurological breakdown." "Him?" said the tall man. "Pity. We could still have used him." He motioned to one of the two guards in the room, who promptly picked the senator off of the floor and deposited him into one of the chairs. Jack stopped begging for help and put his head in his hands. A soft groaning escaped his lips. Ignoring him, the tall man turned his attention on Scott. When he had met Steiger, Scott had been repelled by the malicious spirit within the man. It had nauseated and revolted him. This was different. Scott found that he could not look this man in the eye. The power, the pure force that permeated his spirit made Scott want to crawl under the desk and hide. He had thought that his recent experiences had made him strong in the Lord, a spiritual warrior to be reckoned with. Now he saw that he was out of his league. One didn't oppose power of this magnitude, one submitted to it. Feeling ashamed and weak, he bowed his head, and lowered his eyes to the floor. The tall man smiled at Scott's capitulation, gloating silently over an easy victory. Scott felt his cheeks beginning to bum with shame. The stranger then strode over to where the open bookcase still revealed the closed elevator doors. "I see Agent Lynch is returning with his 2 charges," he remarked in the same calm voice. He glanced back at Scott. "This should make a touching reunion." At that last comment, Scott jerked his head back up. The stranger could only mean one thing. Lynch had Beth and Helen, and he was walking straight into a trap. Eyes widening in panic, he looked at Jeff. Surely there must be something they could do. Maybe Jeff could. His wild hope died when he caught the former FBI man's eye. Jeff only shook his head negatively. The look on his face was plain. "Don't do anything stupid. Wait." Scott's shoulders slumped, and he felt the bitter taste of defeat in his mouth. The stranger, watching carefully, caught the exchange. "Very good, Mr. Anderson," he said, his voice filled with sarcasm. Slowly he began to clap his hands together in mocking applause. "I like a man who knows when to fight, and when to accept defeat." Even Jeff's dark complexion was not enough to hide the flush that started to rise in his face. At first, Scott thought it was from the shame of giving up, but one look at his eyes told him otherwise. There was a fire there, and it was burning bright. Jeff Anderson hated being helpless, but he was far from giving up. "Stephen should be here in just a few minutes. I'm afraid that elevator is dreadfully slow," said the tall man as he sat behind the desk. "In the meantime, allow me to introduce myself. Spare us the theatricals, Mr. Jacob Hill," said Jeff, speaking for the first time. Scott looked at him in surprise. Somehow, Jeff had mastered his anger and rage. His voice mirrored the same cool, mocking tone that Hill had been using since he had entered the room. "You're not so invisible that I wouldn't know you." "Indeed," said Jacob, his eyes narrowing as he studied Jeff with renewed interest. "And just what do you know of me?" he asked. "Other than the fact that you're at the top of an organization that makes Hitler's SS look like a Sunday school class, not much," replied Jeff, now looking straight at Hill. "You're probably one of the most powerful people in the nation, if not the world. You have enough politicians in your hip pocket to make the government do what you want it to do. As far as the private sector is concerned, you control the people who control the economy. You have worked behind the scenes for years, only now emerging into the public eye as head of the Bureau of Religious Affairs. How's that?" He looked defiantly at Hill. Scott could see that Jeff's mini-biography had scored a direct hit. Now it was Jacob Hill's cheeks that were slightly flushed, and his breathing was coming just a little faster. "Interesting," he said softly. Scott shuddered from the sheer venom that now permeated that cold voice. "It seems that I am going to have to redesign my security measures. Tell me, Anderson, just how do you know so much about me?" Jeff shrugged his shoulders. He knew he had nothing to lose by talking. "Not too hard," he answered with a grim smile. "I make it a point to know all of the heads of all of the government agencies that directly affect mine. I've been building a file on you ever since you assumed control of the Bureau of Religious Affairs. All evidence points to the fact that you, and probably a selected group, have had a lot to do with what's been going on in this country for the past several years." He leaned forward in his chair, his features intense. "The thing I don't understand," he said with honest curiosity, "is why you allowed yourself to become visible by heading up the Bureau. That's why I was able to find out about you. The only thing I can figure is that the people who pull your strings must have told you too." His grim smile became a full-fledged grin. "How about it, Hill? Did your masters order you to step up your attacks on Christianity? That's what this is all about, after all. Isn't it?" Scott watched in amazement as Hill grew livid with rage. All of a sudden, he saw not a man, but a coiled cobra ready to strike. For a moment, he was sure that Hill would order the guard to shoot Jeff right then and there. Even as he thought this, though, something else was revealed to his senses. At first, Scott had been cowed by the power and authority Jacob Hill carried. It had washed over him and left him weak and submissive in its wake. Now he saw the truth. Jeff's tirade had shaken him out of his stupor. Certainly Hill was a powerful man in this world. Perhaps Jeff was right, perhaps he had caused much of the persecution that was even now happening, but now Scott saw with spiritual eyes. And he saw a defeated foe. The man before him wasn't all-powerful. He had masters, and ultimately, he had one master. "We wrestle not against flesh and blood," Scott thought, and knew that it was never truer than now. His real enemy was not Jacob Hill, but rather Jacob Hill's master, and that master had been defeated over 2,000 years ago on the cross of Calvary. His new insight filled and overflowed inside of him. Scott threw off the shackles of defeat and sat tall and straight in the chair. Submit. When the victory was already his. What was he thinking? His eyes sought Hill's. Jacob still stood there, seething, and Scott realized that his whole train of thought had taken a matter of seconds. Jacob turned to him, and the gazes locked. Theirs was a contest that was no contest. Scott looked Hill directly in the eye and said evenly, "Do what you want. You can't stop the spread of the gospel of Jesus Christ. People like you haven't been able to stop it for 2,000 years, and you, no different." Jeff looked over at him, his face showing amazement and delight. "Me, too," Scott thought in wonderment. Where in the world did that come from? When he looked back at Hill, he was even more surprised. The man was standing with his mouth open. It moved, but no sound emerged. His face was becoming an even deeper shade of red. Jacob Hill seemed about ready to explode with rage. From the way the security guard was fidgeting noisily behind him, Scott guessed that this did not happen often. Time froze for an instant, everyone in the office motionless. Then Hill took a deep breath and started to talk. What he would have said was never known, for at that moment, the elevator opened. Even though they knew it was coming, it still took everyone in the room by surprise. Jack Klein remained slumped in his chair, but everyone else turned and looked. Two women in wheelchairs sat there, facing out into the office side by side. Both were pale and wan. Scott's heart stopped. Even though he knew that Beth was still alive, up until this moment he had not quite believed it. Deep inside, he had feared that this was all a cruel joke, or a case of mistaken identity. Now he saw the truth. He had never moved so fast in his life. Before anyone could stop him, he sprang out of his chair and bounded across the room. Beth. He practically fell into her lap. Grabbing her around the neck fiercely, he pulled her close and held her tight. She smelled of hospital disinfectant, and Scott could tell that she had lost a lot of weight. Her slender frame pressed against his chest, and he eased his grip a little in fear of hurting her. Scott. It was the first time he had heard her voice in an eternity. Even though it was soft and weak, it sounded like a heavenly chorus to him. "It's okay, hon," he whispered. He slid his hand behind her head and gently gathered in a handful of her beautiful auburn hair. Tears stung the corners of his eyes as he stroked her gently. "Everything's okay now, Scott. They told me you were dead. Or was that a dream?" She pulled away from him just a little, and looked at him as if she had never seen him before. Hesitantly she touched his cheek with a trembling hand, affirming that he was indeed here with her. Smiling with joy, he reached up and grasped her hand tightly. He was just about to lean forward and kiss her when two strong, rough hands grabbed his shoulders and he was pulled roughly away. "Scott!" cried Beth, straining forward. In her weakened condition, she did not have the strength even to stand up. She watched helplessly as Scott was torn from her and thrown back into his seat. The guard then returned, stepping in front of the elevator, his face a mixture of anger and confusion. He surveyed the two women, Beth looking up at him in apprehension and Helen simply staring straight ahead, and then the rest of the elevator. Then he turned reluctantly around to face Hill. "Well?" demanded Jacob. "He's not in here, sir," replied the guard, his voice a frightened squeak. "What do you mean, he's not in there? Did you check?" "Oh, never mind, I'll do it myself." "Watch them," he said, jerking his thumb at the prisoners. He started to punch in the code to call below, and the guard took a step forward. Without warning, the ceiling of the elevator caved in. At least, that is what it seemed like to Scott. He watched in amazement as a 200-pound blonde projectile hurtled down from above. The guard was thrown forward, slamming into the desk. Jacob stumbled back in surprise and confusion. Jeff was on his feet instantly. He swung his leg in a roundhouse kick that knocked the dazed guard back toward the elevator and right into the waiting arms of Stephen Lynch. Lynch, who had climbed up through the service hatch during the ride up, caught the now unconscious guard and dropped him roughly to the floor. Swiftly he pulled the guard's holstered pistol out and aimed it squarely at Jacob. He looked up at where he knew the hidden security camera would be. "Try anything and he dies," he said to the guards in central control. "No," shouted Jeff, swinging to face Lynch. "We don't work that way." He started to say more, but shut up as Lynch turned the gun on him. From the look on his face, Jeff had no doubt that Lynch would pull the trigger if provoked. The Bureau agent had been used and deceived. He was here for one thing, to expose the Bureau and get his revenge. He would allow nothing to stand in his way, even his erstwhile allies. "Quiet," he shouted at Jeff, then looked around at the rest of the group. His face registered shock and surprise when he saw Jack Klein. "Senator, what the devil are you doing here?" There was no response from the human wreck slumped in the chair. Lynch's eyes narrowed and he pressed his lips firmly together. "I should have known you'd be on his payroll," he growled, indicating Hill. As he spoke, Scott moved back to kneel next to Beth, while Jeff checked Helen over worriedly. Helen, it's me, Jeff. We've come to take you home." No response. Helen stared vacantly ahead at nothing. Jeff looked up at Scott, his face revealing his fear. Scott could only shake his head helplessly. It was obvious that Helen needed medical attention, but they were still trapped in this hellish place. Beth gripped Scott's arm, still unsure of what was going on. Scott turned to see what Lynch was up to. The Bureau agent was busy fiddling with the video phone on Steiger's desk. In frustration, he looked up from the blank screen to the camera. "It won't work," he said grimly. With a single movement, he grabbed Jacob Hill by the collar and dragged him behind the desk. Carefully and deliberately, he pushed the gun barrel against the back of his head. "I've got nothing to lose," he said in Jacob's ear. "Tell your people to open up an outside line, or you're a dead man." He paused a beat, but Jacob remained silent. "Okay, boss," shrugged Lynch, "it's your choice." His fingers began to tighten on the trigger. Jacob realized suddenly that he was going to die. Wait, he cried in panic. Open an outside line to this office. Now. The pressure eased against his neck as the screen came to life. Better, nodded Lynch, and shoved him aside. Jacob stumbled, and fell to his knees. He remained there, watching Lynch. Lynch sat down at the desk and began to punch in a number. He shot a quick look at Jeff. Watch them, he snapped, then turned his attention back to the screen. Who are you calling? Jeff asked as he moved over. Not all of the people I work with are monsters like that, he replied, indicating Jacob. Most of them are just trying to do their jobs the best they know how. I know a few I can trust. If I can get a message to them, and let them know what's going on here, they can blow the lid off this place. No, the cry came from across the room, and both Lynch and Jeff looked up in surprise. Jack Klein stood up on unsteady legs and stumbled over to lean across the desk. No, he said again, this time in a lower voice. Although his eyes were laced with pain, somehow he had regained control of his mind. It was obvious to both men that every word he spoke required a great effort. Let me do it. I know who to call. Please. He looked desperately at the two men. What do you think? Lynch asked Jeff, who shook his head. Are you sure about these people of yours? He asked Lynch. Completely sure. We only get one shot at this. Lynch thought about it for a moment, then shook his head. No, I'm not sure, he admitted. But can we trust him? Both men looked back at Jack, who was obviously in pain. Please, he repeated, his voice trembling. My mind is going. I can feel it. I don't have much time. I know who to talk to. You don't. Let me make that call. Jeff shrugged. Why not? He said. What have we got to lose? The whole place is alerted, and we'll probably never get out of here. Let's see if we can bring 'em down with us. Fine. Lynch moved away from the desk. Okay, Senator, it's all yours. Jack did not reply. It took all of his effort just to concentrate on what he was doing. He sat down and very carefully typed in a private number that only he and a handful of others knew. He could only hope that the person he was calling would answer. Hello. The craggy features of Ben Davidson appeared on the screen. Ben, it's me, Jack. Jack. Davidson looked closely at the screen. What he saw alarmed him. Jack, what's wrong? You look terrible. Ben, I don't have much time left, said Jack, his voice barely above a whisper. Listen to me, please. I've made a horrible mistake, and it's going to cost me. Okay, Jack, I'm listening, said Davidson, making a visible effort to control his emotions. You might as well know, I've had you followed. What are you doing at this place called? ... And here he looked off screen, Menteses. Thank God, said Jack quietly. And thank you, Ben, for being such a good friend. Listen, you've got to launch a full-scale investigation here. What's going on? I've seen it myself. People are being tortured, Ben. Arch. Jack's head shot back, screaming in pain. Jeff moved closer to help, but was waved violently off. Jack, shouted Davidson, get out of there. We'll get you to a hospital. Whatever's wrong, we'll take care of it. It's too late for me, Ben, replied Jack, his voice now barely a whisper. Beads of sweat began to roll off his forehead. His words came in short bursts, like a broken machine gun. Just close this place down. Listen to me. Things have gotten out of hand. The Bureau is too powerful. I was wrong to push for government control of churches. It's turned us into a police state. Oh, Jenny, I'm sorry. His last words came out in a sob. Jack, listen to me, shouted Ben. I've got some of my people just outside. If you can get out of there, they'll get you home. Do you understand me? They have a helicopter waiting. Get out of that building, and they'll get you home. Sorry, Ben, said Jack, infinite sadness in his voice. I can't make it. He looked at the others in the room, his gaze resting at last on Helen and Beth. He turned back to his friend on the screen. Tell your people to land on the grounds here. Help the ones here with me. Get 'em out, and then let them go. Do you understand? Get 'em out, and then let them go. We'll get you all out, said Davidson. Just hang on, Jack. Goodbye, Ben. Please tell Jen that I love her, and the kids. It's my own fault, you know. With that, he broke the connection and the screen went blank. Jeff, who had been listening closely, moved forward. Come on, Senator, he said gently. Let's get out of here. He looked up at the hidden camera. I'm sure you monitored that call, he said to the invisible security force. You know that this place is going to be a hotbed of activity soon. I'd advise you to get out now, while you can. In any case, Lynch here has a gun trained on your boss, and frankly, I'm not good enough to take it away from him. I have a feeling that you'd better not try to stop us from leaving. You got that right, growled Lynch. Let's go, boss. With that, he grabbed Jacob roughly by the collar and yanked him up on his feet and toward the door. Jeff helped the senator up, then turned to push Helen's wheelchair. Scott, of course, saw to Beth. Once at the door, Lynch put both Hill and Steiger in front of him. Together, the odd procession moved out of the office and into the lobby. As expected, there were over a dozen security guards there, guns drawn and aimed. The two groups faced each other, neither one backing off. Both Jeff and Stephen knew that one wrong move would start a massacre. Lynch took the lead, his stolen pistol pointed at Jacob Hill's head. The guards gave ground, opening an aisle that led to the main entrance. Huddled together, the escapees moved as one toward the outer doors. In just a few moments they were outside. Scott found himself breathing the fresh night air deeply. After the sterile atmosphere of Menteses, it tasted sweet beyond words. He looked up at the twinkling stars, feeling somehow comforted by their presence. Followed closely by the knot of guards, everyone edged slowly into one of the deserted parking lots. Scott could see the limo parked far across the grounds. It seemed distant and inaccessible. Senator, I hope your friend is true to his word, said Jeff, pushing Helen's chair. Jack did not answer. Indeed, he now seemed oblivious to everything. They stopped in the center of the lot and waited. As they watched helplessly, the guards, now reinforced by men from the outer perimeter, began to encircle them. No one as yet made a threatening move, but the message was clear. Release Hill and Steiger now. Jeff. Scott was trying to look in all directions at once. Everywhere he looked, escape was cut off. They were completely ringed in. They stood there helplessly, watching the guards close in the circle. Then, just as if it looked like they would charge, the entire group was bathed in a blinding light. It formed a sharp circle around them. For one instant, Scott thought of all those science fiction movies he had loved as a teenager. Just when everything seemed hopeless, benevolent aliens would appear from above to save the day. He looked up, trying to see past the blinding light. Attention. The male voice sounded from overhead, amplified and bigger than life. The people in the center, stay where you are. The rest of you, back off. Now. Scott could now hear the dull roar of a helicopter. It was getting louder, preparing to land. He looked away from the light, trying to see past the spots that danced before his eyes. The guards were still there, and they were not backing up. Lynch moved to stand in full view of them, still holding Hill by the throat. He reached behind him and pulled up Steiger as well. Back off, he shouted at the top of his lungs. He nudged Hill with the pistol. Do as he says, shouted Jacob Hill. It was the first time in years he had shouted. His orders got results. The guards backed up several yards, although they still kept their weapons trained on the group. The helicopter pilot, seeing the circle enlarge, brought his craft down to a soft landing, less than 10 yards away. The wind from the rotors almost threw them to the ground. It wasn't a large craft, and Scott wondered if it could carry all of them. This is it, folks, shouted Jeff. Let's get out of here. He began to trot toward the helicopter, pushing Helen ahead of him. Scott took Beth, and Jack followed on wobbly legs. Lynch saw the rest of the group begin to board, and he started to back up, still holding the gun on both Hill and Steiger, forcing them to follow. When he reached the chopper, only Jack Klein and 2 empty wheelchairs remained on the ground. Get moving, Senator, shouted Lynch over the roar of the rotors. Let me help you with them, returned Jack. He put his hands on Steiger's shoulders and began to move him to the helicopter's opening. Lynch continued to back up with Hill. He never saw the blow coming. A desperate fist slammed into the side of his head. Darkness rushed in from the edges of his vision for just a moment, but it was all Jack needed. He reached in front of the staggered Lynch and grabbed the gun. When Lynch recovered, he found himself looking at the business end of his stolen pistol. Senator, what are you doing? Give me the toy and let's get out of here. Jack only shook his head. His hands were trembling, causing the pistol to waver uncertainly. Normally, he would never have considered taking on a man like Lynch, but now he had no choice. He had flown in enough helicopters to know that there was not enough room for all of them to escape. He motioned with the pistol. Get on board, he yelled. He could feel his strength rapidly fading. His single burst of energy had cost him. Not only that, but he could feel his mind sinking back into a painful fog. His time was gone. Go, he shouted, waving the pistol for effect. Lynch hesitated. He thought he could safely disarm the senator and physically drag him into the chopper, but what would that accomplish? He had heard Steiger's assessment of Jack's condition, and knew that there was no hope for him. Maybe it's best, he thought, to let him face death on his own terms. He made his decision and nodded at Jack. All right, Senator, it's your choice. With that, he turned and jumped on board. Jack could hear arguing going on in the cabin, but within a few seconds it stopped. The door slid shut, and the engines revved. He turned to see Hill and Steiger watching him. Stay there, Jacob, he shouted, each word becoming more and more painful. He remembered what Steiger had said about his condition. Brief periods of lucidity followed by disorientation. Within 12 hours, he would be a vegetable. Best to end it here, he thought. Behind him, the chopper's engines reached full power. He glanced over his shoulder to see it take off quickly. Its running lights winked out and it disappeared into the night. Soon, silence descended over the parking lot. He looked back to see the guards now running toward them. Okay, Jack, said Jacob, his calm demeanor starting to reassert itself. It's over. Give me the gun. Jack nodded, allowing himself a small smile. You're right, Jacob. It is over, for all of us. He looked down at the pistol, now hanging limp in his hand. He could hear the shouts of the guards as they ran forward. They would be there in seconds. Carefully, deliberately, he brought the weapon up and centered it on Steiger's chest. No, Jack, Jacob shouted, springing forward. Almost casually, Jack swung the pistol in an arc, bringing it across to smash into Jacob's face. He crumpled to the ground, dazed. Again Jack brought the pistol to bear on Steiger. Monsters like you have to die, he said quietly. Steiger, his face white with horror, stumbled back. No, wait, Jack, he cried. We can help you. We can get that implant out, and you'll be as good as new. I promise. The report of the pistol shattered the silence. Steiger was thrown back onto the pavement, a red stain growing right over his heart. He looked shocked and angered for a moment, as if death was beneath his dignity. Then his eyes glazed over and his heart stopped. Jack swung the pistol over to where Jacob lay. Slowly he aimed for his head, but he was too late. As soon as they heard the shot and saw Steiger fall, 3 of the guards stopped and aimed. Jack looked straight at them, wanting to shout some kind of defiance, something to show that he was not afraid. Then he decided that he didn't have the right to speak any last heroic words. He thought of his wife and children. Jenny, he whispered. 3 shots rang out in unison. 3 bullets, perfectly aimed, smashed into his chest. Senator Jack Klein was thrown to the ground by the force of the impact. He lay there, looking up at the stars, his life rapidly fading into nothingness. Not surprisingly, his last thoughts were of the people he had helped to escape. There was something about them. They had something special, unique. It set them apart. I wonder what it was his last clear thought. I wonder if I could have had it. Then it was too late for anything else. Jack Klein stepped out of his life, and into a Christless eternity. Scott lurched violently to his left as the chopper banked hard. He was grateful that this helicopter, at least, had seats. The one he had ridden in before was nothing more than a flying boxcar. This one was also much quieter, being soundproofed. He checked the rest of the passengers as they leveled out. Beth was next to him on his right. She gripped his arm with a desperate strength, as if afraid he might disappear. Behind him sat Jeff and Helen. Scott could see that Helen was still in some sort of stupor. She was not responding at all to Jeff, who was speaking quietly to her. The worry on his face was evident. Behind them was the enigmatic Lynch, alone and aloof. Scott knew that their success so far was due to the courage and resourcefulness of the volatile agent, but still he found that he did not trust him fully. Lynch was there to accomplish his own agenda. Helping them was secondary. In front sat the pilot and one other man who had introduced himself only as Ted. Scott could only guess that they were working for the man Jack Klein had spoken to on the video phone. Whether that meant they were friend or foe was still uncertain. All they could do was hang on and wait. He slid his arm around his wife and held her close. She leaned into his shoulder, and he felt her breath on his cheek as she gently kissed him. Thank you, Lord, he prayed silently as he nuzzled her. Thank you for these few moments together. Whatever happens now, we can face it together. Thank you. He held her tightly as the chopper lurched again, this time to the right. Hold on tight, folks, shouted the pilot over his shoulder. We've got to put a lot of distance between us and that place you were in. They may try to track us by satellite, so the next few minutes could be rough. With that, he turned back and concentrated on his flying. Scott felt the bite of renewed fear. Once away from Menteses, he had thought the hard part of their escape was over. He looked back at Jeff and raised his eyebrows in question. That's how they got me, explained Jeff grimly. If they can lock onto us, we can pretty much forget it. Ted, the man next to the pilot, heard Jeff and turned to respond. It's not over yet, he said. This bird can do a lot. If W. Carrot can steer an erratic enough course, we might be able to slip past their scan. He looked at the small band of passengers for a moment. Whoever you people are, I hope you're worth it, he said. All we were supposed to do was to follow Senator Klein. Then word came down from the top to pull him out of that building if we could. Now, all of a sudden, we, minus the one man we were supposed to keep an eye on, and we've got a load of refugees. Senator Davidson's not going to be too happy about this. I just hope we can get to Klein before anything happens to him. Scott did not reply. He had heard Steiger's assessment of Jack. According to him, there was no hope. He might be wrong, but he didn't think that anyone would be seeing Jack Klein again. He was jolted out of his thoughts as the helicopter lurched yet again. When they finally leveled out, he could hear a loud beep. Beep, beep, coming from the cockpit. There was a blinking yellow light in the upper left corner of the control panel. The pilot began to mutter under his breath, and even in the dark, Scott could see that Ted was beginning to look afraid. What is it? He demanded, already knowing the answer. They nailed us, said Ted. Satellite surveillance has locked onto us. He looked back at the anxious passengers. If anyone has any ideas, now's the time. Otherwise, he looked back at the blinking light, we might as well set down at the nearest police station. He looked back at the control panel and pushed a series of buttons. Suddenly the beeping changed. It became quicker, more urgent. Scott did not think that it was possible, but Ted began to look even more frightened. Oh no, he said softly, almost under his breath. Now what? Demanded Scott. It's not surveillance, said Ted, his face taking on a sickly yellow hue from the light on the control panel. Somehow, your friends have tapped into a defense satellite. Those monsters are equipped with enough firepower to take out a small army, and accurate enough to vaporize a single soldier. He looked directly at Scott. They're not just tracking us, they're going to shoot us down. The Situation Room was located deep in the heart of Menteses. In function, it was identical to its counterpart in Airs 1. It had the capability to enter any defense network in the world. It could call for a nuclear strike, or disable a nation's defenses, all without outside help. In form, it was quite large, being over 100 feet wide and just as long. Banks of equipment were manned by a group of hand-picked technicians around the clock. In the front of the room were two huge screens. The one on the left displayed a computer-generated map of the United States, while the one of the right showed the entire planet. The technicians worked on the main floor, while a second level allowed those in charge a complete view of the entire area. A master control center, manned by a single technician, stood alone on the upper level. There were 5 other rooms like this in the world, each one commanded by a member of the Sextuage. Only they, and the technicians who operated them, knew of their existence. Even Hill's own inner circle did not know about them. When Hill blew into the Situation Room like an angry hurricane, everyone sat a little straighter. The technicians were totally loyal to the Bureau of Religious Affairs, and thus to Jacob Hill. Nevertheless, they paid greater attention to their assigned task when he was present. They all knew the consequences of failure. Hill stormed up to the second level and surveyed the map of the United States briefly. Get the defense net online for this location, plus a diameter of 50 miles, he said through gritted teeth. The tech at the central control board hurried to comply, and within seconds a glowing map of the area appeared on the left screen. A chopper left here 10 minutes ago, Hill told him. Heading unknown. Find it. The tech blanched a little at these instructions. He wanted to tell him that, Even with state-of-the-art tracking equipment, that was still almost impossible. Instead he kept his silence. His only hope was that, at this time of night, there would be very little air traffic. A tiny bead of sweat appeared on his forehead as he bent to his task. He could feel Hill behind him, a dark and foreboding presence. He tried to concentrate, knowing that the man behind him held total control of his life. Quickly, systematically, he divided the area into 10 sections. Then he instructed the computer what to look for and where to search. He waited anxiously as the seconds ticked by. When the blip appeared on the main screen, he suppressed a sigh of relief, knowing that his job, and life, were secure for at least a little while longer. Got them, sir, he said, eager to please his boss. Are you sure? Asked Hill, his eyes fixed on the screen. Yes, sir, said the tech confidently. It's the only chopper not in an assigned flight path for over 50 miles. Good, said Hill. He watched as the blip representing the fleeing craft moved slowly across the screen. He allowed himself a small smile. The people in that helicopter had humbled and humiliated him, but the final blow would be his. Bring it down, he said softly. Sir, the tech was not sure he heard right. I said, bring that chopper down. Use the satellite defense systems. They are capable of that, are they not? Jacob fixed his cold stare on the tech. Yes, sir, agreed the tech nervously. The lasers have enough accuracy to destroy a target that size, even one much smaller. You must understand though, that I can't disable something that small. The laser blast will totally destroy it. Jacob looked back up at the screen. Do it, he commanded. The tech didn't dare discuss it further. He entered the proper commands and accessed the proper programs. It took only seconds. Target acquired, sir, he said in a level voice. Locked on and ready to fire. Jacob folded his hands across his chest and smiled. Time to pay the price for your audacity, he said softly to the group of people who had caused him so much grief. He looked down at the tech. Fire. Scott watched helplessly as the pilot tried maneuver after maneuver. The chopper shuddered with the effort, but still the yellow light continued to blink. Finally he looked at Ted and shook his head. Scott knew that the death warrants had just been signed. Ted looked back at the frightened group. They've got us, he said bitterly. Can't we land? Asked Scott. Take our chances on the ground. Ted shook his head and he felt a gentle hand on his shoulder. He looked behind to see that it was Jeff. They tracked me on foot, Scott, he said, his voice flat with finality. There's nothing we can do. It's in God's hands. The gazes locked for a moment, then Scott reached up and gripped Jeff's hand hard. For what it's worth, thanks, he said. I owe you more than I can put into words. Jeff nodded, then broke into a big smile. His teeth gleamed in the dimness of the cabin. Hey, thank me on the other side, he said, a glint of joy peeking through his grim demeanor. It was contagious. Scott started to smile, then chuckle. Beth had overheard, and the tiniest of giggles wormed its way through her lips. Helen did not react, but Scott was sure that he could see a sparkle in her eyes that wasn't there before. Soon, they were laughing for the sheer joy of it, Scott, Beth, and Jeff. They knew that this was not the end, but the beginning. Soon they would see their Saviour, and all of their troubles would be behind them. Lynch followed everything from the back of the cabin. He stared uncomprehendingly at the scene in front of him. He had known before the pilot started his evasive maneuvering that they were finished, but kept his silence. He had faced death before, but not quite like this. He could not even scream some final gesture of defiance at his killers. Death would fall from the sky, taking them all efficiently and impersonally. He chose to spend his final moments studying the people he was giving his life to save. He did not know Beth Sampson at all, so he could make no judgment. Scott, on the other hand, he still thought of as a total jerk. Maybe it was the fact that their personalities clashed so violently. Still, he admitted grudgingly, there was something about him. He had certainly shown guts in their ill-fated raid on Menteses. When it counted, he had come through. Helen he knew and respected by reputation. Now that he knew the truth about the shepherd's path, his admiration for the seemingly frail woman grew immensely. Anyone who could run an operation like hers, in this day and age, not only had brains, but a great deal of courage as well. Mostly he identified with Jeff Anderson. Both of them were agents, well, former agents. Anderson was one of the best Lynch had ever worked with. Thorough, professional, and totally dedicated, he was the man Lynch had always aspired to be. He admired Jeff, and would have been proud to call him friend. The realization surprised him. He looked at them all, holding each other, laughing in the face of certain disaster. What is it? He wondered to himself. They, about to die, and yet they act as if they've been given the one thing they want most. He swallowed hard as the one question that had been laying under the surface of his mind since this little venture started finally surfaced. Could it be true? He finally asked himself. Could it actually be true? God, heaven, all of it. The more he watched them, the more he thought it just might be, and if it was, then maybe he had better do something about it right now, before it was too late. He leaned toward Jeff, but just as he tried to speak, the chopper lurched hard for one final time. Fire, said Jacob Hill, his voice ice and steel. The tech hesitated barely a fraction of a second, then entered the command. He looked up at the screen just in time to see it go blank. There was no warning. The map simply winked out. The tech's eyes grew wide as the second screen went dead. Frantically he checked his readouts. At the same time, the technicians on the main floor began to notice that something was amiss. I have a partial power failure on the defense net. Quote. Get someone down to main power now. We're deaf and blind here. All lines are down. Repeat, all lines are. Quote. The overlapping warnings were punctuated with a loud whoop. Whoop, whoop. As everyone watched, system after system failed. The Situation Room, once linked to the world, became cut off and isolated. Jacob Hill watched it all, then stepped forward to grip the shoulder of the tech in front of him with vice-like hands. Explanation, he demanded tightly. Total power loss on the main grid, sir, replied the tech in a shaky voice. Cause unknown. Did the laser fire? The tech checked his board, then reluctantly shook his head. I don't think so. We've lost access to the defense net, and if contact is lost, the firing sequence is automatically aborted. Jacob stared at the now impotent room, his rage barely contained. With a quick, angry motion, he activated the video screen next to the main control panel. Security. He snapped. Taylor's face appeared, drawn and haggard. He had evidently not recovered from the effects of Lynch's dart gun. What's happening? Demanded Jacob. We've got red lines across the board, said Taylor, his voice betraying his fear. It looks like a general power failure. How? Snapped Jacob. This building has multiple backup systems that automatically come online in such an event. Sir, we're trying to find out now, said Taylor. I've got a team. Quote. Sir, full power restored. The tech's excited report interrupted Taylor. Jacob looked up to see the maps reappear. On the main level, techs scurried to and fro as each system returned to full operational status. Forgetting about Taylor, Jacob returned to the main control panel. Get them back, he practically shouted. The tech was already re-accessing the network. It took less than a minute to recall the area map, and only seconds for everyone to realize that their quarry had eluded them. The blip had disappeared entirely. The tech went through the entire procedure twice, but with no better results. Well, Hill's voice was quiet as death. The tech swallowed hard and replied. They're gone, sir. They must have landed. I can maybe find the chopper, but without anything else to go on, I won't be able to track the passengers. He waited nervously for a reply. Jacob Hill stood there for a moment, staring at the now empty screen. Then, hands clenched, he turned and left the room. The aged maintenance worker stepped out of the main power room of Menteses. It was located far across the complex, in the second sub-basement. He began to walk slowly up the concrete stairs, his work finished. He was a nondescript man, grey-haired, and clad in dark blue coveralls. Just as he reached the halfway point, the doors overhead burst open. Several technicians and a handful of guards came barreling down towards him, and he had to press up against the wall to keep from being run over. No one noticed him, so intent were they on the destination, he watched them go, shaking his head in amazement. He didn't think he would ever comprehend the human race. Always rushing around, trying to solve problems, never realizing that the causes, and solutions, were usually right under their noses. The little bit of sabotage he had accomplished was just enough to carry out his mission. It was nothing fancy. In fact, the people who had just passed him would have things running again in no time. The vehicle they were tracking in the Situation Room, though, would be long gone. He allowed himself a small smile. The more intricately people designed things, the simpler it was to jam the works. A cut wire here and a thrown switch there, and the most expensive and sophisticated equipment built became useless. If they had relied simply on their own inventiveness and intelligence, they might have caught the escapees, but then again, he would probably have been there to stop them in any case. It was his job, after all. Speaking of jobs, he had many others to see to. Things were coming to a head soon, and there was much to do. After all, everything was in place. The return was imminent. With energy belying his appearance, the watchman bounded up the stairs, and made his exit. No one saw him leave. Now what? Thought Scott as the chopper continued to bounce around the atmosphere like a baby's mobile. He was waiting patiently to die, but for some unknown reason, the dying had not started yet. It did not seem quite fair, he thought, to get all geared up for the big event, then to continue instead to hang on tightly while the pilot tried one insane maneuver after another. He wasn't frightened anymore. He wasn't even apprehensive. In fact, he was getting a little airsick. He was just about to complain when the man known as Ted let out a sharp yell. "They lost us," he cried, disbelief mixing with relief. "Impossible," said the pilot. "Once they're locked on, it would take a miracle." Quote. "Who cares?" shouted Ted. "Just get us down. With enough head start, they'll never be able to find us again." "Are you crazy?" retorted the pilot. "Look out the window, for crying out loud. That's a suburb of Greater Los Angeles out there. I set down in the middle of someone's backyard and I guarantee they'll find you again. Oh, for the love of. There, off to the left. See it? That dark splotch of ground. What? I don't. Oh yeah, now I do." The pilot checked his controls, then quickly changed course. "Okay, people," he said over his shoulder, "we're landing. We've spotted what looks like a small park. Hang on tight. There's no points for neatness on this one." As the pilot began his descent, Ted grabbed the microphone that hung nearby. He checked the frequency, then spoke. "Madeline. Madeline, do you read? I'm here, Ted. What's going on? Did you get Klein out of there?" Ted pressed his lips together, not wanting to answer. "Madeline, just listen. We're landing in a small park at," he looked at the pilot expectantly. "Just north of Glendale," was the answer. "That's a suburb east of Los Angeles proper. Did you get that?" asked Ted. "Yeah, I got it. What's your location?" "Heading away from Menteses as fast as I can push this car," was the sarcastic reply. "Just a second. Let me check the map they gave me with this rental." There was a moment's silence, then Madeline spoke again. "Okay, I've got you. See if you can get to the west entrance. That's the one that runs along Elm Street. I should be there in about an hour." "We'll be there," said Ted, and replaced the microphone on its hook. He nodded to the pilot. "Okay, go for it." To Scott, it seemed like forever, but the actual landing took only minutes. The pilot flicked on the landing lights and circled the park once. There was a crude baseball diamond in one corner, and he headed for it. Scott braced himself for impact, but the pilot was good at his job. The passengers barely felt the bump as the craft came gently to rest. Ted jumped out of the co-pilot's side and opened the rear door for the rest of them. Lynch was the next one out. Without a word, he disappeared into the darkness. "Where's he going?" Scott asked Jeff as both men climbed out. "Checking out the area," was the answer. "Here, Scott, give me a hand." Scott assisted Jeff in getting Helen out onto the ground where she slumped to her knees. He turned back to help Beth, but his wife had regained enough strength to jump down herself. "Come on," urged Ted. "Let's get away from here." He grabbed Helen on one side, and Jeff grabbed the other. Scott took Beth's hand, and the tiny group stumbled away from the helicopter. They were barely clear when the engine revved and the small craft practically leaped into the sky. "Shouldn't he have stayed on the ground?" Jeff asked Ted, who shook his head. "He'll be back to the small airfield we rented it from in less than 10 minutes, he said. "I don't think anyone will lock on to him before then." Just then, Lynch came trotting back up. "All clear," he told Jeff, panting slightly. "I found the west entrance. It's not far. Come on." Not far to Lynch turned out to be a good distance to Scott and Jeff, who were now helping Helen. Finally, though, they were there. They waited in a growth of bushes for over an hour before Ted's friend finally showed. She pulled up in an old four-door sedan that rattled ominously. "Sorry," she said as everyone squeezed in. "Best I could do on short notice." She was a large-boned, blonde woman of about 25. She eyed the refugees warily. Scott got in first. He slid into the back seat and put Beth on his lap. Next was Helen, then Jeff. Ted and Lynch got up front. "Where's Klein?" she asked as Lynch shut the door. "Never mind," said Ted shortly. "Just get us out of here." Madeline obviously wanted to discuss it further, but something in Ted's voice told her to drop it. She put the car in gear and started forward. They drove in silence for a few minutes, then Ted spoke. He kept his eyes forward. "My orders were to get you people out of Menteses and let you go. I'm going to do just that, even though I recognize one of you." Because he would not look at anyone, it was uncertain whether he was speaking about Jeff or Scott. "Anyway, we'll take you anywhere in this area you want to go, as long as it's within reason." "How about it?" Everyone was silent for a moment. Jeff and Stephen just looked at each other. Their original plans were shattered. Neither of them had any idea where to go in this area. "How about the network?" asked Scott finally. "Didn't you tell me you could access it anywhere? We can get a name and address from it and—" He stopped as Jeff shook his head. "Sorry, Scott, but I had to crash it. The system had been breached, and it was the only way to keep it from falling into the wrong hands." He looked over at Ted. "I don't suppose you could get us out of the state?" he asked hopefully. Ted shook his head emphatically. "Sorry, but not a chance. I'm to get you out, and let you go, and that's it." Jeff slumped back into the seat. It looked as if they were going to be let out on the next street comer. Access code 7792. Password, grandmother. Madeline kept her eyes on the road, but everyone else turned in shock to stare at the owner of the soft voice that had just spoken. "Helen." Jeff grabbed her arm with one hand and turned her head to face him with the other. "Helen," he repeated, hope and worry coloring his voice. "Ouch," said Helen. "That's my arm, Jeff, not a side of beef." Her voice was weak, and it had a slight tremor to it, but it was there. "Helen," cried Jeff. Despite the cramped quarters, he and Scott, somehow both managed to hug her. "You're back," exclaimed Scott joyously. "I guess so," replied Helen, a hint of her old humor showing through. "Sometime maybe one of you can tell me why I woke up in a helicopter that landed in a park in the middle of the night." "Later," said Lynch, who was watching the whole scene from the front. "For now, what was that about an access code?" "It's my own personal code for the network," she replied. "Any terminal will access it. There should be several safe houses in this area that will take us in." Jeff shook his head gently. "Sorry, Helen. Right after you were captured, I crashed the whole system. It doesn't exist anymore." "I heard you say that," replied Helen. "The thing is, I copied the whole system into another file." It took a moment for this to register with Jeff. "You? What?" Jeff asked slowly, not quite believing what he had just heard. "I said I copied the system into another file," replied Helen. "I did it right after we set the thing up." She saw that Jeff was staring at her, his mouth open. "What's the big deal, Jeff? You told me that we should do that. It was dangerous to have just one file to rely on." "Do you mean that the network," began Jeff, "should be alive and well," finished Helen. "The file name is grandmother. Now, be a dear and take care of getting us someplace safe. I'm awfully tired." She leaned her head back and closed her eyes. Jeff continued to stare at her, while Lynch simply shook his head. "You realize, Anderson," he said, "that if she was on my side, you wouldn't stand a chance." Jeff let out a small chuckle. "Don't I know it?" he said, his voice filled with an infinite tenderness. He took a deep breath, then spoke to Madeline and Ted. "If you can get us to a public access terminal, I think we can take it from there." Unnoticed by everyone, Helen allowed herself a small, contented smile. Scott leaned back in the soft reclining easy chair and sipped cautiously at the steaming mug of hot chocolate. He was in the family room of the Henderson family. The older couple had taken them in instantly, after giving and receiving the proper recognition verses. Next to him, on an overstuffed couch, Beth lay quietly sleeping. Jeff was softly snoring on the floor, and Helen was one room over in the guest bedroom. Ted and Madeline had dropped him off a few miles away and they had taken a bus the rest of the distance. No sense, they agreed, in letting too many people know that this location was part of the Shepherd's Path. Lynch had stayed with the other two. They would drive him back to the airport where he would catch the next flight to Washington. There he would meet with this Senator Davidson. He was determined to be in the thick of things when the investigation of Menteses began. Scott sighed contentedly. He reflected back on everything that had happened since that meeting in Covington. One thing was obvious, he knew. God had been in control all the way. His entire journey was a testimony to that fact. He had been protected and guided with each step. They were safe now, at least for the time being. He wanted to believe that their adventures were over, but Jeff cautioned him not to be overly optimistic. They were all still wanted on charges of conspiracy and treason. The laws had not changed. It was still illegal to worship freely, and, according to both Jeff and Helen, things had gone too far to turn around now. At the most, the persecution would ease off for a short time, while the mess at Menteses sorted itself out.